Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Monkey Deku got harem. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Summer Vacation Hero Special. From number 1 hero to you 8 high school teacher. This time, we will look back at All Might's work and his great dash. The TV that was playing the interview was shut off by Kurojiri. He was tending the bar as usual with Tamura Shigaraki sitting on one of the stools. Tamura smirked, "I figured it out. I know why the hero killer pisses me off and why those UA brats irritate me. It's all because of All Might. It is because he's always smiling thoughtlessly, as if there was no one he couldn't save. Because he's always smiling thoughtlessly." Tamura chuckled lightly as he stood up from the stool and exited the bar. Kurojiri hummed in thought as he stared at what Tamura was playing with. He saw a deck of cards and a picture of a certain green-haired hero in training. Izuku Midoriya. He was quirkless until his 3rd year of middle school, but then he suddenly manifested a quirk. In April of this year, after enrolling at UH High School, he distinguished himself, finishing first at the UH Sports Festival. He made headlines all over the world with his dominating performance in the global event. And then, during the Hosu incident, he and his friends fought against Hero Killer, Stain, and won. At that time, the Hero Killer saved his life. Kurojiri squinted his eyes at the photograph of Deku. He pondered on how one boy could make such a difference. The boy acknowledged by the Hero Killer, the man seeking true heroes. The complete opposite of Tamura Shigaraki. Meanwhile, as said leader of League of Villains was walking down a dark alley, he grinned as he just mirrored the thoughts of exactly what Kurojiri said. "I'll make it myself a world without All Might. And I'll show everyone just how fragile that so-called justice is. You better be ready." It was a bright sunny summer day in Mizudafu, Japan. UA High School finished all classes for the first semester and started summer vacation. But for one, Izuku Midoriya, that didn't mean he had time to play. To prepare for the upcoming training camp in the woods, he continued his independent training. Izuku was currently lifting weights in his bedroom. He had just finished his daily morning run and then showered. Izuku took a deep breath as he looked at his computer screen. He had it open with a very familiar video. A video that he used to watch over and over as a child. No matter how many times he saw it, it never gets old or boring for the young hero in training. Can you see that? He's already saved 100 people. That's crazy. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. That's crazy. 2 civilians shouted as they saw a figure rescuing people from a fire. A loud, boisterous voice laughed as he carried 2 people on his back. He's laughing. "It's fine now. But because I am here." All Might? Izuku lowly whispered as he watched the video of All Might's debut intently. No matter how many times he would react his debut, it would always amaze him. Izuku took a look at himself. "There are still times when I can't believe it. That All Might acknowledged me and transferred his quirk to me." Izuku then began to think about the events at Island. "Man, I actually fought alongside All Might, and we were completely even." Izuku gushed and fanboyed over that fact. He then thought about his toughest challenge yet, Wolfram. He challenged the green-haired scion both physically and mentally. He classified Wolfram under the category of supervillain. A villain so strong and deadly that he was even superior to him and All Might. It took his and the Symbol of Peace's combined efforts to barely even beat the supervillain. And not to mention he had control over 3 total quirks combined with the quirk enhancer, developed by David Shield himself, and he was a tough baddie to beat. Izuku still cringed as he remembered the hole that Wolfram struck through his eye. He was barely able to cauterize the wound, but he still had to undergo surgery by Recover Girl as soon as flew back to Japan. Izuku still grinned at the exhilaration and rush he felt when he went Kaioken times 100 and fought and defeated Wolfram with the help of his teacher. He deduced those were his scion instincts coming into play. He wanted to feel that sensation and thrill again. But he probably would want it under much different circumstances than a crazy power-hungry maniac wanting to destroy the entire island. Yeah, let's try not to do that again. With Stain, Shigaraki, and then Wolfram, I think I deserve a break from nutjob bad guys. After Izuku and the others made it back to Japan, the news of the Island incident made headlines. Both Deku, All Might, and the rest of the 1A students that were present were all credited with the defeat of Wolfram and the other villains. The students who witnessed the epic battle firsthand talked about how amazing and shocking it was that one of their own classmates was able to fight side by side with the number 1 pro hero. Granted, it was with the help of the full gauntlet, which was destroyed, but it was still a major accomplishment. Because of this, Izuku and Class 1A got even more recognition and esteem. So much so that the press wanted to interview each and every individual student that was present during the battle. Yui, however, quickly shut them down, asserting that their students deserve a break from all of that chaos. Before he boarded the plane to take him back to Japan, Melissa gave Izuku a very goodbye. When he boarded the plane, his face was covered in red lipstick that perfectly blended in with his enormous blush. He shuddered in horror when he felt all of the killing intent and envy coming from the girls of 1A who were there. Izuku made sure to book it to his plane right after he told his goodbye to Melissa. He saved her contact info so that they could keep in touch. Izuku heard the doorbell from his front door. When he went to open it, he was greeted with 2 of his most notorious classmates. Minoru. Denki. Yo, Izuku. Denki greeted with a wave. Let's go to the pool, Minru exclaimed. Pool? Izuku asked. Yeah, before the summer training camp dash, let's train together. Izuku raised his eyebrows. You guys want to train? Willingly. Well, yes, of course. After the events of Island, I think we should unwind a bit and spend some time together. Denki exclaimed. And we would also be preparing for the training camp at the same time. It's a win-win. Mineta said with a thumbs up. Izuku frowned suspiciously. He activated his empathy quirk to see what their true intentions were. He internally laughed at what he felt. But he just shrugged and just went along with it. Sure, why not? In the teacher's lounge, Eraserhead and Vlad King, the respective homeroom teachers of Class 1A and Class 1B, were looking at the records of each class and were discussing the upcoming training camp. Vlad, about the strength increasing part of the summer training camp. Eraser, before that, can you confirm the quirks of the Class A students for me? Aizawa nodded, all right. He then proceeded to list off all of the quirks from his class. They were about to move on to Class 1B's quirk. They then heard a knock on the door. Excuse us. Mineta, Kaminari, and Midoriya appeared at the door. What is it, you 3? Vlad asked. Mr. Aizawa, about the form we turned in the day before yesterday to use the pool. Kaminari began. Oh right, the school granted permission. You can use the pool until 5 p.m. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You said you wanted to use the pool for endurance training, right? Do your best. Aizawa commanded his students. Sir. They then made their way towards the locker room. Using the pool for endurance training. What a great idea, Minor. If we're at school, then we can use our quirks too. It's perfect for training. Izuku said as he tucked away his clothes in his locker. We're in the hero course, you know. Denki noted. Go beyond plus ultra. Mineta finished. It was the right choice to invite the diligent Izuku Minor. If it has just been us, we might not have gotten permission to use the pool, huh? By the way, there's no problem with that, is there? Of course not. I overheard by accident after finals were over, about a week or so ago. We have to refrain from taking long trips over the summer. Achiko asked in shock. Apparently, it's a request from the school. Jairu confirmed. Due to UA's summer training camp, they could not afford to allow their students to take extended trips over the break. Momo sighed, that's too bad. I was supposed to go with Venice with my parents. How bourgeois! Achiko exclaimed. Ah, I bought a new swimsuit too. Mina whined. How else would she show off her CC pink bod now? It can't be helped. We were attacked by the League of Villains before. Jairu added. Even so, I want to play. I want to go somewhere. Mina cried as she wailed her arms in the air. Then, do you want to meet up at the school pool over summer vacation? Toru chirped. Tsuyu nodded. Yeah, if we're using the school pool, then I'm sure the teachers will give us permission. Good idea. Then we won't have to spend any money either. Achiko replied. It's better than being cooped up at home. Mina yelled. Then, I'll go get permission from the school, Momo said in delight as she clapped her hands together. Unbeknownst to the girls of Class 1A, a certain grape-haired classmate was listening to their conversation. Back to the present, that's what I heard. Mineta yelled to his partner in crime. Then we have no choice but to go. Denki replied with a lecherous grin. Let's find the charm of the girls in a different setting. Mineta exclaimed as he imagined all of the female students of Class 1A in very skimpy and revealing bathing suits. Come, let us go. Mineta and Kaminari rushed to the entrance of the pool, each step getting closer and closer to their wet dreams. To out paradise. As soon as they entered through the entrance of the school pool, they were hit with the stone-cold reality. You're late. Both Mineta and Kaminari dropped to the floor in shock as they saw people they were not expecting to be at the school pool. Hey, why you guys here? Mineta cried. Once they went through the entrance of the school pool, Mineta and Kaminari were shocked and saddened to see that all of the boys of Class 1A were present with their swim shorts on, stretching and working out by the pool. The one who greeted them was Tenya Ida, who was wearing a pair of goggles and yellow head swimwear. He and the rest of the male students of Class 1A greeted them, all wearing the standard school swimwear uniform. A pair of swim shorts and completely shirtless. Since we're doing endurance training at the pool, I messaged everyone to see if they wanted to come. Izuku noted as he had a smug grin on his face. When he had used his empathy quirk on the two perverts, he immediately knew what their true intentions were. He decided to kill two birds with one stone and just invite the rest of their classmates. That way, they all get to train together and he foiled their perverted plans. Is that what happened? You're too diligent, Izuku Midoriya. Kaminari said as he gritted his teeth in frustration of their failure. Mineta whispered towards his perverted partner in crime, calm down, Denki. There are definitely girls in swimsuits here. They then smirked as they went towards their presupposed paradise. I'll burn the sight into my eyes. The sight of their new swimsuits. Oh, hey Mineta. So you greeted Kaminari. You came too? Jiro asked. All 6 girls were on the other side of the pool doing stretches with the standard UA swimsuit uniform on. No bikinis, or NCC, revealing, or skimpy bathing suits in sight. Kaminari's sweat dropped. What's with those swimsuits? They should be wearing bikinis. School-issue swimsuits are pretty good too, Minat said as he blushed and drooled at the sight. Have some standards, dude. Tenya Ida walked up to the two perverts, Kaminari, Mineta. It was a great idea to suggest endurance training at school. I'm impressed. Mineta and Kaminari each began to widen their eyes in horror as they knew exactly what would come next. Now, why don't you come and sweat with the rest of us? Tenya grabbed both of them in his arms and brought them back to the group, him laughing all the while. Oh wait. Wait a minute. The two perverts yelled in horror and fear as they would now pay the price for their impure thoughts and intentions for coming up with this idea of so-called endurance training. Izuku got into position for his warm-up. Alright guys, let's first start off with our warm-up stretches. Then we'll move on to the workout. As Izuku was getting his stretches done, everyone took notice of the figure of their class president. It's not like they have never seen him without a shirt before, but that was in the heat of battle, and when emotions were running high, so they never really paid much attention. But Izuku's body looked like it was sculpted by the world's greatest sculptors with the most pristine marble. Abs so defined that you could probably grind raw meat on them and biceps bigger than some people's thighs. All of the girls blushed profusely as they began to have some very noggy and graphic thoughts about what they wished they could do with Izuku's godlike body. Some of the guys nodded in admiration and respect, seeing Izuku as inspiration, while some, really only 2, stared at Izuku in pure envy, asking how could a guy, who's the same as them, could get such a muscular build. They hated how he would always get all of the girls' attention when it comes to stuff like this. Mina whistled in appreciation. Izuku. I've never wanted to eat a snack before so much in my life. Who knows what else you could be packing? Izuku fell down on the floor due to shock and embarrassment on what Mina was hinting towards. Toru nudged her pink friend, Mina. Mina shrugged her shoulders. Oh come on gals, we all know we were all thinking the same thing. It's not like anything I said was a lie. But still, the girls couldn't lie, they did have similar thoughts going through their heads. Deku-kun, why do you have to be so DMN secretary? A certain zero-gravity quirk user exclaimed in her head. Izuku-kun, please, I may not being to contain myself for much longer. A certain creation quirk user thought as her, and the other girls all had pretty much the same thought going through their minds. Izuku Midoriya, why did you have to be blessed with such a perfect body? Both Denki and Minoru shouted with such angst and jealousy in their voices that it almost drowned everyone. I don't know, I just really like to train, fight, and improve myself. It runs in the family, I guess? Izuku replied as he smiled sheepishly. So, it's genetics. That's so unfair. Mineta screeched. Well, I wouldn't say that. It took a lot of strong work to get where I'm at. Couldn't get to where I was now just by relying on genetics. Izuku replied as he continued his stretches. It took a second for everyone to let what their class president just said sink in. They already knew he was a strong worker. That much was obvious. But seeing him in action just made that all the more apparent. However, there was another thing that his classmates noticed about Izuku. Hey Aizu, how did you get that scar? Mina asked as they all gazed at Izuku's. Across Izuku's T, there was a huge X-shaped scar. It was spanned from the beginning of his T to the end right before his abs and stretched completely across. There were still signs of it being fresh as it was slightly red/pinkish. A/N, if you've seen One Piece, it is basically the same as Luffy's scar he got when he was punched by a Kainu/Sakazuki. Izuku saw what they were staring at. He put his hand on it and traced along it. Oh, this is an injury I got from the supervillain me and All Might defeated back at Island. I tried to fight him alone, but I ended up getting a plasma-infused fist right through my T. Not a very nice experience, but he was able to heal. It was honestly a miracle that there wasn't any permanent damage and all he got was a scar. Plasma was a very dangerous substance. It is what composition of the stars and nebulas of the universe. If it wasn't for Izuku's fast healing, psion biology, and him cauterizing the wound with his ki blast, he may have suffered permanent damage that could have hindered his development as a hero forever. A plasma fist went through your Z. The students of 1A all shouted at him in shock that he was even still standing right now. No regular human should have been able to survive that. And yet here Izuku Midoriya was ready to start endurance training with his classmates. But Izuku-kun, after suffering such an injury, I believe it is in your health's best interest to rest before we head to the summer training camp. The vice president said in worry for her green-haired class president. Due to her quirk, she read a lot of chemistry books when she was younger. She knew exactly what plasma was and how dangerous it was, and the fact that Izuku could even walk was astonishing to her. Nah, I'm good. Recovery girl made sure to heal me up nicely. She just told me not to go too overboard until the summer training camp. A light endurance training session shouldn't be too strong. Plus, I want to take the time to hang out with you guys before we head on out to the training camp. Izuku replied as he finished his warm-up stretches. Such diligence! Mineta and Kaminari exclaimed. Hearing those words, plus with the cool scar on his eye, it just made Izuku all the more respectable and attractive to the girls. And the guys honored and respect him more as well. Alright then. Let's get the training started. Tenya exclaimed. Oh. Mineta and Kaminari screeched as they desperately tried to get away from the engine quirk user, but it was too late. They had already done their own grave. Here I go. Here. Achiko served the beach ball over to the other side. Got it? Mina said as she hit the ball back. Ribbit, so you deflected the ball with her tongue. Jiru knocked it back, keeping the ball in momentum. Take that? Toru exclaimed. Got it? Momo knocked the ball back before it hit the water. The girls continued to play pool volleyball as Denki and Minoru looked over in distaste. Yosh. Let's take a 15-minute break. Tenya ordered. The two perverts were sprawled on the ground as they were sweating profusely. They were not prepared for the strenuous endurance training that befell them when Tenya showed up. It seems like karma was truly a beach. Tenya brought over a mini fridge. I brought these for everyone. Drink up. Tenya opened the mini fridge to reveal ice-cold orange juice cans. Oh, I feel alive again. Thanks. Kaminari and Mineta watched on at the girls playing volleyball in frustration. Why are the girls playing around? They got permission to use the pool for sunbathing. Mineta, why did you apply to use it for endurance training? We might not have gotten permission otherwise. As the two perverts bickered with each other, Izuku was hunched over, panting as he was dripping with sweat. He had the most out of all of the boys and was pushing himself as much as he could. Even though he was ordered to take it easy from Recovery Girl, he still wanted to put in as much training as possible. After he came back from Island, he secretly went to train in the gravity chamber under 100 times gravity. He had gotten the hang of it more, due to the Zenkai boost he recently got and the experience of using Kaioken times 100. Izuku turned his head to see Tenya graciously offering him a can of ice-cold orange juice. You need to take a break. Izuku smiled graciously and took the can. Thanks, Tenya. Izuku opened the can and gulped it all in one go. He noticed Tenya still standing in front of him and staring at him as if he was thinking about something. What is it? Izuku asked the engine quirk user. Well, I just thought it was strange. Tenya took a seat next to the pool. During the entrance exams, I didn't think I'd end up being such good friends with you. Frankly, I didn't think much of you back then. But during the practical exam, Tenya remembered the sight of Izuku running straight towards the zero-pointer and completely vaporizing it with a one-for-all Kamehameha. You prioritized saving Uraraka over passing the exam. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Izuku smiled in fondness of the memory. The day he got his acceptance letter from Yuye. All Might's words still reverberated in Izuku's mind. I was so happy. Izuku took a seat next to Tenya. It had always been my dream to attend All Might's alma mater, UA, and you definitely deserve to be here more than anyone else. Izuku closed his fist. I appreciate the kind words, but I can't take all of the credit. I'm here thanks to the help of many different people. That's why I need to work harder. Of course. Izuku and Tenya turned to see a very familiar ash-blonde-haired classmate of theirs marching towards them. Otherwise, there's no way I'd lose to a demon nerd like you. Kaken, I got your message, but sorry I'm late. It took some time to get Katsuki to come. Kirishima exclaimed as he arrived with the explosive quirk user. Izuku's sweat dropped. Is that what happened? Hey you want to decide things right now. Bakugo snarled with a grin as he lit explosions with his hands. Signally he wanted to fight. Izuku smirked as green sparks began to emit from his body. Is it a rematch you want? I'll take you on any day, Kaken. Tenya began to hum in thought. It's true that just training isn't that interesting. He turned his head to the rest of the male students. Everyone, do you want to see which of the boys can swim 50 meters the fastest? Yeah. Sounds like fun. Let's do it. Ida, we will help too. Momo said as she and the rest of the girls wrapped up their game of volleyball. Thanks. What about quirks? Can we use them? Bujiro asked. We're at school, so there shouldn't be a problem. However, you cannot cause damage to any people or buildings. They all immediately looked towards Bakugo. Why did you all turn to me? Bakugo then walked up and sized Izuku. I'll crush you, Deku. Izuku smiled. Yeah, okay buddy. Of course. I'll crush you too, half and half BSRD. Okay, don't see how that will happen seeing as I placed higher in the sports festival. Shoto exclaimed. Doesn't matter. I'll still kick your butt. Alright, bring it on then. The first heat lined as they got into their positions. Momo prepared the whistle, then on your marks get set. She then blew the whistle as they all went full speed. Bakugo smirked as he jumped and activated his quirk, Explosive Speed Turbo. He used his explosions to propel himself in the air. He landed on the other side first, without ever touching the water. How was that, you extras? What do you mean, how was that? Zero yelled. You didn't even swim. Kirishima followed up. It's called freestyle swimming, you losers. Now on to the second heat. On your marks get set. Momo blew her whistle. Shoto simply summoned an ice stream and glided over it until he reached the finish line first. He didn't touch the water at all either. You're supposed to be swimming. Mineta and Kaminari reprimanded the bicolored teen for apparently not swimming in a swimming contest. Shoto shrugged, "Hey, don't look at me." They allowed quirk usage. And on to the third heat. On your marks. Get set. Momo blew her whistle once again and they were off. Izuku could have flew all the way to the other side, but he decided that would be unfair, so he actually swam, unlike some of his classmates. You too, Ida. Tenya was using his engine quirk to simply glide over the water. Like the others, he did not touch the water. Izuku saw this and thought that enough was enough. Pride for all. Perfected full cowling. Dark green electricity surrounded Izuku, and he swam incredibly fast past Tenya. Tenya saw this and activated his quirk at full throttle, but it was too late. Izuku had already made it to the finish line. Wow. Good job, Midoriya. Ida, you were so close. Izuku helped Tenya out of the water. You beat me, Izuku. Tenya, you were amazing too. Shoto saw the exchange between the two. Izuku? He began to reminisce back to the sports festival. He remembered their battle in the finals of the tournament. He looked at his left hand as he recalled when Izuku said the words that would change Shoto's life forever. It's your quirk, not his. Izuku and Tenya then looked at Shoto as they each remembered their encounter with the hero killer Saturn in the Hosu incident. That battle left a mark on all three of them and would change the three students for the better. Tenya remembered the words that Shoto spoke to him during the battle. If you want us to stop, then stand up. Look properly at what you want to be. Tenya smiled at the memory. Todoroki, I vow once more that I will become a hero like my elder brother. Shoto nodded. I will also become the hero I wish to be. I will also become a hero like All Might, who saves people with a smile. Izuku added. Afterwards, everyone took a short break before getting back to the competition. The winners of each heat, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya, will race for first place. Is that all right? Tenya announced. Yep. Yeah. Hey, Icy Hot. Don't hold back. Come at me seriously. All right. You too, Diamond Deku. Izuku's sweat dropped. I think you're taking this swimming contest a little too seriously, Kaken. The three took their positions. The 50-meter freestyle final will begin now. Tenya announced as he now had the whistle. All of the other classmates cheered. Do your best, everyone. On your marks? Katsuki's hand emitted explosives. I'll fly across all at once. Shoto's left arm encased itself with ice. I'll slide through. Izuku crouched as his body was surrounded by dark green electricity. I'll swim to the finish using 2% of pride for all. Get set? Tenya blew the whistle. All three of them jumped and were about to blast off with their respective quirks, but suddenly, they couldn't use their quirks anymore and dropped straight into the pool. What? Denki yelled. Their quirks were erased. Zero exclaimed. It's 5 p.m., all heads turned to see their homeroom teacher walking towards them with his red eyes and floating hair, signifying that he had his eraser quirk activated. Your pool use time had now ended. Hurry up and go home. Come on, Mr. Aizawa. We just got to the good part. Aizawa narrowed his eyes as they flashed threateningly. Did you say something? Nothing, sir. It was nighttime, and the Dagoba Municipal Beach was looking as appealing as ever. It was even cleaner than before, as authorities demanded it to never go back to the state it was before. Izuku was standing on the beach, overlooking the stars, deep in thought. Young Izuku. Izuku turned to see Toshinori, in his skinny form, walking towards him. Toshinori-sensei. Why are you here? I could ask you the same thing, my boy. What are you doing here at this time? Izuku sighed as he gazed at the waves. I'm here. Young man, you can become a hero. Because this is where I started. Izuku said with determination as he remembered the fateful day where Toshinori crowned him as his successor. Toshinori grinned at his fellow one-for-all user. Young Izuku, the summer training camp will be tough. Do your best. I will. The day had officially arrived. The first day of UEA's summer training camp begins today. Class 1A were all outside by the bus with their bags packed ready to go. Many of them waited in anticipation of what was to come in their trip. UA High has finished its first semester and started summer vacation. Aizawa began, however. Those of you trying to be heroes will not receive days of rest. At this summer training camp, we'll have you aiming for even greater heights forts plus ultra. Yes, sir. Aizawa then finished their speech as he let his students talk amongst themselves before it was ready to board the bus. Deku-kun, it's finally time for the training camp in the woods. Achiko exclaimed as she got extra close to Izuku. Izuku's face instantly heated up. Why yeah, that's right, Uraraka. So close. What's the matter? Izuku began to stutter. Well, Achiko blinked her eyes in confusion before she widened her eyes. Do it? Izuku Midoriya. As Achiko remembered Aoyama's words from their final exam, she instantly sported a red blush on her face. She jumped away from Izuku and started shouting, it's time for training camp. Training camp. Training camp. Kaminari and Mina soon joined her as they also began to chant, Training camp. Training camp. Training camp. Izuku's sweat dropped. Achiko-chan and the others are so excited. Suddenly, a familiar and annoying voice began yelling, What? None of the people in Class A failed the practical. Oh wow, what a coincidence. None of the people in Class B failed either. That means both of our classes are even on standing. Which also means that Class 1A isn't superior to Class 1B. What? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Even though they are supposed to be way better than Class B. How can that be? Monoma, who was the one spouting all of that nonsense, was then chopped on the head by class president Itsuka Kendo. Sorry. Itsuka waved apologetically at Class 1A, until she waved at someone in particular. Hey, Izuki-kun. Nice to see you again. Sorry about my classmate here. I'll make sure to get him out of your hair. Itsuku then dragged Monoma into the bus. Izuku's sweat dropped at the display. Nice to see you too. Momo saw the quick exchange between Izuku and Itsuka. She saw the look in her eyes. She recognized it all too well. The look of longing. Who does she think she is? Monoma's scary, one of the Class B students. Izuku's eyes lit up. Oh look guys. It's Class B, we kind of met during the sports festival, but nice to meet you, Class A, one of the students said. Izuku felt like someone was watching him, so he turned his head to see Yui Koda staring at him intently from all the way in the back. But as soon as they made eye contact, she immediately blushed and looked away. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What was that about? We're getting on the bus. Kendo shouted as Class B boarded the bus. Not just the girls from Class A, but the girls from Class B will also be there. Mineta hungrily sucked on his arm. It'll be like a buffet we can pick and choose from. Yeah, that's about enough out of you, Kirishima said to Mineta with a deadpan look. Class A's bus is this way. Tenya shouted, line up in seat order. They all fell into the bus and took their seats. The bus then took off towards the camp. Everyone, the bus will stop once in about an hour. Aizawa announced. After that dash, let's play some music. Kaminari shouted. All of the students were mindlessly chattering and making noise, not paying attention to their homeroom teacher at all. Aizawa stared deadpan at his students and simply sighed, oh well. This is the only time they will be able to play around. An hour passed and the bus stopped. All of the students got outside to stretch out their legs. Finally taking a breath. I gotta pee. Mineta cried. Anyway, does this even count as a rest area? Where's Class B? They were standing in a random clearing overlooking a large and dense forest. The students looked confused. They thought they would be stopping at a gas station or something. BBB bathroom. There's no point stopping without a reason, Aizawa said. Where's the bathroom? Suddenly a black car pulled up seemingly out of nowhere. Yo, Eraser. Aizawa bowed. Long time no see. 3 figures stepped out of the car. One was a young boy, while the other 2 were adult women with very peculiar costumes. Lock on with these sparkling gazes. Stingly cute and cat-like. The 2 women then posed together as they said the final line, wild, wild. Pussycats. Class 1A looked on in pure confusion. These are pro-heroes who will be working with us during the camp, the Pussycats. Aizawa informed the students. Just then they all heard a loud gasp, and a certain green-haired hero fanboy began to gush about the 2 pro-heroines. They're a 4-person hero team who set up a joint agency. They're a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescues. Izuku shouted in pure joy. He never thought he would get the chance to meet the PP Cats. When he said the word veteran, a certain blonde-haired PP Cat slightly twitched her eye. This year will be their 12th workin' dash. Before he could continue on his fanboy rant, Izuku was promptly shut up by a clawed paw grabbing his face. He muffled in panic as he scrambled trying to get rid of the vice grip. "I'm 18 at heart," Pixie Bob shouted at the teen as she gripped onto his nicely. 18 at heart? She creepily repeated herself. "Why you're 18? Izuku exclaimed in shock. There was no way. Last he checked, the PP Cats were formed 12 years ago. She sounds desperate, Kirishima and Kaminari thought as they cringed at Pixie Bob's immediate defensive reaction. "Greet them, everyone," Aizawa commanded. "Nice to meet you," Class 1A politely said. The young boy who was with the PP Cats merely scoffed and looked away from the others. The body language did not go unnoticed by Izuku, but he decided to put that on the back of his mind for later. Mandalay motioned towards the extended overlooking forest. "We own this whole stretch of land here. You all will be staying at the foot of that mountain." "So far," the class exclaimed in unison. "Then why did we stop here?" Achiko suspiciously asked. "Could this mean?" Tsuyu tapped her chin with her finger. Sato nervously shook his head. "No way. Oh boy. I probably should have seen this coming." Izuku mentally sweat-dropped. "Why don't we get back to the bus? Fast?" Siro shakily said as he turned away from the clearing. "Yeah. Let's do that," Kaminari exclaimed. Others nodded in agreement as they attempted to file back into the bus. "It's 9:30 a.m. Mrigth now." Mandalay snickered mischievously. "If you're fast, maybe around noon." Kirishima dropped his jaw in horror. "No way, guys. Let's go back," Mina yelled. "Get back to the bus now," Kirishima yelled. "Hurry." Class 1A attempted to rush into the bus, but it was already too late. "Kiddies who don't make it by 12:30 won't get any lunch," Mandalay called out. "Sorry, ladies and gentlemen," Aizawa began. "Training camp?" Pixie Bob landed in front of the bus, blocking their path to safety. She grinned at them with her claws shining. "Has already begun." Pixie Bob's put both of her paws on the ground and it began to emit a blue light. Izuku thought as he jumped in the air to prepare himself for what was to come. Right after Izuku jumped, the ground began to shift into quicksand that threw all of the students off the cliff. "What is this?" "The ground is rising up." The students all yelled in fear as they fell down towards the forest. "Hey, since it's private land, you can use your quirks as you wish. You have 3 hours. Come to the facility on your own 2 feet. After getting through the Beast's Forest." Mandalay informed the students as they were getting back up from being thrown off the cliff. The Beast's Forest. That name sounds like it came right out of Dragon Quest. You ate a stuff like this way too much? They then saw a beast made from the dirt on the ground rise up and roar at them. "It's a beast." The students were then forced to tackle on the beasts of the forest made from Pixie Bob's quirk. However, there was one student who wasn't caught by the avalanche that sent the others to the forest. Wow, that was a close one. If I did not react in time, I would have gotten swept up just like them. Izuku came down from where he was floating in the air. He watched in amusement, seeing his classmates being forced to deal with Pixie Bob's beasts. Mandalay raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Eraser. I didn't know you had a kitten that was very quick on his feet." Aizawa nodded. "Yes, that's my problem child. He's a very special student. He got himself involved with the hero killer incident back in Hosu, and he was also recently directly involved in the Island incident. I heard from All Might that he helped defeat Wolfram. I'm not surprised he saw this coming." Problem child. Izuku's sweat dropped when he heard his teacher's nickname for him. "Well, seeing as though the beast of the forest would be a little too easy, why don't we give a more difficult task?" Pixie Bob chirped. "Wait, what?" Suddenly, Pixie Bob attacked Izuku head-on with her sharp claws. Izuku narrowly dodged and deflected all of her swipes and kicks pretty easily. Izuku was about to perform a takedown on her before he heard a voice in his head. "Behind you!" Izuku turned around to see Mandalay start to attack him as well. Now he had to dodge both pro-heroines at the same time. What's going on? Izuku frantically yelled as he ducked under a kick from Mandalay. He then moved to the side to avoid a clawed paw strike from Pixie Bob. Aizawa spoke up, "We are planning to have you and your classmates acquire early what you would normally get at the beginning of your second year, so the level of training for you and your class is going to be crazy no matter what. Permits to use your quirks in the time of an emergency, a provisional license allowing you to work as heroes. With villains being so active right now, you also need to learn how to defend themselves." Izuku widened his eyes. That's right, the League of Villains is waiting in the shadows. We're going to need to be prepared for when they make their move. Izuku then activated Kaioken with a yell, his crimson aura coming to laugh. Mandalay gasped in shock at his level of power. He was then gonna smash them when he felt his quirk disappear. "Okay, that's enough. You passed the test. Now let's get in the car," Aizawa exclaimed, his red eyes glowing at Izuku. He then deactivated his eraser quirk and went towards the car. Pixie Bob licked her lips in want. "Young, sweet, hot, CC and strong. I call dibs." Izuku widened his eyes in shock as he yelled, "What?" Mandalay shook her head. "Sorry, Pixie Bob over here is at the age where..." "Well, you know." Izuku's face flushed. "No way." Mandalay dragged Pixie Bob away from Izuku. "Koda, we're leaving." The young boy from earlier scoffed as he looked on at Class 1A fighting against the beasts of the forest. "This is pointless," he said as he cringed at the students struggling with Pixie Bob's beasts. "Are they stupid? Saying they want to be heroes?" Izuku was able to feel a few negative emotions coming from the boy who was apparently called Koda. He was curious on why he was feeling such displeasure, but he decided to tackle that matter on at another time. Training Camp's Day 15:20 p.m. Aizawa, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob were all standing at the front entrance, waiting patiently for the others to arrive. Izuku was on the side, practicing his martial arts. He was told that he could relax until his classmates returned, but he said it was better for him to get ahead of his training now. Aizawa approved of this and let his problem child do his thing. "Oh, you're finally here, Meow," Pixie Bob chirped. "That took quite some time," Mandalay added as the sun was beginning to set. Shoto was the first to emerge out of the woods along with Katsuki and Tenya. They all had scratches and their school uniform was rugged. They panted due to exhaustion, dealing with Pixie Bob's monsters. The students kept filing in one by one, each one of them showing signs of fatigue. They looked like they could drop any minute. Once they made it to the entrance, they all sighed. Some dropped to their knees gasping for air. "What, do you mean, 3 hours? That's the time it would have taken us." "Sorry," Mandalay replied with a sheepish grin. "You were trying to boast about how much better you are." "That's mean," Sato whined. "I'm hungry. I'm gonna die." Kirishima groaned on the floor. Pixie Bob chuckled, "But honestly, I thought it would take even longer. You guys did not have as strong a time beating my earth beasts as I thought you would. You guys are great. Especially..." She then turned to Izuku, who was in the middle of throwing his punches to the air. "You, my little green kitten. Were you able to act without hesitation because of your experience? I'm looking forward to where you'll be in 3 years. I call dibs." Pixie Bob yelled as she lunged towards Izuku. "Get away from me." Izuku frantically yelled as he started running in circles around the entrance, desperately trying to get away from the lustful heroine. "Mandalay. Is she always like this?" Aizawa asked with a deadpan. Mandalay shrugged. "She's been looking for a partner for a while now. She prefers someone on the younger side." Aizawa scoffed. "Well, just tell her to lay her paws off of my #1 student. At least until he graduates." It was then that the students of Class 1A noticed Izuku trying to run away from the PP cat heroine. "Hey, where were you at, Midoriya?" Kirishima asked. "We could have seriously used your help against those earth monsters. We probably would have been here much faster," Sato exclaimed. Izuku stopped running. "Oh, I just jumped over the avalanche of dirt that Pixie Bob used to send you all to the forest. And then I had to fight against her and Mandalay on the same time. I passed, and I was allowed to come here and start my training early." All of Class 1A shouted as they dropped on their heads. That's no fair. We had to go through hell to get here. Shiro whined, Diamenid Deku. Trying to one-up me, huh? Katsuki growled. Well, there, to be fair, he did have to fight two pro-heroes at the same time. I think that's more than enough compensation for it. Shoto said as he wasn't surprised that Izuku was thinking ahead of everyone else like he usually does. Izuku's eye then lit up. Oh yeah, speaking of suitable age dash, what about it? Pixie Bob lowly whispered into Izuku's ear seductively as she made a threatening motion with her claws. Izuku's sweat dropped. It's been bothering me for a while. Whose child is that? Izuku pointed towards Koda, who was awkwardly standing in the back, further away from the rest. Oh, not one of ours. He's my cousin's kid. Mandalay motioned her paw towards Koda. Come on, Koda. Greet everyone. You will be with them for the next week. Koda merely stared at the students, not saying anything. He gave off an unfriendly to them. Izuku took the initiative and walked up to the young boy and stuck his hand out towards him. Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Deku. I'm in U8 High School's hero course. Nice to meet you. But Izuku did not get a polite handshake. What he got was a punch right to his manhood. Izuku's face turned ghostly white as he held his family jewels in an unbelievable amount of pain. Izuku. Tenya immediately ran to his friend's side in worry. Izuku fell into Tenya's arms as he let out a small whimper. This hurts even more than when Wolfram put a hole through my... You brute of a nephew. Tenya yelled angrily. Why would you do that to Izuku Zefu? Koda grit his teeth and turned his head to give Tenya the stink eye. I don't intend to hang out with guys who want to become heroes. Intend? Just how old are you? The kid's got spunk. Katsuki praised Koda for his boldness with a smile. Shoto nodded in agreement. Yeah, he's just like a miniature version of you. What? Not at all. Anyway, shut up, you GGBSTRD. Sorry. Enough with this charade. Get your stuff off the bus. Aizawa commanded. Once you've put your bags in your rooms, we'll have dinner in the cafeteria. After that, you'll bathe and go to sleep. We'll start for real tomorrow. Now, let's move quickly. Yes, sir. Thanks for the food. Izuku said as he bowed and dug into his food. A scion did have a big appetite after all. Really? So the girl's room is a normal size? Shiro asked Jiro. Are the boys in a big room? I want to see it. Hey, can I go see it later? Mina exclaimed. Sure, come whenever. So good. Rice is so good. Kirishima gobbled down on said rice with tenacity. It is soaking into my internal organs. Kaminari cried out in glee. Pixie Bob's sweat dropped. Man, it looks like you guys were so hungry that you're acting weird. Anyway, today's the only day we'll be doing stuff for you, so eat as much as you can. Thanks. Oh, Koda. Can you bring those veggies? Mandalay asked as she was going around, serving plates to the class. Koda grumbled and picked up the box of vegetables. Izuku noticed him out of the corner of his eye. As he was stuffing his face, he watched him carry the box as he was in thought. I wonder what's up with him? After the class was done eating, they then proceeded to the hot springs for a bath. As soon the guys dipped into the steamy water, they all sighed in relief. Well, frankly, food and stuff isn't really that important. That's not what I'm here for. I know that much, at least. What I'm here for is beyond that wall. Mineta said with a towel covering everything below his waist. He looked up at the large wall that acted as a border between the boys' side of the hot springs and the girls. What are you to yourself about, Mineta? Izuku asked from the bath. This feels great. I love that there are hot springs here. Mineta smirked as he heard the girls enjoying their baths. See, there they are. Nowadays, throw them to not stagger bathing times for men and women is an accident. Yes, an accident waiting to happen. Don't tell me you're... Kaminari stuttered. Mineta, stop it. What are you doing is demeaning for both yourself and the girls. It is shameful behavior. Tenya exclaimed. You're too fussy. Mineta stated as he began to pluck a ball from his head. Both. He jumped towards the wall and used his ball to climb over it. Are meant to be climbed over. Plus ultra. As Mineta was nearing the top, he began to smile in victory. For a time like this, But before he could reach over the top, he was promptly stopped by Koda, who stood at the top of the border. Before learning to be a hero, you need to learn about being human. Koda slapped Minata's hand away, which caused the grape-headed boy to fall towards his doom. Diamond kid. Mineta's but landed on Tenya's face as they both splashed into the water. Mineta really is the worst. Thanks, Koda. Yay. Koda turned his head to look upon the naked forms of the girls of Class 1A. His face immediately flushed in red. Due to the shock and embarrassment, he lost his balance and fell off the top of the wall and towards the strong floor on the men's side. Look out! Izuku flew up in an instant. He caught the boy by his head. He was passed out. He then rushed him towards one of the pros. He just fainted from fear at the fall. Thanks for helping him, Mandalay said as she thanked Izuku for saving her nephew. Koda was lying down on the couch in her office, sleeping peacefully. I heard from Eraser that there was an embodiment of lust among the boys, so I just had him there keeping watch. These days, girls develop quickly, don't they? Mandalay placed a wet towel on Koda's forehead. Izuku chuckled nervously, yeah, they do. Anyway, I'm glad he's okay, Izuku said thoughtfully. For some reason, ever since he had arrived to the camp, he had developed an interest in the boy. He couldn't explain what it was. Something just pulled him towards Koda. You must have hustled to save him, Mandalay noted as he had come here pretty quickly. I don't intend to hang out with guys who want to become heroes. Izuku frowned as he remembered Koda's first words that he spoke to him. Koda has a negative view of heroes, doesn't he? For me, I've always been surrounded by people who wanted to be heroes, me included. So I thought it was unusual for a boy his age to feel the way he does. Mandalay laid her back on her chair and sighed. That's true. Of course, there are many people in society who don't think well of heroes. If he had been raised normally, maybe he would have admired heroes too. Izuku blinked in confusion. Normally? Mandalay's cousin Izuku saw Pixie Bob enter the office. Koda's parents were heroes, but they were killed in the line of duty. Izuku gasped and widened his eyes in shock from Pixie Bob's words. Mandalay nodded and confirmed what her partner said. 2 years ago, protecting citizens from a villain. For a hero, it was a respectable way to die, an honorable death. But a child barely aware of what was around him couldn't understand that. His whole world had revolved around his parents. My parents left me behind. That is what he said to himself. But society kept praising them, saying it was a good thing for heroes, a wonderful thing. He doesn't seem to like us much either, since we're also heroes. But it's like he's just here because there's nowhere else for him. Izuku gripped his fists tightly as he heard Mandalay tell Koda's story. To Koda, heroes are a kind of human he can't understand and finds unpleasant. Izuku's mind began to flash back to his talk with Tamura. It's because that trash is smiling thoughtlessly, as if there was no one he couldn't save. Izuku processed Mandalay's words as he began to think about his own ideologies. It is a very irresponsible thing to say that makes it seem like someone else's problem, but there are people with many different beliefs. As Izuku listened to these different opinions one after another, Izuku's mind came to a block. These people had gone through a much different experience than what he had gone through when he was a child. It was fair to believe in something different. Nobody is born evil. Mandalay and Pixie Bob looked up at Izuku in confusion before he continued. It's the experiences that shape and make us who we are. Koda may have an unfair and biased judgment on heroes, but that's not his fault. What he experienced in his life is much different than what I experienced. We may have different beliefs, but that doesn't make either of us in the wrong. Izuku took a deep breath as he chose his next words carefully. I don't know why, Mandalay, but I am drawn to your nephew. For some reason, I feel some sort of responsibility. A responsibility to help and teach Koda so that he can truly understand what it means to be a hero and why we do this. It may not be easy, but I vow to help and save your nephew. If I can't do that, then what kind of hero am I? Mandalay and Pixie were sat and stood there in awe of what Izuku said. He spoke like a true hero. One who was willing to do whatever takes to save someone. Mandalay smiled and nodded at Izuku. Thank you very much, Midoriya. That is thoughtful of you. I don't think I can wait until you graduate, Pixie Bob yelled as she lunged at Izuku. Please, Pixie Bob, I'm too young for you. Mandalay chuckled at the two's antics. Izuku Midoriya, maybe you will be the one who will show Kota the light. Izuku awoke at 4 a.m. the next day. All of the boys in the room were still sleeping. Aizawa told them that they had to be up by 5:30 for training. It wasn't much of a problem for Izuku since he had gotten used to his schedule of waking up really early in the morning to start ahead with his training. He silently creeped out of the room, as to not wake up any of his peers. He then went outside and began his daily morning job. A 10-kilometer run, and then followed by 100 sit-ups and push-ups. The sun had still not risen, so it was pretty dark outside. After Izuku had finished his workout routine, he was gonna start practicing his attacks before he heard a feminine voice in his head. Well, you're up bright and early. Izuku turned to see Mandalay in casual civilian clothes. It seems as though she had recently woken up as well. Izuku then smiled and greeted the heroine. Yeah, well, I have kind of gotten used to waking up really early in the morning. It's to get ahead with my training and make sure I'm up and ready for the day. That takes a lot of discipline. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Well, I did have a really strict teacher. Izuku remembered the times where All Might would make him clean the beach well before the sun had risen. He had picked up some habits from the symbol of peace. Habits that will aid him for the rest of his life. So is everyone still asleep? Izuku asked. Yeah, I just like to wake up early to get some quality peace time before we head to work. This is one of the only times I get to spend alone in my own thoughts. Mandalay said as she admired the view of nature. Izuku raised his arms apologetically. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude on your personal time. Mandalay waved her hand. Nonsense, Midoriya. Your presence doesn't bother me. In fact, it is actually fun to see you train. So don't mind me, continue what you were doing. Izuku nodded nervously. All right if you say so. Izuku then continued his training regime. He practiced his martial styles, focusing on his Prince Turtle Hermit style. It was a fighting style that combined the strengths of Son Goku's style and Prince Vegeta's style. This was Izuku's primary form that he used in nearly all of his battles. He had been trying to master it for quite a while now. It was good, but it could still use work. The style relied on close-quarter combat, aggression, and bodacity. A very effective fighting style that could quickly take care of opponents. However, it wasn't quite as effective against opponents who were stronger and/or faster than you. Izuku learned this the strong way against Wolfram. He needed to tone down on relying on his speed and power and focus on skill to be able to take down fighters who may have the edge in power or speed, but don't have the gracefulness of a martial artist. Mandalay watched in wonder at Izuku practicing his moves. Each strike was sharp and swift. The boy was very talented, that much she could say. He also had a knack for observation and analysis. A very effective tool in the field. This kid was definitely going places. He will be an interesting one to watch over and train, that's for sure. Soon, the hour passed, and the others began to wake. They all met up outside where Aizawa told them to meet. They were surprised to see Izuku already up and about, and the fact that he had already been exercising and training and he didn't seem as tired as the others. Many students yawned as Aizawa came to address them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we will begin training camp to increase your strength in earnest. The goal of this training camp is to increase everyone's strength and with that, for everyone to obtain their provisional licenses. It is to prepare you all to face hostilities that are becoming more real by the minute. Proceed carefully. Aizawa then glanced to Izuku and threw a softball at him. So Midoriya, try throwing that. This is from the fitness test. Izuku noted. Your previous record, from right after you started school, was 80 kilometers. Let's see just how much you've improved from that day. Oh, we're checking our progress? Mina exclaimed. Since a lot has happened these past 3 months, maybe he can throw it 100 kilometers or something now. Siro said. Izuku arched his arm back as he prepared to throw the softball. I'll just use about 0.5% of pride for all. Green electricity appeared around as he threw the ball high into the air. It made a twinkle in the sky. They all waited a few moments before Aizawa's phone beeped. 13,000 kilometers? What? I knew he got stronger, but not that strong. Aizawa then glared at Izuku. You held back, didn't you? Izuku widened his eyes. How in the world did you know that? He held back. Students from Class 1A shouted in shock. Aizawa grinned creepily. It doesn't matter. During the training today, there won't be any room for half-assing. What do you mean? Izuku asked. It's about 3 months since you started high school. Through various experiences, you all have definitely improved. But that improvement has mainly been at the mental and technical levels, with some increases in stamina. But the quirks themselves have not improved that much. Aizawa said as the students in Class 1A began to understand the point of the training camp. That's why we will work on improving your quirks starting today. As you can see, Midoriya is already ahead of all you by a pretty wide margin. But that just means that his training will probably be much harder than any of yours. All of your training will be strong enough to fit your skill level. It'll be so strong you'll feel like dying, but try not to actually die. What preceded next can only be described as a living hell for the students of Class 1A. Each and every individual student had to perform a training exercise that pushed their quirks to the absolute brink. For example, Bakugo had to plunge both of his hands into boiling water to expand to his sweat glands and create explosions repeatedly to increase the scale of his attacks. Todoroki was in a bathwater tub and he had to alternate between ice and fire to make the temperature of the bathwater uniform. This training is to get his body used to freezing and have him try controlling the temperature of his flames. He might even be able to use both quirks at once eventually. Kirishima and Ojiro were training together as Ojiro hit Kirishima with his quirk active, to both strengthen their abilities. All of the students were doming something that required them to exert an enormous amount of force. Vlad King has stepped into the area with his class behind him to follow suit with the training. What is with this hell? A Class B student asked. Those of you who are operative types will have to raise your maximum limits. Heteromorphic types and other composite types need to train the parts of their body related to their quirks. Normally this would occur as your bodies grow, but we don't have that time. Class B, you guys hurry up to... Vlad King said. But once we join, there will be 40 in all. Can just 6 people manage the quirks of that many people? Kendo asked. That's why they're here. Aizawa said as 4 figures appeared. That's right. The 4 of us are one. A heroine with long green hair and cat costume exclaimed. Lock on with these sparkling gazes. Mandalay called out. We've come to lend a paw and help. The green-haired lady exclaimed. Coming out of nowhere, a masculine figure dressed in the same attire as the PP cats growled with a menacing aura. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Pixie Bob shouted. Wild PP cats. The full version. My name is Ragdoll. My quirk is Search. I can know all the info about up to 100 people by just looking at them. I can find out their location and weaknesses too. I'm Pixie Bob. With my Earth Flow, I can make the perfect places for each person to train. Call me Mandalay. And with my Telepath, I can give advice to multiple people at once. The name's Tiger, and my job is to assault through punching and kicking. There's a lot wrong with that, a Class B student said with a deadpan. All you power-up types, come to me. Tiger's boot camp has already begun. They saw Izuku with his Kaioken aura blazing around him as he did his best to maintain the form. Tiger went up to him, higher. Kaioken times 8. Izuku yelled as his power level steadily increased. Higher. Tiger demanded. Times 9. The aura increased steadily as Izuku grit his teeth in pain. Psst. Higher. Tiger yelled. Kaioken times 10. Izuku yelled at the top of his lungs, which caused a huge gust of wind. His crimson aura is much darker and red electricity was sporadic. Izuku panted, this is my current limit. Could now maintain that form without dropping out of it for the rest of the day. Izuku's jaw dropped, what? But I can barely stand right now. You're still pretty lively. That means your muscle fibers haven't been ripped apart yet. Now go help out your classmates and then run 1,000 laps around this whole forest. Tiger ordered. Yes, sir, Izuku mumbled. I can't hear you. Yes, sir. You want to go plus ultra, right? Then do it. Give me ultra. Yes, sir. Everyone looked on at Izuku in pity. Since he was the strongest, he had to do the hardest training. And it didn't seem like he was going to be given any type of break anytime. Don't fall behind Class A. Let's go, Class B, Vlad King yelled. Yes, sir. As Izuku was running his laps around the forest, Izuku began to think about what has happened in his life thus far. All Might endowed me with a quirk that was more than I deserved. Gran Torino taught me how to use my quirk that worked with my body. The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. Izuku remembered All Might's words at the beach. I've come this far since receiving it. Now, it depends on my own strong work. Izuku yelled as he began to run faster and faster around the forest in order to complete the 1,000 laps as quickly as possible. Tiger smirked. I like this one. He's got a fire in his belly. That's strength and spirit and will take him a long way. Ragdoll got curious and decided to use her search on Izuku. She found basic facts about him such as his background, his strengths, weaknesses, but there was one part that made her raise an eyebrow. The Golden Warrior. Did you say something? Mandalay asked. Oh, it's nothing. Ragdoll then decided to look deeper into this Golden Warrior. When she looked into it, she found a very interesting. The one who will shine a golden light that will bring hope. It was lunchtime now, and just like Pixie Bob said the day before, they had to make their own food. The class ate and laughed together. Many jokes were being thrown around about today's training. They all felt bad for Midoriya though, as he had to run laps the whole day and help all of his classmates. He gave everyone a few pointers and even helped Momo and Achiko control their ki a little bit, although they could still use more work. But they were getting better. Koda, it's time for dinner. Mandalay called. Koda? Izuku noticed Koda walking into the forest. Koda? Izuku followed Koda up a cliff that had a cave and a very appealing view of the stars at night. Koda's stomach was growling, signaling that he needed to consume food ASAP, but the boy ignored his own body's protests. You're hungry, aren't you? Koda turned his head to see Izuku walking up towards him with a plate in his hands. You can eat this curry. How'd you find this place? Oh, sorry. I sort of followed you. Izuku awkwardly chuckled. I thought maybe you'd want something to eat. Koda huffed. I'm fine. I don't need any. I told you, didn't I? I don't intend to hang out with you. Get out of my secret hideout. Izuku looked around. A secret hideout? Getting all into trying to improve your quirk. It's gross. You want to show off your power that badly. Izuku looked down as he chose his next words carefully. Your parents, could they be water hose? With the water quirks. Koda gasped. Did Mandalay tell you? Oh no, sorry. Yeah, I kind of ended up hearing about it, and based on the information I got, I thought maybe it was an unfortunate incident. I remember it. Koda dropped his head in anger. Shut up. Everyone's crazy. Calling each other stupid names like hero and villain and killing each other. Talking about quirks and stuff. It is because they are all showing off that it ended up like that. Stupid. It's not just heroes. Koda hates quirks and the superhuman society itself. Izuku thought as Koda's words reminded him of a certain hero killer. What is it? If there's nothing else, then go away. Koda shouted. Friend. My friend couldn't inherit any quirks from his parents. Koda said in confusion. It's a hereditary thing, and apparently it's rare but does happen, but he admired heroes and wanted to become one. But you can't be one these days without a quirk. My friend couldn't accept that for a long time and practiced, trying to draw objects to him and breathe fire. But it was no good. There are a lot of different ways to think about quirks, so I don't know if this'll apply to everyone, but if you reject it that much, then it'll just make it more painful for you. So, just shut up. Get out of here. Izuku sighed. Sorry? I'm just rambling. I'll leave the curry here. Izuku walked away, leaving Koda alone. I swear, Koda, I'll find a way to help you. It was the third night of training camp. Everyone had trained the whole day and eaten dinner. Now they were ready for the next upcoming challenge. Now we filled our bellies and washed the dishes. Pixie Bob began. It's time for the test of courage. Mina yelled in joy. We're gonna test it. Pixie Bob began to explain the rules. Okay, Class B will be the first to be the scares. Class A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names written on them in the middle of the route, so bring those back with you. Revelry in the dark? Tokoyami dramatically stated. Those being the scarers aren't allowed to make direct contact. Show us how scary you are with your quirks. Pixie Bob further explained. The class that makes the most people PSS their pants with creativity and imagination wins. Tiger exclaimed. Stop it. That's filthy. Jiro said, I see. They're trying to make us refine out ideas by making us compete with each other, giving us more options for our quirks in the process. A expected of you, A. Tenya shouted. Now, you'll draw lots to determine your partners. Pixie Bob said as she handed slips of paper. All of the teams were made. Izuku was partnered with Momo. Looks like we will be going through the test of courage together, Izuku-kun. Momo said. Yeah, let's try not to PSS our pants like Tiger-sensei said. As they were waiting for their turn, they began to smell something. Is that smoke? Pixie Bob sniffed the air. What's this burnt smell? Black smoke? Is something burning? Could there be a fire on the mountain? Just then a pink glow surrounded Pixie Bob. She flew towards something. Pixie Bob. Mandalay yelled. Those pet cats are in the way. W.I. Mineta said as he started to back away. There were two unfamiliar and unfriendly figures standing beside Pixie Bob's downstate who was knocked out due to a blow to the head. I thought they made doubly sure. Why are there villains here? Mineta cried. Pixie Bob. Izuku yelled in worry as he was about to fly straight to the two villains and take them out. But Tiger stopped him. Oh no. Mandalay whispered as she realized the situation they were in. They saw what was happening and immediately got into their fighting stance. Izuku widened his eyes as he remembered something, or rather someone. Koda. Izuku sensed for his energy and found him in his secret hiding spot. But he also felt another energy signature there. And it was dark. Koda was idly sitting down at his secret hiding spot, minding his business. He let the night summer breeze fly by as he stared at the ground intently, remembering what his Aunt Mandalay told him once after his parents died. But you know what, Koda? I'm sure there will be a day where you will meet someone, and then you'll understand. Someone who will risk their life to save you, someone who will show you the light. Someone who will be. Koda frowned angrily. There's no way anyone like that exists. Koda then began to smell smoke. He got curious and stood up to see on one side, the forest was in blue flames, and on the other was some sort of purple gas. What the heck is going on? Koda exclaimed as unbeknownst to him, a hooded figure stepped out of the shadows. How are you this evening, Youth H High School? We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. One of the villains announced. He had the form of a lizard with an outfit filled with swords and a headband that seemed to be very inspired by a certain hero killer. The League of Villains. Why are they here? Ojiro asked in shock. Izuku grit his teeth. These must be Shigaraki's goons. Demon him. How did he find out where we were? Shall I crush this girl's head? What do you think? Magna said as he threatened by putting a little pressure on Psi Bob's head. Tiger yelled, like I'd let you dash. Wait up, big sis Mag, don't be hasty. You too, Tiger. Calm down. It all depends on whether having power over life and death follows Stain's tenets or not. The lizard villain said as he got between the two. Izuku muttered. So you're the ones his ideology brought. Tenya growled. That's right. I'm Oyeyu with the glasses. You were the one who brought about the end of Stain at Hosu City. I apologize for the late introduction. He then equipped his swords. I'm Spinner, the one who will spin his dreams into reality. Izuku widened his eyes and was about to step forward, but Mandalay blocked him with a paw. Tiger then stepped forward, having enough of all of this. I don't care, but you bastards. The woman lying there, Pixie Bob, has started worrying about getting married recently. She was doing her best to find her happiness as a woman, despite her age. You can't damage that woman's face and then just stand there laughing thoughtlessly about it. What's a hero doing trying to be happy like the average person? Spinner roared as he prepared to strike. Tiger! I've broadcast instructions with my telepath. Leave the safety of the other students to Ragdoll. The two of us will hold them back here. Mandalay turned her head towards Izuku and the others. Go, everyone. Listen carefully. Do not fight. Midoriya, you're in charge. Understood, the students began to turn the other away and run except for Izuku. Let's go. Tenya said, however they noticed Izuku had not moved an inch. Izuku-kun. We have to go now. Momo called out to the class president. You all go on ahead. Izuku yelled. What are you saying? Momo asked. Mandalay. Izuku called out to the PP cat. She turned her head to face him. I know where he is. I know where Koda is at. I'm going to go save him. Mandalay widened her eyes. You can't. It's too dangerous. It will be all right. I can sense everyone's energy signatures in the camp. I know where everyone is located. But Koda is in danger right now. I sense another person near him and it isn't one of the pros or students. It's a dark energy, so it has to be one of the villains. Koda is in danger, and I'm the only one who can help him. Izuku pointed at Momo. Momochan, you're in charge. Make sure to lead everyone carefully. Create some gas masks for the purple smoke. I suspect it's poisonous. Try to regroup with Class B and the rest of the Class A. Stick together. Momo shakily nodded. All right. Izuku looked at Mandalay in the eyes. I'm going. Whether you like it or not. Mandalay gazed into Izuku's eyes. She saw an unrelenting will, resolve, and determination like no other. She recognized that look. It was the spirit of a hero. Mandalay nodded. All right. You can go. Please take care of him. Izuku smiled and gave her a thumbs up. I'll protect him with my life. The green-haired scion then blasted off into the distance, his brown tail wiggling behind him. Mandalay took a deep breath. Please, Midoriya, save him. He's the only family I have left. Koda heard Mandalay's telepath in his head. Koda? Koda, can you hear my telepath? Hurry up and come back to camp. I'm sorry. I don't know where you usually go off to. I'm currently fighting against a villain, so I'm sorry that I can't go save you. But don't worry. Help is on the way. Just stay safe. Koda grimaced at his auntie's voice as a large hulking figure approached him. He had a large hood and cape that covered his entire body. He wore a white mask that had small holes in them, presumably to allow him to see and breathe. I tried searching somewhere with a nice view, and I ended up finding a face not on our list. Koda began to shiver in fear as the large man got closer to him. He could sense negative vibes just rolling off of him. His voice was deep dark, almost as if his whole aura could intimidate anyone. Hey, by the way, you've got a nice hat there, kid. Trade with me for this lame mask. They made me wear this toy since I'm new, saying they couldn't get the shipment in time or something. The man reached for his mask and began to take it off. Koda used that chance and ran away screaming for his life. Oh hey. The villain jumped in front of Koda, cutting off his path. Let me get a shot in to cheer up. Come on. His left arm began to grow in size as raw muscular pink flesh began to wrap around it. Koda's eyes widened in shock and horror as he gasped when he saw his face. He then began to flash back to a news report of when his parents died. Water hose. They were wonderful heroes. But the couple's bright lives were cut short by a single cruel criminal. The suspect is still on the run, and police and heroes are on his trail. Koda's eyes began to tear up as he recognized the villain's face. Reality slapping him in the face as his worst nightmare came to life. The suspect's quirk is a simple power-up type, and he is very dangerous. If you see this face, contact the police or a hero immediately. In addition, the suspect is thought to have sustained an injury on his left eye from his fight with water hose earlier. Papa. Mama. Koda cried out in horror as he locked eyes with the same man who took everything from him. The villain had ash blonde hair and onyx-colored eyes. His grin was one that of a serial killer. He looked as though killing Koda was about to bring him the ultimate happiness. Just about when he was going to land the killing blow, a green blur sped past the villain and grabbed Koda and brought him out of harm's way. The villain smashed the ground as a result, which caused a tremor and knocked Koda's savior off balance. His phone came out of his pocket and its screen cracked. "What?" Koda whispered as he saw his savior get up from the crash. Izuku coughed as he gazed at the villain intently. He then asked, "Koda, are you all right?" The villain tilted his head. "You were the first one on the list." "I came to keep him from coming into contact with a villain. I can't believe that I was this close to being too late." Izuku looked toward his cracked phone on the ground. "Damn it, my cell phone broke from that crash just now. I came here without telling anyone where Koda's secret hiding spot was located. Which means I can't hope for any reinforcements like last time. There's just me. I have to do something about this villain by myself. Can I do it while protecting Koda at the same time?" Izuku looked towards Koda and saw his face streaming with tears. He was shivering as he kept on staring at the villain. Izuku used his empathy quirk on him and felt his fear and sadness. "No, I can't think like that. I just have to do it. Koda is scared. I have to give him hope. Right now, with the power I have." Izuku gripped his fists as his perfected full cowling activated with its green electric glow. "It's going to be okay, Koda." Izuku confidently smirked and got into his prince's turtle hermit stance. "I'll definitely save you." "You'll definitely save him." The villain began to laugh maniacally. "That sounds just like what someone who wants to be a hero would say. Your kind show up everywhere, talking about justice." Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Something's off about this guy. He looks familiar." "You're the one called Izuku Midoriya, right? The name's Muscular. You're the one who defeated Wolfram, right? This is perfect. We were told to take the initiative and capture you. I'll make sure to torment you thoroughly, so show me your BLD." Muscular took off his hood as he rushed towards Izuku, his left arm being engulfed with same pink muscular flesh from before. "He's coming." Izuku put his arms in front of him to block the incoming attack. But he underestimated the strength of the blow and he was sent crashing to the wall, making a small dust cloud. "Oops. I thought you could take that. Did Wolfram really lose to a brat like you?" Izuku raised his eyebrows. "You know Wolfram?" His arms were currently stinging in pain due to Muscular's punch. Muscular smirked. "Know him? Well, of course. He's my older brother." Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Muscular up and down and began to see the similarities. They were both very tall, about 6 feet 7 inches, and had very bulky figure. Their face was also eerily similar as they both had the same BLD thirsty grins. Izuku could sense that their auras and energies were almost identical. "Why, you're his younger brother?" "No way." Muscular's eyes then lit up as if he had just remembered something. "I almost forgot. If you know, tell me, where's the kid called Bakugo? He was second on our capture list just under you." "Kaken. They're after me and him." "But what? For what purpose? What do they want with us?" "I still have to do my job." Muscular lunged towards Izuku and aimed for another punch. But this time Izuku was able to move out of the way just in time. He was still holding onto his left arm in pain. Muscular sure packed a punch. "I'll take your silence to mean you don't know. Is that right?" "Oh, good then." Muscular blitzed Izuku and managed to kick the hero in training right in the gut. "Playtime!" Muscular shouted with glee as Izuku was sent crashing to the wall, making cracks form on it. Izuku dropped face first onto the floor, with BLD dripping down on the left side of his face. "Ha! BLD is exactly what I wanted from you. What did you promise? That everything would be okay. How's that working out for ya? Don't just lay there, stupid." Muscular mocked as Izuku glared at him from the ground. He slowly began to get up from the floor. "That muscle quirk of his is powerful. He sure is Wolfram's brother all right. I need a plan. If I worry about Kaken right now, I'm dead. I have to focus on the enemy in front of me." Izuku looked toward Koda, who was shaking in fear. "And I have to protect Koda." Izuku ignited his fist with green electricity as the power of pride for all surged through his sodii. Smash! Izuku punched with all his might at Muscular. But the brother of Wolfram simply blocked the smash with his muscle-augmented arm. Muscular snorted. "Is that all you've got? You're fast, but you're not strong enough to hurt me." Muscular threw Izuku away like a pest. The young hero in training rolled on the floor. My quirk increases my speed and strength so exponentially that my muscle fibers can't even be contained by my skin. I know, I'm bragging a bit, but I mean come on. Muscular's muscle augmented themselves even further and popped right out of his skin. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're just an inferior version of me. Muscular rushed at Izuku with a punch, but the young scion jumped out of the way. Inferior version of you. Oh yeah, then I'll guess we'll have to see about that. Izuku yelled as he began to power up. When he heard Muscular call him that, his scion pride from within yelled in fury. Kaioken times 3. Izuku's crimson aura came to life. His power level grew as his muscles bulked up. Muscular rolled his eyes at Izuku's display. I can't help but laugh at you, kid. You really think you're a hero, don't you? She was promptly cut off by a kick to the face. What the hell was that? Muscular yelled in confusion as he held his nose in pain. Izuku rushed towards Muscular and aimed another supercharged kick, but this time, the villain was able to dodge the blow. Muscular was getting pushed back a little due to the brunt force of the attack. Oh, so you have some backbone after all? I have more than a backbone. Izuku jumped high in the air and yelled out, perfected Texas smash. Muscular widened his eyes as he was hit directly by the smash. A large dust cloud enveloped area. After a few moments, it disappeared to show Muscular still standing. That was a pretty good hit you landed there. Izuku widened his eyes. How is he still standing there without a scratch? Muscular dusted himself off, raising his eyebrows. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot to mention something else about my quirk. Muscular's muscles then increased to double the size they were before. His aura becoming all the more menacing and dark than ever before. You see, while my quirk does increase my power and speed, there's also something else it does. It has a passive ability. It doubles my strength and speed every 10 seconds. Izuku gasped in shock. He sensed Muscular's power level to confirm his statement. It was just as he said. The villain's power level had increased exactly twice as much as before. Every 10 minutes. That's crazy. How am I supposed to keep up with that growth? Izuku mentally yelled. But before he could dwell on that any longer, he got a large muscled fist right to his noggin. Izuku crashed onto the ground, with his head buzzing in pain. He thinks he may have gotten a concussion. Don't make promises you can't keep. Live up to your words or they don't mean anything. Muscular walked over to where Izuku was laying. He saw the green-haired boy struggling to get up from the pain. He was feeling exactly like when he fought against Wolfram. Both he and Muscular questioned his integrity of a hero. And he was getting beaten both times. The thought made his BLD boil. You're no hero, you're just a fraud, and you'll die that way. Muscular raised his arm to finish the job, only to stop as he felt a pebble hitting him on the back of his neck. Muscular turned his head to see it was none other than Kota who had thrown the pebble. His eyes were full of tears. Remember water hose? My mom and my dad. Did you torment the two of them too? Before you killed them? Izuku widened his eyes in realization when he heard Kota. Seriously? Those losers were your parents? Muscular laughed as he spread his arms out. Well then, this must be fate. The water hose heroes, they're the reason I have an artificial eye in my left socket right now. Muscular pointed to his left eye, which indeed had a weird-looking replacement eye. Kota sniffed. This is all your fault. Nothing in the world is right anymore, and it's all because of crazy people like you. Muscular sighed. Little kids are always so quick to say it is someone else's fault. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I took them out because I was mad about the whole eye thing. I wanted to kill people, it's as simple as that. And those two tried to stop me. What happened was the result of all of us doing our best. The real travesty is promising to do something you aren't able to do. That's why your dear old mommy and daddy died. Muscular yelled as he raised his arm towards Kota. But before he could land a hit on the boy, Muscular heard electricity sparkling. Nice try, with the sneak attack, but I'm ready. Muscular yelled as he turned around to see Izuku flying towards him. You ruined his life, and you won't take the blame. Izuku yelled in anger. He then stuck his hand through one of his muscle fibers. Got you now. Doesn't matter how quick you are. Muscular smirked as he prepared another punch. But what's your next move? You gonna punch me with that puny quirk of yours again? It's not a matter of whether or not I can do it. Koda gasped as he heard Izuku's passion in his words. A hero's job is to risk his life, to turn his promises into a reality. As Izuku said that, he was enveloped with an even wilder crimson aura. His hair stood up on end and red lightning began to surround him. He had activated Kaioken times 10. Muscular widened his eyes. What? There's something different about him. Izuku pulled his arm back as he prepared to finish Muscular, times 10 perfected Detroit Smash. The resulting shockwave from the smash was so great that Koda was sent tumbling off of the cliff. He yelled in fear as he was about to drop to his death, but he was caught by his shirt just in the nick of time. Koda turned his head to see Izuku had grabbed onto his shirt by his teeth. Gotcha. Sorry about that. Izuku lifted Koda up back on the cliff. Izuku had BLD all over his arms and legs. Koda saw that his right arm was shredded with an ugly purple. Half of his shirt was torn, which exposed the scar that Wolfram gave him. Koda felt sorry for Izuku, seeing as he was pushing himself and risking his life to protect him. It made him feel really bad for punching him in the ball. Thank you for dash. Koda noticed Izuku was panting heavily. He then realized that before this battle, Izuku had been training all day to the limit. He must have been exhausted. And yet here he was, still fighting to defend Koda. Why? Koda whispered as he saw all of Izuku's wounds. Let's get back to camp. It's not far away. Izuku began to say before they heard a rumbling behind. Izuku turned around and widened his eyes. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Muscular stood up with his muscles and power levels even larger than before. His quirk had doubled his power again. I was at Kaioken times 10. I was almost as strong as when I had went Kaioken times 100 with Melissa-san's full gauntlet back at Island. How could he have tanked that? Muscular groaned. A bit too obvious. But not too bad, Midoriya. Oh. Stay away. Izuku yelled as he defensively got in front of Koda. Nah, attacking sounds more fun. Muscular retorted. Izuku grit his teeth. Damn it. That quirk of his is too powerful. His growth is way too fast. I have to charge up to a level that is way above his and finish him off before he can catch up to me. Izuku began to power up his crimson aura as a wave of power enveloped him. His power level kept on increasing as he pushed himself to the very limit. I know I haven't had much practice with this, but it's all I've got right now. Even if it kills me, to hell with my body. If I can protect Koda, then that's all that matters. Deku yelled to the sky, Kaioken? Times 20. Izuku's aura exploded with red. The resulting rush of power made both Muscular and Koda move back. Izuku cried out in agony as he powered up. Damn it. This hurts a hella lot more than last time. Too bad I don't got Melissa-san's full gauntlet with me. That would have made things a whole lot easier. It doesn't matter. Just ignore the pain, Midoriya. Izuku got into his stance. Koda, stay back. Koda dumbly nodded. I only have 10 seconds before his quirk doubles his power again. So I gotta make this quick and finish him off now. Izuku immediately charged towards Muscular only for him to chuckle in amusement. So this is what my big brother lost to. You going all red and yelling attack names. Give me a break. Muscular went to intercept Midoriya, only for Scion Hybrid counter-attack with a fist to the jaw. The resounding crack made the supervillain go flying into the air. Ka! Izuku flew towards Muscular and kicked back towards the ground. Me. Damn it, he's too fast. I can barely keep up. Muscular yelled as he was sent tumbling towards the ground. But Izuku wasn't done. He quickly flew towards Muscular again and uppercut him back towards the sky. Just a little more. Izuku did one last move as he landed a perfected Manchester on the back of Muscular's head, which sent him back down. Me. Izuku brought his hands together in an all-too-familiar pose. Blue energy began to manifest into his hands as he powered up to the absolute maximum. Izuku roared as he fired a Kaioken times 20 Kamehameha. The same technique Son Goku had used on Frieza back on planet Namek. The blast went straight towards Muscular, whose eyes widened in shock at the scale of the attack. The villain brought his hands forth and did his best to block the oncoming beam. He tried to push the blast back with his strength, but the Kamehameha was just too powerful. No, damn it. Muscular screamed as his collision with the beam caused a huge explosion that shook the whole forest. Everyone looked into the direction of the explosion in shock and wonder of what could be going on. Izuku floated in the air panting heavily. His entire shirt was ripped completely, leaving him shirtless. Smoke was coming out of his hands due to the heat of the Kamehameha wave. He dropped down to the floor by Koda in exhaustion. "Hey, are you okay?" Koda nervously asked Izuku as he was just recovering from the shock of the attack. He had no idea Izuku was this powerful. It made him wonder just what he had to do to gain this amount of power. Koda noticed the scars on his arm and a scar on his teeth. He grimaced as he thought about what he had just gone through. And I'm over here punching him in the ball for no reason. I'm such an idiot. Izuku smiled. I'm okay. Just a little sore, that's all. Izuku got up. All right, let's get out of here. We need to go help the others. They heard a rumble as Izuku widened his eyes in horror. No way. It can't be. Izuku turned around to see Muscular getting back up, his muscle fibers from his quirk looking charred and burned due to taking the brunt of Izuku's Kamehameha. I was at Kaioken times 20. It was stronger than when I fought Wolfram at times 100. How could he possibly still be standing? Muscular looked towards Izuku with BLD thirsty eyes. That hurt. Muscular dangerously walked towards him, each of his steps sending shivers to both Izuku and Koda's spine. Ichich, how can he even still walk? Koda cried out. He couldn't believe that this monster that killed his parents could still go. That really hurt. Muscular growled as Izuku felt the utmost fear going through his veins. It's no good. What am I supposed to do now? I just need some time to think. Tell me, why have you come here? What does the League want with us? Izuku asked the supervillain. He had to stall for time. Doesn't matter to me, I'm just glad they finally let me off the leash. As long as I get to use my quirk all I want, I really don't care. Remember what I told you earlier? We've just been playing around. Having fun. Until now. Now I'm serious. Recess is over. I'm coming at you for real. Because truth be told, you're pretty strong. I see that now. Muscular finished his piece by putting on a new artificial eye in his socket to replace the one that was destroyed in the blast. Quick, grab on, hurry. Izuku yelled to Koda as he bent down to allow him to get on his back. Koda quickly jumped on. Deku quickly jumped out of the way from Muscular's fist. The moment his fist hit the ground, the whole ground shook. Izuku noticed cracks going all around the cliff. His quirk has been supercharged to the point where one hit form him and I'm done for. It's completely insane. He really was just playing around, toying with me before he finished me. Muscular rushed towards the two, but Izuku quickly averted the danger, which caused Muscular to get stuck on a wall. Damn. I got too excited. Izuku and Koda grunted as they dropped to the ground. Izuku slowly got up on his knees, assessed the current situation. If we can just get back to camp, Mr. Aizawa should be there. Then H can erase this guy's quirk. Yeah, that's it. I need to get him to chase after me and Koda. I'm so tired from the training today. It won't work. If I turn my back on this guy, I'm done for. I have no choice but to fight him right here. Right now. I have to remember where I started, how far I've come. I'll stand my ground. And I'll make sure Koda is safe. A new wave of determination flooded Izuku. He stood up straight and stared right at Muscular. Listen to me very carefully, Koda. Stay back. And then, when it's time, run as fast as you can back to camp. Izuku commanded as he powered up. You're attacking him again. You can't do that. Let's just go. Come on. Your strongest blast barely did anything to him earlier, remember? Besides, both your arms are busted up. Koda pleaded with Izuku as he didn't want him to go on a suicide mission just to protect him. Izuku smiled sadly. It's going to be fine. Muscular cackled as he freed himself from the wall. He was ready to spill BLD. Izuku powered up to his maximum. Pride for all, 100%. I'm coming for you. Muscular yelled as he rushed towards Izuku with the intent to kill. Perfected. New York smash. Izuku bellowed as he threw the strongest punch he could muster at Muscular. Gusts of wind were produced from their titanic clash as Kota could barely stand on his 2 feet. The large mush of Muscular's quirk was forcing Izuku back. What's wrong? That was even weaker than before. Muscular taunted as he was forcing Izuku down. Okay. It'll all be okay. I will not let him get past me. Kota sprint. Izuku yelled in pain as he was losing his balance. Muscular was not holding for even a second, while Izuku's power level kept on dropping and dropping due to all of the torture his body had gone through. Kota hesitated as he froze in fear. I can't leave you here to die. Go now. Izuku yelled at the boy as his strength was going lower and lower. Muscular grinned in glee, still looking after him. You're something else, aren't you? Izuku's right arm began to bleed as he heard multiple bones crack. He grit his teeth as he kept on pushing on. Shut up, damn it. Kota looked on with tears in his eyes. But why? Show me. Your BLD Muscular put even more power into the attack, which caused Izuku to go all the way down to the floor. A real hero will always find a way for justice to be served. Izuku shed tears as he remembered All Might's words to him. I'm not strong enough. I'm too weak. I'm going to lose here. I'm going to die. Please, forgive me. I tried my very best. I'm sorry. Toshinori's I'm gonna crush you. Muscular yelled like a psychopath as Izuku was being crushed on the floor. He closed his eyes as he deactivated his quirk. There was no point anyways. He had already lost. The hero Deku had been defeated. Splash. Muscular looked up in confusion. What the dash? Is that water? Stop. Let him go. Kota had splashed Muscular with water via his quirk. Izuku widened his eyes as he heard Kota's voice. Kota, hold on there. I'll kill you after I'm done with Green Boy over here dash. Muscular was cut off by a surge of energy gathering from beneath him. His muscle arm was getting pushed up. See, I was distracted? Muscular exclaimed. Izuku saw the water on the ground. Kota had willingly used his quirk in an attempt to save him. Izuku knew that Kota hated quirks and the whole superhuman society. And yet here he was, putting himself on the line for Izuku. Using empathy, Izuku was able to feel all of the fear that Kota had within him. Fear that he would lose somebody else important to this monster. Izuku felt pure evil and killing intent coming from Muscular. It made him sick to his stomach. He hated that feeling. He didn't want Kota to experience any more pain and suffering any longer. I won't let you hurt Kota. Izuku yelled. Something was building within Izuku. A power that has been kept dormant for so long, and it was now ready to be released. Izuku thought about the one thing that mattered, and that was protecting Kota and being the hero that he promised to be. Deep within Izuku's mindscape, the first sacred door was shaking uncontrollably. The lock was breaking and golden light was making its way out. Inner Deku took a deep breath. It is finally time. Diamant. How are you getting stronger? Muscular yelled in panic. You won't lay a hand on him. Izuku said as he effortlessly lifted Muscular's arm up as golden energy began to envelop him. His hair spiked up as it stood up, defying gravity. His muscle frame got larger as he grit his teeth and closed his fists. He then roared as a stream of golden light shot from him all the way to the heavens. For a moment, the entire sky was colored golden. Everyone looked on in wonder and curiosity as to why the sky was now gold. But just as soon it appeared, it vanished. After the golden sky cleared itself out, it was left with a single boy surrounded by a pure golden aura. His hair was the same color as it was spiked all the way up. His eyes were now more teal than anything else. And his scion tail, which used to be brown, was now golden in color. Izuku Midoriya had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Kota and Muscular looked on in shock as they had their jaws dropped to the floor. They had never seen anything like this before. It was like an entirely new person had entered the battlefield. They could barely recognize him as Izuku. Even his face had a completely different expression than before. His eyes were cold as he gave Muscular the ultimate death glare. What's this? What's going on? He's different. He's changed. Muscular exclaimed in confusion. For some reason, he could almost feel the power emanating from the Super Saiyan. Izuku merely grilled him as he didn't move an inch. Muscular grew annoyed by his silence. Prepare to be squashed. Muscular raised his arm only to widen his eyes in shock. Muscular looked to his left to see Izuku standing there, holding his arm with the same blank look in his eye. Why don't you wake up? You're hurting people. What have they done to you? Izuku asked as he stared right into Muscular's soul. H's voice and tone, deeper and sharper than usual. Muscular pulled his arm away from him and responded by punching Izuku in the gut. Only for him not to flinch at all. I can't let you take your unhappiness out on other people anymore. Izuku calmly said. Muscular raised his eyebrows as he backed away from the Super Saiyan. What are you talking about? I kill when I want. The weak die and the strong survive. That is how the world works, kid. Izuku scowled as his golden aura ignited. All right then. We'll play by your rules, Muscular. Let's go. Izuku yelled out a battle cry as his ki pushed Muscular back. He then flew towards him and punched him by the side of the head and kneed him in the gut. Muscular doubled over in pain as he coughed up some BLD. He then began to laugh as Izuku stared at him with an emotionless expression. Muscular smirked. Now, I know why my brother was defeated. I love it. You're too much. Muscular doubled his power again as he rushed towards Izuku at full power with full intent to kill. Hey, inner me. Let's go full power and finish this with one attack now. Are sure about that? You don't have any practice with this power. There may be some drawbacks from using it recklessly. I don't care. His quirk is way too dangerous. I need to finish this now before he gets too powerful. Alright, it's your call. Izuku began to concentrate all of his power into his left arm, the one that wasn't completely shredded. Golden and rainbow energy began to circulate around his fist. The stars of One for All began to transfer all of their power until it all settled onto one point, which was a bright green star. Pride for all, 1,000,000%? Izuku arched his arm as something began to manifest out of it. Super Dragon Fist. A completely golden Chinese dragon formed itself from Izuku's spiritual energy. The dragon combined itself with the power of One for All and gained a rainbow aura that made it exponentially more powerful. The dragon rushed towards Muscular and opened up its mouth. What the dash! Before Muscular could say anything, he was immediately swallowed by the golden dragon. Muscular screamed in agony as its purity was scorching his skin. The dragon then spit him by breathing pure golden fire that could burn the universe itself. Muscular was sent hurling towards the wall, completely burned and unconscious from the attack. Koda stood in utter shock as he dropped to his knees. Why, Koda, your mom and dad, the water hose heroes. It's true that they ended up leaving you behind in this world. But they saved so many lives through their sacrifice. You'll see that someday. Koda sobbed as he let out all of his tears. Why did you risk your life? You'll meet someone and then you'll understand why we do this. Even though you don't know me at all. Why did you try to save me? Koda asked through his sobs. Someone who will risk their life. Someone who'll be. Koda looked down as Izuku looked up. A hero? Izuku roared to the skies like a dragon who had just claimed victory. His Super Saiyan aura flashing wildly. My golden hero. A large smoke cloud engulfed the rocky area that housed the titanic battle between hero and villain. There was a massive amount of energy concentrated in the area just about a moment ago, but it eventually died down as it signaled the end of the fight. Koda stared wide-eyed at what he just witnessed. Never in his life would he have expected something like that to happen right in front of him. After the death of his parents, he generally tried to avoid any hero-related news or battles that would happen on live TV. But seeing one so up close and personal was almost a life-defining experience. He could stand frozen as he watched the two battle. One side was risking his life to defend and protect him, while the other wanted nothing more than to cause pure destruction and take life away. Suffice to say, Koda was absolutely frightened during the battle. The same monster who took his parents away from him was about to take another life right in front of his eyes and then take his own. Kota didn't know what to do. Izuku had told him to run, but he just could not. Something in him said to stay and watch the events unfold as it would change both of their lives drastically. And so he stayed, and when he saw the green-haired teenager about to die for his sake, his hands just moved on their own. They sprayed water, which is something he never does. He vowed to never use his quirk again after the death of Waterhose, but an inner voice willed him to protect Izuku. No matter what, not let him die. Then he witnessed Izuku miraculous get up and yell at the top of his lungs. His hair changing color, his body frame and aura changing as he could feel the pressure of his golden ki spreading all throughout the rocky terrain. Then Kota saw something that made him believe he was dreaming. From Izuku's arm, yes arm, came out a flying golden Eastern-style dragon that gobbled Muscular and spit him back out, which knocked him out completely. Kota pinched himself to make sure he wasn't seeing things. There was no way that was possible. But then again, quirks were a thing, so maybe it wasn't that far-fetched. Kota looked up at Izuku. He had just finished roaring to the heavens like he was the dragon that he just summoned. He still couldn't get over how cool that was. Then Kota looked at his aura. It was pure gold, as was his hair color. His hair was spiked up and was defying gravity. Kota thought that was pretty cool too. You were right, and Kota thought back to the speech that Mandalay had given him. A hero that would show him the light. Kota didn't think it would never happen. He believed that a person like that could not exist. A person so pure and selfless, to put his life on the line to save a boy that he barely even knows. A boy who disrespected him and everything he loved. He almost died tonight saving his life. Muscular, the man who took everything away from Kota, returned to finish Kota's life and end his suffering. Kota thought that it was over. The same man who took his parents' life was going to take his life as well. It must be fate. But Kota's golden hero came swooping in and defeated Muscular. He had gotten rid of the man who symbolized all of Kota's sadness, sorrow, and everything he hated in the world. And he would forever be in Izuku's debt. Izuku panted heavily, as the BLD and sweat dripped down his body. His battle wounds were still fresh as Muscular didn't pull any punches. He had also used up a lot of energy in that last attack. He tried to move either of his arms, but they wouldn't budge. As soon as he tried to move their muscles, he would feel excruciating pain and felt bones cracking. Great. Both of my arms are broken? I told you it was going to be risky. You're lucky that your left arm didn't pop right out of its socket. Muscular had broken Izuku's right arm just before he transformed. And when he put all of his power into the Super Dragon Fist into his left arm, that completely rendered it useless. Not to mention the fact that Izuku felt pretty exhausted at the moment. He had been training to the limit the whole day with Tiger, and then he pushed himself even harder against Muscular. He had also unlocked a brand new transformation for the very first time. So a lot of things were happening at once for him. He was feeling pretty overwhelmed at the moment. Izuku slipped on his feet due to his fatigue and looked like he was about to collapse. Kota immediately bolted towards the Super Saiyan. Hey, are you okay? Izuku slowly nodded. Everything's okay. Gimme a second, and then there's something I have to take care of. But you're all beat up. What more could you have to do now? Kota exclaimed as he looked over Izuku's injuries. It was obvious that his arms were broken. They were completely shredded with an ugly purplish black. He had BLD running down his face and looked like he was about to drop dead any second. What could anyone do in that condition? Kota saw how he was fighting back there, and it was clear that Izuku was not at full strength. He needed medical attention as soon as possible. I knew he'd be strong. That's why I had to try to defeat him here. I thought I'd be able to inflict a lot more damage in the end, though. Turns out, I seriously underestimated how powerful his quirk was. Izuku grunted as he looked towards the forest covered in blue fire and purple smoke. If every villain attacking us tonight is on the same level, all of our lives are at stake. On top of that, it sounds like they're after some of us students. I have to let Mr. Aizawa and the Pussycats know that's one of the reasons they're here. Izuku narrowed his eyes as golden aura spiked up. I may not be in the best shape right now, but I'm not beaten yet. There are more people I can save. I don't have time to lay down here and take a nap just because I'm tired, while my comrades and teachers are out there risking their lives. I'll use the power I have left to do as much as I can and help as many people as I can. I did the most important thing, which was saving you. Now I have to do as many extra things as I can to ensure our safety even more. Koda stared at Izuku with admiration, dumbfounded at his heroism. His golden Super Saiyan form enhancing his heroic image. Koda felt honored that Izuku was the one to save him. And now he knew who would be his all-time favorite hero and idol. Izuku looked towards Muscular's unconscious body. We'll leave that psychopath here for the time being. With my arms messed up, my dragon fist was probably weaker than it could have been, but I made sure to put in extra power to make sure he was beaten to an inch within his life. He's not dead, but he's not getting up anytime soon. And even if he did, he'd be too weak to fight. And I'm also confident with my new power, I should be able to handle him again, no sweat. For right now, I just need to make sure you are safe. We're going to need some help only you can give us. The forest has been set on fire. That means my friends could be trapped by the flames. But we have hope. Izuku smiled at Koda. Your water quirk can put those fires out. Koda gasped, but Koda. You hear me? Koda got teary-eyed for a moment before nodded his head. All right, I'll do my best. Izuku nodded appreciatively. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Well, it's the least I can do. You did save my life after all. Izuku bent down. Now, get on my back. We need to get you to camp, fast. You sure you can carry me? You're all busted up. No need to worry. That's why I left my legs unbroken. As Koda got on, he pointed something out that had been bothering him. Hey, are you going to stay blonde? That doesn't look very efficient. Izuku comically sweat-dropped. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. This form does sap away my stamina and energy. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to disable the Super Saiyan form. But nothing happened. He got frustrated and called upon Inner Deku. Hey, how do you turn this thing off? Inner Deku shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea. Izuku's jaw dropped to the floor. What do you mean, you have no idea? Aren't you supposed to know things like this? Hey, it's the first time for me too. I don't know everything. I guess you're going to have to figure this out on your own. You have got to be kidding me. Izuku nervously chuckled. Well, Koda, looks like I'm going to be staying blonde until further notice. Izuku mentally face-bombed. This was just excellent news. He was already exhausted and tired before, but now he could not willingly get out of a form that drains his key reserves. It was completely new to him, so he wasn't used to the after effects. He didn't notice it against Muscular since he was under an adrenaline rush. But now that he was coming straight out of the body, he immediately felt the drawbacks of the form. He felt strong, stronger than he has ever been. But he didn't know how to control all of this power. It was just too much. Hang on tight. This could be rough, Izuku said as he took off to the air. As he was flying, Izuku thought back to Muscular's words. Do you know where a kid named Bakugo might be around here? Izuku grit his teeth. I've got a bad feeling about this. Why are they after me and Kaken? What are the League of Villains after? As Izuku was flying, he sensed a familiar energy signature. His eyes lit up as it was just the person he was looking for. He dropped down in front of him. Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa raised his eyebrows. Midoriya, you're here. Thank goodness. Aizawa looked Izuku up and down. He was different. Very different. What's with the blonde hair? What did you decide to dye it after training or something? As he said that, he thought in the back of his mind, does that explain the bright shining light from before? But not just that. Something's different about him. Even with all of those wounds, there's still an insane amount of power reeking off of him. So much so, that it doesn't even seem human. His whole demeanor has changed, and why does he look so angry? Izuku shook his head. No time to explain. I need to catch you up on what I've learned about the villains, but we don't have much time. Hey plus, I need to get back to Mandalay. There's something I have to tell her. Hold on. Please take care of Koda while I'm gone. Aizawa sighed. This kid is running on pure adrenaline. I'll be back soon. Izuku said as got Koda off as his back and was about to fly off before his homeroom teacher stopped him in his tracks. Wait, Midoriya. Izuku stopped as he turned around. What is it, sensei? Those injuries. He motioned towards his broken arms. You went too far again, didn't you? Have you forgotten about Hosu? Yeah, I know, I'm not supposed to use my quirk against a villain without a license, but I told Mandalay beforehand and she gave me permission. Plus, she asked me to go save Koda, so I had to go whether I had permission or not for his sake. Aizawa nodded in approval. Fine. But tell Mandalay something for me too. Sure, what is it? I hereby give all of Class 1A and Class 1B permission to use their quirks in battle against the League of Villains. They must defend themselves and each other from the villain. They can go all out if it's necessary. Izuku smiled and nodded. All right, you got it? And one last thing. I don't know what exactly is going on with you with the whole golden transformation or whatever. But I can tell that with it, you've gotten extraordinarily more power. Just make sure not to let all that power get to your head. You're clearly in a high emotional state right now, so I just want you to remember that. Understand? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I get it. I'll try not to overdo it. Well, I gotta get going. Take care of Koda for me. And with that, the Golden Warrior flew off. That kid is gonna be the end of me. Aizawa sighed as he picked up Koda and began running. The knight hero thought back to what one of Dabi's clones said to him before he dispelled. Tell me, hero. Are you worried for your students? I wonder if you can save them in the end. His words made it clear to me that our students are the targets. So it's unavoidable. They have to protect themselves. And each other. Go ahead and use your training. Midoriya. Izuku, take care of your family. I'll take the heat. Future heroes, do not let this night be the end of your journey. Aizawa then thought to the state that Izuku was in. This is bad. The only reason he's still going with those injuries is because of the endorphins pumping through his body. It's only temporary. Once he's accomplished his goals and calms down a little, he won't be able to move at all. Mister, is he gonna be okay? Aizawa's eyes motioned towards the child in his arms. I sort of punched him before. And still, he got beat to a pulp just so he could protect me. Koda began to tear up as he gripped tightly onto Eraserhead's scarf. I never apologized. Or even thanked him. Please tell me. He's not gonna get hurt more, right? Aizawa smiled as he patted Koda's head. Hey, don't worry. Your golden hero over there is a strong guy. He sustained those injuries because he has no intention of dying. He once got a plasma fist right through his itchy. This is nothing for him. Though, as his teacher when this is over, I'll have to scold him for acting so recklessly. Koda gasped, really? Aizawa nodded. You'll get your chance to talk to him again. And when you do, put more emphasis on the thank you part. Midoriya is really a special kid. He alone can inspire hope into so many people. He drives his classmates to do their absolute best. He's a symbol that all of them want to reach and surpass. It makes them all work even harder. I couldn't quite put a finger on it before, but seeing that golden form of his has now allowed me to figure out how he does it. You want to know? Koda dumbly nodded. Aizawa smiled like Cheshire Cat. It's his golden resolve. Tiger growled as he kept pummeling away at the villain, Magna. The villain easily sidestepped and dodged all of his strikes. No fair. Back off. Let me equip my item. Tiger growled even harder as he continued to fail to land a single hit on him. You mean it? How is he predicting my cat combat? You're not a real hero. Spinner exclaimed loudly as he swung his mega combination sword at Mandalay. She grunted as she was almost grazed by the stupidly large weapon. You brought this on yourself, girl? Geez, you're persistent. Mandalay slightly yelled as he jumped out of the way. As are you? But it's time to knock you off your false throne. Spinner jumped above Mandalay and was about to strike her down before they all heard an all too familiar battle cry. Smash. A golden blur sped past them as all of Spinner's swords were completely destroyed. They all gasped to see a golden-haired Izuku blitz them all with such precision and speed. Mandalay. Koda. He's safe. You saved him. Mandalia whispered in shock. She internally sighed in relief as she felt a huge weight suddenly disappear from within. When the villains attacked, the first thing on her mind was the safety of her nephew. Hearing those reassuring words from Midoriya just cleared her mind and heart of all of worry and angst. She then looked Izuku up and down. She noticed his injuries but then noticed something very appalling. Wait, why are you blonde? Not that she was complaining. Izuku's Super Saiyan form did give him an alluring look. She could see that his muscles were much more defined than before. Like when he goes Kaioken, but not overly bulky. It looked like the perfect combination between speed and power. He was definitely a lot more attractive and handsome than in his base form, as if he wasn't already. She then immediately dispelled some not-so-appropriate thoughts that began to form. She hadn't been with a man with so long that she started getting turned on by a teenager. How unprofessional. She could only imagine how Pixie Bob would react to seeing Super Saiyan Izuku. Their hair colors now matched. Don't worry about it. And I've got a message from Mr. Aizawa. We need you to use telepath. Tell everyone in Class A and Class B that Eraserhead has granted them permission to engage in combat with the villains. Mandalay nodded as she relayed the message. Everyone in Class A and Class B. In the name of the pro-hero, Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. I repeat, use your training. You may fight these villains. Mandalay bit her lip. I hope you know what you're doing, Eraser. She looked towards Izuku to see him on the ground panting. Get back to camp right now. Those injuries are not normal. Mandalay yelled to the Super Saiyan as she did a high kick towards. She noticed his arms. He usually uses his arms to smash. So when he did a kick instead of a punch, she was confused. Then she saw the state of his arms. She almost couldn't believe how busted up they were. They were definitely broken and needed medical attention immediately. She then internally gasped as she realized that Izuku must have sacrificed his arms protecting Koda. Mandalay was astonished at the heroism of this kid. He's already more heroic than a lot of pro-heroes and he was still a freshman in high school. Eraser wasn't lying. This kid is something else. It made her appreciate Izuku even more. I'm sorry Mandalay-sensei, but I can't. Izuku replied as he began to run away from the heroes and villains. Oh, you need to send one more message. The villains. I know the reason they're here. Magna quirked his eye towards Izuku as he dodged another claw strike from Tiger. Oh really? What is it? Mandalay asked. They're after 2 students. Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A and me, Izuku Midoriya. Please, you have to let the others know. Kaken is in danger. Izuku yelled as he was about to make his way out. Mandalay raised her eyebrows. They're after our students. For what? Wait a minute, they are after you too. You need to get to safety. That rumble in the ground earlier. Only 2 people in our group fight with that kind of power. And sounds like one of them talked. Magna thought as he heard Izuku's message. Could it possibly have been muscular? Don't tell me that teenager is more powerful than him. In that case, Magna advanced towards Izuku with a fist ready to implode. This child must be put down. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Magna. He saw his punch coming from a mile away. Even in a fatigued state, his Super Saiyan form was so strong that Magna was moving in absolute slow motion to him. The Golden Warrior was about to knock him out with a glance until he heard one of the other villains shout toward Magna. Don't big sis Magn. Spinner threw a knife in between Izuku and Magna to block the latter from engaging the former. Magna yelped as he jumped back from seeing the blade fly by. What the hell was that for, Spinner? He was the number 1 priority capture list. Shigaraki is the one who wants him captured. Yeah, and he's the reason we're here. But that boy is someone Stain wished to save. Which means he was deemed worthy of being called a true. If Stain spared him, then before, both Magna and Spinner were knocked down by Tiger and Mandalay respectively. About time I got a solid hit in. Mandalay exclaimed with her leg outstretched. Mandalay panted as she saw Izuku disappear into the forest with his golden aura shining. Can't stop the boy. But I can relay his message. Mandalay activated her telepath. Listen, we've discovered 2 of the villain's targets. They are students from Class 1A Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo, you should try to avoid combat. And stick to a group. Midoriya is currently coming to your aid. He isn't exactly in his normal appearance. If you see a gold blur or light, then that's him. I can't stop him from engaging from combat, but he is in critical condition. So you all see him, you should all do your best to support Midoriya. He has lost use of both of his arms. Protect him and Bakugo at all costs. After Mandalay finished relaying the message, she thought to herself, take care of yourself. Izuku. I could focus if you got out of my demon head, Mandalay. I can take care of myself. Katsuki Bakugo, one of the main targets of the League of Villains, shouted as he rushed headfirst towards the opponent, only for a multitude of long and sharp blades to come into his path. Before the blades could slice the explosion user's head off, a large stream of ice saved his head. Don't rush into this fight carelessly, Shoto yelled as he was the one who defended Bakugo. He had an unconscious Class B student on his back. He and Bakugo had just heard Mandalay's message. Of course, the Ash Blonde was ecstatic to hear that they had official permission to fight back against the villains with their quirks. But what she said next made his raised an eyebrow. Apparently he and Deku were priority targets for the League of Villains. When he initially heard that, he merely scoffed, thinking that they would be no match for Deku, as he should be able to finish them off with ease. But then Mandalay informed them that Deku was not at 100%. He could not use either of his arms. Bakugo and the rest of the students saw Izuku train furiously all day, harder than anyone else in the camp. They couldn't even imagine how exhausted he may be feeling. Have to keep going. Have to work. Do my job. The villain known as Moonfish growled as he walked on the long blades. With his quirk, Blade Tooth, he is able to manipulate his teeth into long, sharp blades that extended all the way from 20 feet in the air to the ground. He was missing 2 arms, and almost his whole face was covered by a black mask that only allowed the exposure of his mouth in order for him to use his quirk effectively. He overall had a terrifying appearance that could give almost anyone nightmares. Weren't you listening to Mandalay? They're here because they're after you. Shoto exclaimed as he shook his head at his classmate's strong-headedness. Currently, he was worried for Izuku. Knowing him, he probably overdid it and was in a serious condition right now. He wanted to go help him as soon as possible. He had helped Shoto before and was willing to return the favor. Katsuki smiled viciously, telling us not to engage and then changing their minds. I don't know how, but I get the feeling this is Deku's fault. A vein looked like it was about to pop as he thought about his best friend. The idiot must have gotten himself beaten up again. He probably was doing it to protect someone. Dimanda. Now I know why Mr. Aizawa calls you problem child. Well, I don't care what anyone says. Bakugo yelled as he was about to attack Moonfish, only for him to throw his blade tooth at the teen. Shoto responded by shooting another stream of ice in order to direct the attack away from him. Moonfish jumped into the air. Todoroki attempted to hit him with his ice, only for the villain to easily deflect it. Diamond? The bicolored teen grit his teeth in frustration. He's good at moving through this terrain with his quirk. This freak, he looks like a scrawny little sidekick to me. Bakugo replied as he got fired up. Come on, you toothy bee. This clearly isn't his first battle. Todoroki noted as studied the way the villain moved. His graceful steps showed signs of many years of battle experience. Seems like the League of Villains knows how to recruit members. Show me your exquisite flesh. Moonfish creepily said as he hung upside down from Todoroki's glacier. The son of Endeavor sucked his teeth in annoyance. We can't start fires around here because the flames will spread. Everyone could die if we are not careful. Shoto said as he saw Bakugo itching to explode Moonfish's face off. Do you understand me? Bakugo put down his arm. Yeah, I get it. I'm not stupid. I ain't trying to roast our friends. Even if we retreat, there's poison gas everywhere. They're obviously trying to drive us into a corner. Shoto saw that they were being sandwiched. They had no choice but to fight against this guy until the other students can take care of the purple gas. Katsuki, we're going to have to buy time and keep this villain busy. But you can't go crazy with the explosions. Don't aim to kill or defeat. Aim to distract. Do you understand me? Shoto exclaimed. Fine. Those extra better hurry up. I'm trying to scorch some pests. Shoto sighed. God help us all. Izuku panted as he ran through the forest. He stopped flying as he was too tired to maintain his ki in the air. He was sensing everyone's energy signatures to figure out their locations. With this information, he was currently trying to form a plan of action. Kakin and Shoto went second in the test of courage. If they didn't go back to camp yet, then they are definitely around here. I can sense them nearby. The purple smoke also looks like it is disappearing. I can feel its Suka-chan and Tetsu near the center of it. It was probably them who took care of it. Thanks you guys. You two are the MVPs. As Izuku was going over what had transpired, he felt malicious intent right in front of him. A dark shadowy hand came out of seemingly nowhere and attempted to crush him. Izuku was about to blast kick it away, only for him to get tackled out of the way by a very familiar tentacled friend. Izuku gasped, "Shoji. What happened?" Izuku saw one of Shoji's arms bleeding. He had scratches all over him as he panted. "With those injuries, you should be laid up in bed recovering. But you want to save your friend. No matter what the cost. You really are a stubborn one, Midoriya Izuku. Oh, also you're blonde now." Izuku's sweat dropped. "You're injured too?" Shoji sighed as BLD dripped from one of his tentacle arms. "We were ambushed by villains and I covered us. But the attack triggered Tokoyami's quirk, even though he was desperately trying to hold it back." Izuku widened his eyes in horror. "No. Don't tell me." Shoji nodded. "Yeah. If we want to get through here, we'll have to face Dark Shadow first." Dark Shadow growled loudly as Tokoyami struggled to hold him back. Dark Shadow was usually a miniature shadowy head of Tokoyami in the daytime, but now, in the prime of night, he was transforming into a monster of pure destruction. The darkness almost suffocating the forest with its full transformation. "Stay away from me. You'll die." Tokoyami shrieked at his two classmates as he could feel himself losing control of his quirk little by little. It won't be long until Dark Shadow will take over complete control of Tokoyami and destroy the entire forest and possibly the whole mountain area. Tokoyami, no. Izuku knew that if he did not stop Dark Shadow now, its monster form will take over and destroy everything in its path. This thing would kill all of his classmates and even the teachers too, along with the League of Villains. None of them would survive. He had to do something now, or else this night will turn into an infamous tragedy for Utehai. "How did he get this way?" Izuku asked. "Keep it down." After Mandalay told us what was happening and that we should not engage, we were both on high alert. Still, one of the villains got the drop on us. I hid in the bushes and tried to cover Tokoyami, even though one of my arms was cut off. Izuku raised his golden eyebrows. "Really?" He turned his attention to one of arms that was bleeding. Shoji nodded. "It looks bad, but it is not like it's lost forever. My dupli arms are capable of making duplicates upon duplicates. One of those was cut off. So don't worry, I'm alright. Thing is, Tokoyami couldn't stand seeing me injured like that." The quirk he'd been suppressing began to rage and take over. Dark Shadow roared loudly as Shoji and Izuku glanced at the monster of the night. The darker it is, the less control Tokoyami has. I had no idea his quirk could explode like this. Izuku said as he was shocked by the level of power he was sensing from Dark Shadow. Shoji nodded in agreement. It's probably fueled by his righteous indignation and tried to hold it back, but they made it wilder. It started lunging at any sound or movement. A beast lashing out with indiscriminate attacks. Tokoyami grit his teeth as he tried to tame Dark Shadow as best as he could. "Forget about me. Find our classmates. Help them instead. Stop this. Calm down. Dark Shadow. His quirk has a weakness to light. If we can lead them to a fire or back to camp, we can contain it. Midoriya Izuku, I know these are strange circumstances, but I can't just leave a suffering friend behind. You forced your broken body to get you here because you were worried about Bakugo. If you still want to save him, I'll distract Dark Shadow for you. And you can run." Shoji said with an expression of determination. Izuku gasped, "Hold on. The fire and camp are both pretty far away. You'll be in danger if he dash." Dark Shadow interrupted Midoriya's sentence as he slashed towards both he and Shoji. The two students of Class 1A were able to jump out of the way. "I know that," Shoji exclaimed. "But to save people you have to take risks. That's what makes a hero, A hero. Shoji then stared straight at Izuku's teal eyes. Will you stay with me and help Tokoyami? Or will you rush to Bakugo's side? You have to make a choice. Right now. Izuku grit his teeth as he closed his eyes and began to think over his options. He was in really bad shape right now. He couldn't use his arms, so creating any type of ki blasts were next to impossible. He knew Dark Shadow's weakness to light and thought that the light from his golden Super Saiyan aura could possibly calm him down. The problem with that was if he powered up and tried to exude a high amount of energy, he could pass out on the spot. He was too exhausted to be extracting so much ki like that. He then sensed his surroundings. Katsuki and Shoto were nearby. If they could lead Dark Shadow to them, they could easily take care of him with their quirks. Izuku wanted to take care of Dark Shadow himself, but in the current state he was in, he didn't have confidence in controlling his own power. Super Saiyan was still an entirely new form and power to him, and his rage and emotions could get the better of him. If he fought Dark Shadow now, he would be able to only use his legs, and that may not end up well as he mainly used his arms. This was a tough call. Izuku opened his eyes as a fiery determination enveloped him. I already have my decision. Shoji raised his brow, and that is... Izuku yelled with vigor, I'm going to save them both. I don't care if I can't use my arms. I will just have to find another way. Izuku's emotions were amplified by the Super Saiyan state. His determination and passion to save his comrades were at an all-time high. But with the Super Saiyan form, came the emotions of rage and anguish. Izuku was hating himself right now. Even with all of the power he had acquired recently, he was still useless. He was about to pass out any minute. Most of his skill set was now unavailable to him because he decided to break both of his arms. He was powerful, and yet he felt so weak at the same time. He wanted to explode right then and there and destroy every single villain for ruining their summer camp. Do you mean it? I need more. If anyone is listening right now, I need something to help me right now. I can't do this in my current condition. Please give me something. As soon as Izuku said that in his mind, he felt a spike in power within himself. A completely alien feeling enveloped him as he felt something coming and extending out of his body. He didn't know what was happening with him until he let out a large yell. Izuku cringed as felt pain coming from his arms. They were already in terrible condition, so this was only adding to the hell. However, the pain began to calm down after a couple of seconds. Izuku, are you alright? Wait a minute. What is that? Shoji stopped in his tracks as he laid his eyes upon what had come out of Izuku's arms. Izuku opened his eyes to look at what Shoji was talking about, only to gasp in shock. The things that had come out of his arms were two black spiky and electric tendrils. They were long. About 15 meters long. They seemed magnetic but also very hot as smoke was emitting from them. They made a nice contrast with Izuku's golden Super Saiyan aura. Izuku tried to move his arms, but instead, the black tendrils moved how his regular arms would have. It seemed as though the way he commanded and controlled them was based on the same principle as how he would move his arms around. What is this? Where did these things come from? Izuku asked to himself. It's called Black WHP. It is the second of your 6 quirks. It was Inner Deku who had replied to him. The inner half of the Super Saiyan warrior had remained fairly quiet for the majority of the time here at camp. Izuku was about to respond only to feel Inner Deku's presence disappear deep into his mindscape. Izuku and Shoji then heard Dark Shadow roar again loudly. Izuku, what's going on? What are those black things coming out of your arms? Izuku looked at the black tendrils. I'm not exactly sure. Izuku looked at a nearby tree. He thought about smashing the tree with his right arm. In response, the black tendrils from his right arm slicked the tree off from its roots and knocked a couple of other trees that were nearby. The resulting tremor shook the whole forest as Black WHP was a lot stronger than Izuku anticipated. Izuku cockily smirked. But I like it. Flesh. Pieces of meat. Flesh. Moonfish howled as he sent a dozen of his teeth blades towards Katsuki and Shoto. Shoto responded by blocking the onslaught with a huge block of ice. Teeth attacks. Seriously. It's time to blast this freak with everything I've got. Katsuki yelled as he was getting sick of this. They've been holding back Moonfish for a while now and they still couldn't move a dent into the death row convict. Katsuki was the most annoyed as he wasn't used to waiting around. His fighting style was more about exploding SHT first and asking questions later. Now he had to hold back his power, but his patience was wearing thin. You can't. Shoto snapped. If the trees burn, just cover them with ice, stupid. A big explosion will impair my vision, though. I may not be able to see the fire. And how are you going to get close to him anyway? Shoto yelled at his compatriot. His patience was also wearing pretty thin at Bakugo's constant complaining of not being able to go full throttle at Moonfish. The normally calm and cool-headed Todoroki was about to lose his mind. It made him wonder how Izuku could handle Bakugo on a daily basis. The explosive teen growled as he was quickly getting more frustrated. However, he and Todoroki turned their attention to elsewhere as they heard a large thumbling coming from across the forest. I see ice. They're fighting. Moonfish turned his head in confusion. They saw a large purple shadowy beast destroying every tree of the forest in its path. Bakugo! Todoroki! One of you! Give us some light! They saw Shoji yelling and running at them. They also noticed a golden-haired guy SW through the forest with black tendrils sticking to the trees as he went forward. More flesh. Moonfish howled as he aimed one of his tooth blades to strike Izuku and Shoji to deprave them of their said flesh. But Dark Shadow interjected as he roared and destroyed part of the ice wall that Shoto put up. Dark Shadow landed on Moonfish and was keeping him on the ground. Both Shoto and Katsuki gasped as they saw Tokoyami in tears. He screamed as he desperately tried to regain control. Flashback to 5 minutes ago. Shoji, I have a plan. It's not perfect, but it might work. Izuku said as he gazed at his black tendrils. What is it? Shoji asked the dupli quirk user. He was fascinated by Izuku's black WHP quirk. It reminded him of his own. If Dark Shadow reacts to sound, then you can make duplicate arms to bait him, so he'll follow us without attacking out actual bodies. And if he comes too close, I can knock him back with a slice width of my tendrils. We can lead Dark Shadow to Kaken. He'll be able to weaken him with an explosion. Izuku grit his teeth. I don't want to choose one or the other. I want to save them both. And I'm going to do that with the help of this power. Back to the present. Izuku looked at Bakugo. Kaken? Katsuki widened his eyes in shock. Deku, is that you? Why do you have blonde hair? You trying to copy me or something? And what's with those black arms? Shoji and Izuku. And is that Tokoyami? Shoto asked. Dark Shadow roared in response as he destroyed even more of Shoto's ice. Everyone gawked at the pure destructive power of the monster of the night. They had no idea Tokoyami's quirk could get so powerful and so uncontrollable. They knew their bird-headed classmate was a formidable opponent. But this is insane. Katsuki could actually feel some fear creeping up in him. Just the overall aura and power of Dark Shadow was enough to give him chills. We need some light right now. Shoji exclaimed, he's out of control. Shoji narrowly escaped a strike from Dark Shadow as Izuku pulled him away using black WHP. He's attacking blindly. I'll use my fire. Todoroki put down the student was carrying and was about to use the power from his left side only to get stopped from a hand of Bakugo. Not so fast. Shoto raised his eyebrows in confusion. He then looked towards where Bakugo was pointing at and saw Moonfish was still conscious. Flesh. Slabs of meat. No good. Can't allow it. I'm the one who gets to slice them open. Don't steal from me. Moonfish fired his blades of teeth towards the beast of the night, only for Dark Shadow to effortlessly tank all of it, as if his attack was nothing but a mere fly. You don't matter. Insignificant bug. Dark Shadow grabbed Moonfish and began to crush him, easily destroying his blade teeth. Katsuki smirked in approval. Now finish him. Dark Shadow roared as he sent Moonfish flying. The villain crashed onto a tree. The force of the impact caused him to immediately get knocked out conscious. Not enough. It's not enough. Dark Shadow growled as he got bigger and bigger. He was about to go on and destroy the entire forest. Katsuki and Shoto quickly reacted as they rushed towards the beast and activated their quirks. Katsuki's explosion and Shoto's fire. Dark Shadow squeaked as it shrunk to its normal size. Tokoyami panted in relief as he was crouching down. He had just come back from the worst and most hellish experience in his life. Even with all of the training in the summer camp, he still could not get a hold of Dark Shadow even for a second. He had completely lost control. I'm a terrible match for you, Fumikage. Katsuki scoffed, was a little disappointed in how easy that was. But inside he was relieved that the fear was gone. Tokoyami sighed as he heard Katsuki's snarky comment. Thanks. You saved me. Todoroki looked at the knocked-out form of Moonfish laying by the tree. He widened his eyes at the damage that Dark Shadow was able to produce. We could barely defend against that guy, but you beat him instantly. Shoto never realized that Tokoyami was this strong. He was able to one-shot Moonfish, while he and Katsuki, two of the monster trio of Class 1A, were not even able to lay a dent in the villain. It made Shoto respect his classmate even more and made him more motivated to try even harder in his training. He couldn't let anyone pass him by. Shoto shivered at how potentially strong Tokoyami could become if he could fully control his quirk in the prime of night. That was a thought that Shoto would rather not delve too deep into. Shoji and Izuku walked up to the fatigued state of Tokoyami. My friend. Are you okay? You did what we needed you to. Shoji said as he thought back to another part of Izuku's plan. Good, Tokoyami. Don't fight against it. Give up your control for now and just let it take over, trust me. Tokoyami put his head down in shame. I apologize. You too, Midoriya. I'm still far too immature. Anger consumed me. And I let my quirk take over. The influence of the darkness, combined with my fury, spurred Dark Shadow into a frenzy. And it got so strong I couldn't contain it. And I ended up hurting Shoji. Tokoyami grit his teeth as he punched the floor in anger. Anger in himself. He never ever wanted to hurt his comrades. He just wanted to train strong and become a hero who could help people. That is why he came to UA. He wanted people to accept him for who he is. He tried so desperately to keep his inner darkness in check. However, seeing one of his friends get hurt by such a disgusting and vile villain, it sent him over the edge. There's no reason as to why his classmates had to suffer because of his own incompetence. We'll deal with that later. That's what you'd say if our roles were reversed. Shoji said with a smile under his mask. Tokoyami gasped as he heard Shoji's response. Izuku chuckled as Shoto and Katsuki smiled as well at the scene. Izuku cleared his throat. It was time to get back to business. I don't know if you heard Mandalay, but I found out the villains are after me and Kakin. Shoji raised an eyebrow. You and Bakugo. Are they trying to kill you guys? What? No, I'm pretty sure they want to capture us alive. But I think we should get back to camp. It's the safest place now, so long as Vlad King and Mr. Aizawa have regrouped there. Tokoyami nodded. I understand. So our mission is to get you and Bakugo back to safety by serving as your protectors. It's possible the Pussycats are still fighting in the clearing. Going that way would draw the attention of the villains. Plus, it is longer. We should cut straight across. Izuku said, we don't know how many enemies there are. We might come across some by chance. Tokoyami noted the danger and flaw of that plan. After the whole Dark Shadow fiasco, he did not want to have to fight against some villains again. We can use Shoji's search ability. And with Todoroki's freezing power. And if Tokoyami's okay with it, we can always use Dark Shadow now that we can actually control him. I may not be at 100% at the moment, but me and Kakin can provide a little extra firepower if we need it. Honestly, with a group like this, I'm confident that we could beat even All Might. Izuku said as he looked at the collective strength of this team. I'd be fine by myself. Katsuki yelled. You're one of their targets, genius. You can't go by yourself. We'll surround you and Izuku as we walk. Shoto snapped back. We don't need any of your protection, Diamante. We can take care of ourselves. Shoji began to walk in front of the group. Let's go. Don't ignore me. Just make sure you keep up. Shoto smirked at Katsuki. Don't tell me what to do. Kakin, relax. It isn't that serious. And you, Deku, you still haven't told me why you're copying my hair color. First of all, it's not even the same. Mine is gold and yours is ash blonde. Second of all, it's a long story. We don't have time for this. Let's get moving. As they began to walk together as a unit, Izuku thought to himself, we'll get everyone back safely. If we can do that, that's all that matters. Achiko, is your arm okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Achiko Uraraka held onto her left arm, which was slightly bleeding due to a minor cut. She and Tsuyu were partners for the test of courage. As they were walking together, they saw the blue fire and smoke and knew that villains had infiltrated the camp. Then a girl, who seems to be about their age, appeared and identified herself with the League of Villains. Achiko and Tsuyu were immediately put on guard, and when they received Mandalay's message, giving them permission to use their quirks, they began to fight. But her second message of Izuku and Katsuki being the League's targets put the two on edge. They wondered what they could possibly want with the two of them and why. They were also both worried for Izuku, as they knew he was in pretty bad condition right now. Shallow. Not much. BLD. Himiko Toga stared at her knife, which she just slashed Achiko's arm with. She had a BLCK mouth mask on along with some sort of tank on her back, which seemed to be used for carrying some sort of liquid. When Shigaraki told her and the Vanguard Action Squad that they were going to be attacking UA's first year's summer training camp, she got excited at the prospect of finally meeting her crush, Izuku Deku Midoriya, in person. She knew she had to capture him, but she thought she could play with him a little before that. And then she ran into these girls and her interest was piqued as they had a very special vibe to them. What kind of person slashes people out of nowhere? Just who do you think you are? Tsuyu exclaimed at the female villain. Tsuyu didn't think she would encounter such a lunatic of a villain tonight. She just gave off so many weird vibes to her. Himiko pointed her knife at them. I'm Himiko Toga. Geez, you two are super cute. Achiko Uraraka and Tsuyu Azui. How does she know who we are? Achiko asked as she slightly took a step back. Maybe from the sports fest. We know nothing about her, so we're at a disadvantage. Stay on guard. Tsuyu replied. She knew they were in for a fight. Thankfully there was only one villain and two of them. So even if she did have info on them, they had the number advantage. There's not enough BLD. Normally I'd SCK it directly from the cut to make it flow, but there's no time. Himiko brought out a needle that was connected to her tube tank. Don't worry, girls. This machine will start pumping it out as soon as I stick it in you. I'll get my fill and move on. Who's first? Himiko Toga rushed forward with her knife and needle ready to shed some BLD. Tsuyu quickly reacted. Achiko. Tsuyu grabbed the zero-gravity girl with her tongue and swirled her behind. You have to get back to camp. We got permission to use our quirks to protect ourselves, not to counterattack. I'm sure that's what Mr. Aizawa meant. Tsu, come on. Achiko wailed as she reached her palm forward in an attempt to use her quirk on the frog girl to make her float. I'll be right behind you. However, when Tsu turned around, she got cut right in the tongue as Himiko slashed her. She flinched in pain as she jumped backwards. Tsu. Himiko ominously repeated as she gazed at Tsuyu's bleeding tongue. Ribbit. Tsu said as she could feel the BLD dripping. What a cute nickname. I think I'll call you that too. No, you won't. Don't even think about it. Only my friends get to call me that, and you're not my friend. The frog girl only reserved that right for a select few. It is her way of communicating to someone that they have her trust and companionship. It's a nickname that meant a lot more to her than just a simple nickname. It represents her bond with her comrades, and she was not going to let some crazy blonde girl butcher it. Tsuyu jumped up but was intercepted by a needle flying to her hair, pinning her to a tree. That means I must be your friend too. Achiko saw Himiko trapping Tsuyu and immediately started to run towards them. I'm coming. Himiko cutely gazed over at Froppy. You're bleeding, Tsu. You couldn't be more adorable. I just love BLD. We're gonna be such good friends. Get away from her. Himiko attempted to stab Achiko, but she quickly sidestepped, the knife grazing her brown hair. When your opponent has a knife, pivot on foot to disappear from their line of sight. Achiko grabbed onto Himiko's wrist and neck. Grab the wrist and the base of the neck. Pull with all your might. Achiko lifted Himiko up and slammed them. Achiko did just that to Toga as she was sent to the floor. Achiko smiled at her achievement. It's one of the close combat techniques I learned from my internship. Thanks, Gunhead Martial Arts. Achiko, that was amazing. Tsuyu complimented from her trap on the tree. So, can you use your tongue to restrain her hands? Or is it hurt? Achiko had witnessed Himiko cutting the frog girl's tongue. She imagined it hurt a lot. It'll be fine in a second, Tsu said as that made Achiko sigh in relief. Toga smiled creepily from her position on the ground. Achiko, you're delightful too. Achiko smartly replied as she now had her attention on the girl she just subdued. You've got the same smell as me. You've got a crush on someone, right? Achiko cutely grunted as her cheeks began to heat up. How does she know? Himiko took her reaction as confirmation. So do I. And I bet you also want to be exactly like that special person. This is my shot. I'll win and be just like Deku-kun. Achiko blushed in embarrassment as she remembered her thoughts from the sports festival in her fight against Bakugo. She had envied Izuku's strength, confidence, and heroism, and wanted to be just like him. To have all that he had. I can tell. Two lovesick girls. Himiko said as she licked her lips. Achiko widened her eyes in horror. What is wrong with her? At first you try to model yourself after the person you want. You start dressing like them. Thing is, that's not enough. You have to go further. Then, you realize you actually want to become that person. And once you get to that point, there's no going back. That's how love works, right? Himiko looked over Achiko. She had a face full of horror embarrassment. She was so creeped out by Toga right now, but not for the reason you'd expect. Achiko was creeped out because Toga was scarily accurate. Everything the BLD sucking villain said rang true with the Gravity Hero. How could she tell all of that right after just meeting her? What kind of charmers caught your eye? I'm fond of people who've been slashed up and reek of fresh BLD. That's why I always end up cutting them. Hey Achiko, isn't this fun? Just two girls hanging out, talking about our crushes. Toga giggled as she suddenly stabbed Achiko's left leg with her needle. Achiko grunted in pain from the needle and the shock. Achiko! Tsuyu cried out worriedly. Toga chanted as she took Achiko's BLD. Just then, a new group arrived on the scene. Uraraka. Shu questioned as he and the rest of the team made it there. They were confused at the scene that was in front of them. It seems as though Achiko had beaten one of the villains, but something looked off. They were confused as to why they saw BLD being transferred. Quickly guys. Help her. Tsuyu cried out desperately. When Toga heard that, she quickly threw Uraraka off of her and escaped into the forest. Stop. Achiko shouted after the crazy girl. There's too many people here now and I don't feel like getting killed tonight. Toodles. As she was about to leave, she noticed something, or rather someone that was rather attractive to Toga. She met eyes with Izuku. She saw his bloodied state with sweat glistening down his rock-strong abs and pecs. His arms were completely shredded as that turned her on even more. He looked different from the pictures and videos she's seen of him thought. Now, he had golden hair and bright golden aura surrounding him. He also had black tendrils coming out of his arms. He was even hotter now than when she first laid eyes on him. Toga gasped as a bright pink blush enveloped her face. She then ran into the forest to regroup with the other members of the Vanguard Action Squad. Get her. Achiko yelled. No, it's too dangerous. Tsuyu said as she held her back. We have no idea what kind of quirk she has. Who was that girl just now? Todoroki asked as he and the rest of the group ran up to them. One of the villains. She was crazy. Tsuyu replied as she was still creeped out by Toga. She was sure she was going to have nightmares about this encounter in the future. Achiko-chan, you're hurt. Izuku noted to the cuts on her leg and arm. It's not bad. I can still walk okay. You're the one who looks terrible. Oh, and why are you blonde now? Achiko asked the newly transformed Super Saiyan. As she looked over Izuku's new state, she couldn't help but blush. If she thought he was hot before, then he was stunning now. Literally. She could tell that his muscle frame was more defined now due to the transformation. She knows because she has carefully studied his frame every time he's been shirtless. Yes, she knows that's weird and borderline stalkerish, but she just couldn't help it. His golden aura was alluring. It made her hot in her unmentionables. She quickly shook those thoughts away. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Listen, it's a long story, we can't stand here and talk. Let's move. Shoji said. I'm just glad you didn't get injured too bad. Now come on. Join our group. We're protecting Kaken and making our way back to camp. We could use your help. Izuku exclaimed. Achiko and Tsuyu would definitely be great assets. Especially with Achiko's recent training with her ki. Tsuyu put a finger on her chin. If you're protecting Bakugo, then, shouldn't he be standing here with you guys? What are you talking about? He's right over here, behind you. Izuku turned around to see Katsuki Bakugo was nowhere to be found. You a what? Who let their eyes off of him? Izuku shouted as he began to panic. We're in crisis mode. And we thought we were doing well, that we'd covered our bases. But, nice trick, eh? Izuku gasped as he sensed an unfamiliar energy signature. He located it and saw somebody standing on a branch on a nearby tree. I took the lad you're talking about with my magic. A talent like his would be squandered were he cast as a hero. We'll provide him with a grander stage where he can truly shine. The person who had said that was none other than the villain, Mr. Compress. He had trapped Kastuki into a marble, which he was currently playing with. Izuku growled as he stared dead-eyed at Mr. Compress. Give. But Mr. Compress raised his eyebrows at that. Give him back. What an odd thing to say. Katsuki Bakugo doesn't belong to anyone. He's his own person. Don't be so arrogant. I can arrogant all I want. It doesn't change the fact that if you don't give him back right now like I just told you, that I'm going to break every single bone in your body. Izuku yelled as his aura got wilder and wilder. Oh really? So do you see young Bakugo as your property then? Some friend you are. Oh yeah. Izuku yelled at the top of his lungs as he powered up his ki. His Super Saiyan rage was taking over. Give him back right now. Or else I'm going to annihilate you and all of your demon friends. Izuku roared out with pure wrath as his ki explosion blew everyone off of their feet. Such power. Did I strike a nerve? Mr. Compress asked as he jumped from the tree that got blown away from Izuku's outburst. Izuku, calm down this instant. Shoto yelled as he got up. He could barely withstand the killing intent that was emanating from the enraged Super Saiyan. Why the aggression? We merely wish to show him that there are options besides the fantastical world of heroism he's drowning in. Mr. Compress had jumped to the air and landed on the top of another tree. It is important to choose a path that aligns with your core values, after all. It's not just Bakugo. Tokoyami's gone. Shoji noted. Shoto gasped. He snatched two of our strongest classmates without a sound. What power is this? The bicolored teen looked up at the villain. If you're monologuing because you think you've beaten us, you're mistaken. I don't know if you noticed, but you pissed off my best friend Izuku over here. And trust me, you don't want to mess with him when he's angry. Mr. Compress twirled around his marble, a bad habit of mine. I was once an entertainer, you know. Taking Tokoyami was a bit of improv on my part. Unfortunately, I wasn't Snatch our number one target, Izuku Midoriya, due to his overwhelming power and speed. I wouldn't want to fight him when he's angry. So I think I'll take your advice, Mr. Shoto Todoroki. Achiko growled as she activated her pink ki aura. How dare you? Mr. Compress chuckled. Poor moonfish. Our dear Blade Tooth. He may not look it, but's a dastardly death row devil whose last appeal was denied. When I saw the Avarian take him down so easily and violently, I decided he should join our troop. A second marble appeared in his hand. You BSDRD. You can't take them away. I won't let you get away with this. Izuku yelled with absolute demonic rage that made a shiver go down everyone's spine. Izuku, calm down. Here, take this guy for me. Shoto said to Achiko as he passed her the unconscious Class B student. Shoto then summoned a large glacier that covered multiple blocks of the forest. Apologies, but sleight of hand and escapology are my specialties, not combat. Mr. Compress called out as he jumped to the air to avoid Todoroki's onslaught. I'm not foolish enough to fight hero candidates from UA. He then touched his earpiece, Vanguard Action Squad. I've acquired one of our targets. Our little show has officially come to a close. Meet me at the retrieval point in the next 5 minutes for the final bow. They're going to take them. Our friends, Shoto said as Mr. Compress ran off. They can't. Izuku roared out. You're right. We'll stop them. Shoto said as he and the rest of the group ran after Mr. Compress. Damn it, this guy's quick. Shoto complained as they chased after Compress. He was hopping from tree to tree like a kangaroo. If only Ito were here. Achiko added. If I go full speed, then I could catch him in an instant. And then I'll break his neck. Izuku growled menacingly. He looked different now. His pupils were slitted like those of an animal. He grew fangs as his nails also became a lot sharper and longer. And if you look close enough, you could also see a few golden scales on the patches of his skin. His voice was also much deeper and more demonic as the rage of the Super Saiyan form was consuming him more and more. Oh, absolutely not. If you do that, then you'll pass out on the spot. We also need him to turn Bakugo and Tokoyami back to normal. If you break his neck, then it might be a little harder to get to do that. Shoto yelled. He could tell that Izuku wasn't himself right now. He didn't know what happened, but something must have triggered this transformation and now it was slowly taking him over. Hopefully it was only temporary. An angry Izuku didn't seem right. These ingenues aren't as big a deal as I expected, taunted as he casually skipped through the trees. Come on. Shoto shouted as he quickened his pace. We can't give up. Not now. We have to catch him and get our friends back. Izuku shouted. But he's pulling farther ahead with every second. Shoji said. Mr. Compress was almost out of their sight. Izuku grit his teeth. Achiko-chan. You have to make us float. The brunette asked. And then Azui. You launch us as far you can using your tongue. Ribbit. Shoji, hold me and Shoto and use your quirk to correct out trajectory through the air. Measure the distance with your eyes, Achiko-chan. And then, when the timing looks right, release us. I see. Human bullets. Shoji noted the validity of the plan. Wait, Deku-kun. You're still going to fight with those injuries? Achiko asked in deep concern. Izuku had not gotten any better ever since. His arms have gotten even more swollen and they could notice him panting even harder than before. The tendrils of black WHP were getting shorter and duller. He's in really bad shape. I wouldn't be surprised if he lost consciousness any moment now. Shoto thought. Izuku should really be resting right now. But his determination to save and protecting his friends was transcending any pain he could be feeling right now. Izuku, you stay here. With that much pain dash, trust me, I don't feel any pain right now. I can do this. Hurry. Wait, Deku-kun. Achiko had taken off her sweatshirt and ripped it off. She then formed its parts into makeshift casts. She tied one around Izuku's broken arms. This should help ease the pain. They then got into position for their plan. Achiko activated her quirk on each of them. But go ahead. Make sure you've got a good grip on them. Tsuyu then flinged them across the forest with her tongue. The guys all yelled as they flew in the air. Mr. Compress heard yelling behind him. What in Lord's name is the dash? I'm the only one here. Himiko said when she reached the retrieval point. Hey crazy. Did you get the BLD? How many different kinds? Dabi asked. One person's. Just one. Hey, what gives? Weren't you supposed to get at least 3? Twice exclaimed. That's just the way it went down. I thought those brats were gonna kill me. Toga nonchalantly replied. Whatever. You're looking a little too happy right now. Strange. Shouldn't you be full of shame? Toga giggled. Yeah, but I made some great new friends. And I found a CC boy I'm interested in. Is it me? No thanks, bae. I love you. Twice said as multiple personality disorder was in full effect. Both of you shut it. You're too loud. Dabi commanded. The blue flame quirk user then noticed something in the sky. He then widened his eyes as he saw what or who it was. Yelled as he was slammed onto the ground. Whoa, what's this? Oh hey wait, I know these kids. Who are they? Twice exclaimed. Give Kaken and Tokoyami back to US. No. Dabi sucked his teeth his annoyance. And here he thought they were about to leave. Out of the way, Compress. Got it? Compress glowed green and materialized out from under the students. Dabi then sent a torrent of blue flames at the 3 UA students. Shoto was able to get out of the way, but it grazed Izuku and Shoji. Izuku yelled in pain as he felt the burning sensation on his already messed up arms. My arms are burning, Shoji screamed. Izuku. Shoji. Shoto said before he looked up to see Twice attacking him. The beat-up gold guy is our #1 target. But you are on Shigaraki's kill list. No he isn't. Shoto summoned a stream of ice to block Twice as he screamed, so hot, in response. Izuku dodged a needle that grazed his golden hair. He looked and saw that it was Toga who had thrown it. Hi Izuku. My name is Himiko Toga. Toga jumped on top of Izuku. I've been thinking since I saw you. Himiko brought out her which caused Izuku's eyes widen, that you'd be so much sexier if you just bled a little more. I can help. Midoriya. Shoji knocked Toga off of him. Himiko gave the Dupliarm's quirk user a death glare. So, that's how it is. You want to come between us. To be honest, you're not really my type. But I'll cut you anyway. She's crazy. Shoji bluntly stated. I can see that. Shoto shot more ice towards Twice. He casually skipped over the ice. Huh. This is easy. Give me all you've got. Hey man, cut me some slack. Shoto narrowed his eyebrows angrily. What the hell is with this guy? Just then, Mr. Compress materialized from a marble. I can't believe you kids wrecked my exit. Unrehearsed amateurs. You got Bakugo? Dabi asked. Of course. He reached into his pocket for the marbles. But he didn't feel them. Shoji saw this and yelled, Midoriya. Todoroki. We're done. He gave away his best trick. I'm not sure what your quirk is, but it had to do with those little marbles, right? The ones you'd stashed in your pocket. Shoji brought out the marbles that Compress was looking for, so I'm guessing these are Tokoyami and Bakugo. You rescued them? Hot. Well, color me impressed. Just as I'd expect from someone with so many hands. How splendid. Compress complimented. Nice job, Shoji. Shot created an ice wall and began to run. Dabi aimed his hand to shoot some fire but was stopped by Compress. Oh wait. As they were running back, Izuku gasped. Anamute. Quick, this way. Shoto commanded as they went the other direction, only for their path to be blocked by an eerily familiar purple portal. Not this guy. He was at the USJ. Izuku narrowed his eyes. The warp villain. Kurogyri. It's been 5 minutes since the signal. Let's go, Dabi. The warp villain commanded. Himiko waved at Deku. Sorry, Izuku. But I'll see you later, Kay. She walked through one of the portals that Kurogyri created. Twice jumped through one of the portals as well. Hold on. We're not leaving without at least one of the kids, Dabi warned. Don't worry. They were so proud of themselves for rooting through my pockets that I thought I'd let them gloat. Compress said. What was that? Izuku snapped. But allow me to explain a basic tenet of magic. If I'm flaunting something shiny, it's because there's something else I don't want you to see. Mr. Compress partly removed his mask and opened his mouth to reveal 2 shiny blue marbles on his tongue. You've got to be kidding me. Shoto yelled in frustration. They were so close they had almost done it. Only to be duped. Mr. Compress snapped his fingers to reveal what was really in those 2 marbles that Shoji had. It was just 2 shards of ice. Is that my ice? That's right. During the freezing attack, I prepared dummies and slipped them into my right pocket. Compress said. DMNIT. Izuku began to run towards the villains. His quirk lets him compress and hold things. A little bit of misdirection. Forgive me. I do adore a twist ending. Compress began to slowly disappear into the portal. You can't do this. Compress bowed, one last bow. And then the curtain fell out of nowhere. A blue laser beam shot right through Compress' mask. Izuku looked towards the bushes. Dima. Mr. Compress spat out the 2 marbles. This caused Shoto and Shoji to desperately reach for the 2 blue orbs that held their classmates. Izuku tried to move in as well, but he had gotten so tired that he accidentally tripped on his own feet. Shoji was able to grab one of the marble. Shoto was close to reaching the other, but it was snatched out of his reach right at the last second. Well, isn't that a tragedy? Poor little Shoto Todoroki. It was Dabi who had taken the marble. Shoto grunted as he rolled on the ground. Confirm it now. Release them. That laser ruined my finale. Compress snapped his finger. Tokoyami appeared out of the marble in Shoji's hand. Bakugo in Dabi's. Dabi said as the portal slowly pulled him and Bakugo in. Kakano. Izuku tried to get up and run towards him, but he suddenly felt an aching feeling all over his body. He underestimated the severity of his injuries. He felt his power level dropping dramatically every second. It wouldn't be long until he drops dead. I can't let them take him. I need more power. No. Absolutely not. You are well over your limit as it already stands. Any more power boosts will kill you. Do you want to die? Your body has suffered so much in one day that it's a miracle you can even breathe right now. The Super Saiyan transformation and the awakening of Black WHP combined with your injuries and fatigue from all of the fighting has almost rendered you useless. You can't stop them. Kakin is going to get captured. Inner Deku replied. Fine then. I'll sacrifice one of my arms and summon another Super Dragon Fist. Are you out of your mind? With the amount of power and stamina you have left, you wouldn't even form a baby dragon. So tell me, how am I supposed to save him? Ask yourself, what is the smartest thing to do in this scenario? What are they after the most? Izuku thought and then gasped. He knew what he had to do. Shoto, listen to me very closely. I'm going to need you to do me a favor. Don't question it and just go with it. We don't have much time. Shoto nodded. Izuku then whispered a few words into his ear. After he was done, he whispered, "Are you crazy? That's suicide." But it was too late. Izuku was already running straight towards the portal. Remember Shoto. Protect them in our absence. As Izuku said that, he jumped into the purple portal along with Dabi and Bakugo, right before it closed. That night UH had lost its golden resolve. The villains had won. That was the thought that was currently going through the head of one, Momo Yaoyorozu, the vice president of Class 1A. She currently had on a hospital gown with her forehead bandaged up. She had suffered a devastating blow to the head during the villain attack on the camp. After distributing many gas masks to various students, she and Owaze, a Class 1B student, had run into a Nomu. Naturally, Momo began to get flashbacks to the USJ incident. But she did her best to calm down and focus on the enemy that was in front of her. She was way stronger than back at the USJ, and was confident in her abilities at taking down the Nomu. While she was right, thinking she was far stronger, she still underestimated the power of the Nomu and got hit by a surprise attack to the head. Due to the force and shock of the blow, Momo was temporarily out of commission, which forced Owaze to carry her to safety. Right as the Nomu was going to land another attack on the duo, it suddenly turned around and started moving in the other direction. When Momo noticed this, she assumed the worst. The villains had completed their objective and must have captured one of their targets. She then thought HRD on what would be the smartest action at that moment. She thought to herself, what would Izuku-kun do? She then created a small round device and ordered Owaze to use his quirk and slap it on the Nomu's back, without getting detected. The Class B was able to successfully carry out the request. Momo sighed in relief as they now had a backup if the worst had indeed happened. When they got back to camp, they were informed of what had happened. Vlad King was able to call emergency services. Not too long after the villains left, ambulances and firefighters arrived. Of the 40 students, 15 were unconscious and in serious condition due to the gas. 11 others were injured. 13 were unharmed, physically. And 2 of the students were captured. One of the 6 pro heroes, Pixie Bob, was in serious condition because of a blow to the head. Ragdoll was missing, but it was apparent that she'd lost a lot of BLD. Meanwhile, on the villain's side, 3 were caught and arrested. The other attackers managed to disappear without a trace thanks to the warp villain, Kurogiri. The summer training camp that they all had been looking forward to couldn't have been more of a disaster. Momo grimaced as she thought about everything that has happened as a result of the villain attack. Of course, Yue was facing high amounts of scrutiny from the media. They had allowed the League of Villains to attack their premises yet again. And it was even worse than last time. This time they had captured not one, but 2 students from the hero course. The illustrious school was getting a lot of flack for this scandal. Their security and trustworthiness was called into question. How could parents of these children allow their kids to go to an institution that didn't even guarantee their own safety? It also didn't help the fact of who was captured. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. 2 of UA's best prospects. These 2 students had shown the most potential out of the new batch of first years and had definitely made a name for themselves in the hero world. It is no wonder why the League had gone after specifically them. They knew the kind of uproar it would cause if 2 of the more popular hero prodigies were taken directly by the League of Villains. They'd premeditated this for quite some time now. This is a plan you don't just concoct overnight. No, it took a lot of meticulous planning. And Momo Yaoyorozu understood that probably more than anybody in her class. Class 1A and even Class 1B felt guilty. Guilty that they could not protect and defend their fellow peers and heroes in training. Izuku and Katsuki were their friends, and those 2 were without a doubt the most inspirational students in their grade. Their personalities, charisma, and work ethic drives them to train and work even harder than before. How could they let this happen? I'm too weak. I am pathetic. And because of my weakness, Izuku and Katsuki are now at the mercy of the League of Villains. Who knows what pain they could be forced to endure right about now. Momo silently berated herself as she gripped the hospital bedsheets. She feels the most responsible for this. She was the vice rep of the class. After Izuku, she was in charge of the safety of her classmates. She did her best to keep everyone safe. But if she had not been so careless and allowed to get caught off guard by the Nomu, she may have been able to do more. If she had taken care of the Nomu in quick fashion, like she should have, then maybe she would have caught up with Deku's group and supported them. If she had been there, maybe that would have made all of the difference that would have forced the villains to retreat and not allow them to take both Izuku and Katsuki. She had heard of the injuries that Izuku sustained during the villain attack. Both of his arms were broken and he was so tired that he could have passed out any second. But he still kept on pushing. He still kept on fighting for the sake of his classmates. He wanted to protect and save them all. He wasn't going to allow the villains to take neither Katsuki or him without a fight. He fought until the very end, and unfortunately he had lost so much strength that the League was able to capture them both. This made Izuku even more admirable in her eyes. He could have taken a break and not fought at all after breaking his arms. He could have ran away. But he only surged forward with his golden resolve. She heard from her classmates talking about how Izuku had a new golden form. They noted that it made him look even cooler, but he also had a scary aura and he didn't seem like himself. Momo had wished she was there to witness such a state. Maybe she could have helped Izuku calm down. But alas, they all had gotten separated at the beginning of the attack. Although she was very worried for her green-haired crush and explosive classmate, she couldn't imagine how their families must be feeling right now. They were the ones that were the most directly affected by this. Masaru and Mitsuki Bakugo were deeply worried and anxious about the whole situation. They didn't expect for their son and his friend to get kidnapped during their summer camp. The Bakugos had consoled Inko, who cried buckets after hearing the news. She almost had a heart attack when she first found out, but her best friend, Mitsuki, quickly calmed her down, saying that their boys were very tough and that they would take care of each other. The UH staff had ensured both families that they were working day and night to locate Izuku and Katsuki and save them. Inko had managed to get in contact with her husband Hisashi, and she let him know of what was going on. He told her not to worry as everything would be okay. Their son was too strong to not survive against this. He promised to keep in touch as he was currently busy with his job overseas. UA immediately had a meeting the next day to discuss what their next plan of action was. They had to do something quick or else they would fall even more scrutiny. All Might was irate when he heard that his successor was taken captive by the League. He blamed himself since as his students were fighting for their lives, he was relaxing at home taking a nice hot bath. He promised to find the League as soon as possible and save the two students. Letting them get kidnapped are his and all of the staff at UA's greatest failure as Itaken Midoriya, Bakugo, and society's faith in heroes. If either of the two ends up joining the side of the villains, that will be the end of UA as a school. During the meeting, President Mike brought up something that the staff never hoped they would have to consider. There is a traitor among them. Only the teachers and the pussycats knew where the training camp would be. Not even the families of the students knew where the location of the training camp was. That means that somebody from the inside had to have leaked the info to the villains. It could have been a student, a teacher, or even the principal himself. There was no 100% guarantee that anybody was innocent. While that was being discussed, All Might had gotten a phone call from his good friend, Tsukachi. He told the symbol of peace that they found a lead on where the League of Villains was hiding. They were scheduling a rescue mission with many pro-heroes. And All Might couldn't wait to beat the bastards down who would dare hurt his dear students. Momo thought back to the conversation she had with the symbol of peace, the day she woke up from her head injury. With the assistance of a ways from Class B, I attached a tracking device to one of the villains. This is the creation that will receive that signal. I hope it helps your search. Momo handed All Might the device. All Might grinned in approval. Previously Aizawa said you lacked the self-confidence and judgment needed to make quick decisions. Well, look how much you've grown. You have our thanks, Yaoyorozu. Momo nodded in thanks. With two of our classmates still in danger, it's frustrating that I can't help you more than this. I still blame myself for being powerless against the villains and not saving our classmates. I hate it. That painful feeling is proof that you are worthy of being a hero. Please don't worry. You can leave the rest to us. Not too long after that exchange, somebody else had visited her. Somebody she did not expect at all. Todoroki. What are you doing here? Momo asked incredulously. While she was happy to see one of her classmates was doing fine, she didn't expect the usually reserved student to visit her, especially alone. Hello, Yaoyorozu, I see you are doing well. I came here to talk to you about something very important. The bicolored teen replied coolly. What is it? She didn't know what the son of Endeavor needed from her, but from his expression alone, she could tell that it was serious. I heard your conversation with All Might and that detective earlier. So you know where Izuku and Katsuki are being held, or at least you have a way of leading us to them. Is that correct? Momo slowly nodded, yes. But why are you bringing this up? Shoto sighed. Well, before he and Katsuki went through the portal with the League of Villains, Izuku told me something. He trusted me with a favor. Momo widened her eyes. A favor? Yes, he asked me. Shoto proceeded to tell Momo what Izuku told him right before he jumped through the portal. After he finished, Momo gasped in shock. You can't be serious. You're joking, right? Shoto nodded. I'm dead serious. I know I told him the same thing too. I said that it was suicidal. But if I've learned anything, is that Izuku Midoriya would never do something stupid without a reason. I believe he entrusted me with this plan for a purpose. He's trying to protect all of us. Not, then he wouldn't have gone through such great lengths that he went through during the training camp. I saw him. Those injuries were no joke. He could possibly die if he doesn't get treated. And yet, he sacrificed it all for the sake of his friend. Shoto stared at Momo dead in the eyes, a look of almost desperation. Izuku saved me from my own darkness. Without him, I would still be suffering inside. He has helped all of us with our problems and put his own neck on the line for us. The least I can do is return that favor. He is my classmate, my peer, my comrade, and my friend. I'm not going to let his sacrifice be in vain. So please, Yaoyorozu, help us save him. Momo frowned as she remembered her conversation with Shoto. Shortly after, he had gathered the whole class in her hospital room to talk about the issue. This means you're going to have Yaoyorozu make another receiver for you, doesn't it? Tenya exclaimed at Todoroki. And what if it does? The son of Endeavor replied back with his eyes narrowed. Tenya grit his teeth. Demon it, Shoto. Did you not learn your lesson back at Hosu? You should listen to what All Might said. We have to leave this to the professionals. It is not the right time for us to get involved. Idiots. Kirishima then decided to speak up. Maybe, but all I know is that at camp, I couldn't do anything. I heard that 2 of our friends were targeted, and I just stood by. Helpless. So, if I stand by and do nothing now, how am I supposed to call myself a hero or a man? Kirishima, calm down, man. We are in a hospital. There's a better time and place for this, dude. Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah, and what Ida said is true. Tsuyu added. The rest of the class looked unsure. They wanted to go and help their friends, but they didn't want to have to break the rules in order to do so. UA was getting enough backlash already as it is. Now imagine if even more students got hurt. It would be the end of everything. Kirishima gripped his fists as he gazed at all of his classmates. All of you. Just listen to me for a minute. I know what you're saying is right. But still. Come on, Yaoyorozu. They are still within your reach. We can save Midoriya and Bakugo. Momo looked down at her hands. She opened and closed them repeatedly thinking, can I really reach him? Can I really save him? Can I save Izuku-kun? Mina then spoke up, so let me get this straight. You're going to get Momo to make you another receiver, track the bad guys and then try to save Aizu and Bakugo all by yourselves. Kirishima nodded. Yeah, that's the plan, Mina. The villains who attacked the camp planned to kill some of us. But they took Izuku and Katsuki alive. What we don't know is how long they'll let them live. That's why we are going after them. Shoto said as that last part made them all think on what the villains could be doing to their classmates this very moment. Ida rubbed his temples. Oh my god. Have the 2 of you lost your minds? Shoji put his arm in front of Tenya. Hey, calm down. I get how frustrated Kirishima is. And how Todoroki feels since he was there when they got taken. I'm upset too. We can't let out emotions get the best of us. Right? Kirishima looked down as he thought about what Shoji said. This gave Aoyama the time to give his 2 cents in. We should just leave this to All Might. Mr. Aizawa only gave us permission to fight and use quirks at the training camp. Aoyama is correct. Though, I'm part of the reason we failed. So I can't talk. Koyami added as he still felt guilty for losing control of Dark Shadow and allowing him to go on a rampage. Kirishima was getting annoyed. You guys? Listen. We're all shocked that Bakugo and Midoriya was taken from us. But we have to be rational. It doesn't matter how noble your intentions. If you go out there trying to find the bad guys, knowing you're breaking the rules, then you're acting like villains, not heroes. Tsuyu reminded her classmates that what they plan on doing was against the rules. If they were to actually go through with it, they could get in big trouble. All of them stayed silent as they processed all of the information. Most of the class were not comfortable enough to go through with this, but they still felt a little guilty for not helping out. Just then, a doctor came in and asked all of them to get out so they could check up on Momo's head injury. As the members of Class 1A were filling out the room, Kirishima stayed back to let Momo know of one more thing. By the way, Todoroki filled me in on what Midoriya told him right before he went through the portal. It just made me want to go save him even more. If we're doing this, it's tonight. Look, I know you still suffered through a serious head injury and you may be suffering from some trauma. So I don't know if you would be willing to go. But I wanted to invite you since you're the vice president, and Midoriya would probably trust in you enough to stand up for the rest of us. We'll meet in front of the hospital after dark. Kirishima then walked away. Shoto stayed behind to say one more thing to Momo as well. If you're still unsure about what you're going to do, then let me just put it to you like this. If the roles were reserved, and you had been captured along with Bakugo instead of Izuku, I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that he would do everything in his power to go save you even with his injuries. He's done so much for all of us. I think it's time to return the favor. Just some food for thought. Shoto then exited the room, leaving Momo in her thoughts as her doctor checked up on her head. It was almost time. The sun was setting, and they had agreed on after dark. Momo specifically thought back to the last words Shoto said to her. If the roles were reversed. Momo whispered as he had been repeating those words all day. She kept thinking back to those words. Very simple words, and yet they held so much meaning and impact to them. She couldn't imagine herself getting kidnapped by the League of Villains. She wouldn't know what to do. She knew for a fact that her family would be worried and would try to go to the ends of the earth to get their daughter back. It didn't help that she also came from a prestigious family. And now she could only imagine what Midoriya and Bakugo were going through right now. It was a sickening thought. What kind of torture were the League of Villains doing to them? What did they even want with them? She knew those two boys were strong. They could take care of themselves, but for some reason she felt the vital need to go and do something. She reprimanded herself for not being able to do anything during the camp. And now she had a chance to actually help. Now, when she has the opportunity, will she actually go with it? Or will she chicken out and stay in her nice, big mansion as she lets the others do the dirty work? She pictured Izuku's smile in her head. Oh, how she would do anything in the world to protect that smile. The smile that were always in her dreams. The smile that always lifted her up from the dumps and made her believe that she can actually become an amazing heroine one day. She always felt like she did not earn her spot in UA due to her being a recommended student. She didn't have to go through the entrance exam like the majority of the students. This made her insecure about her placement in the hero program. Did she really belong there? That was the question that always plagued her mind from the first day of school. She observed her classmates and thought that they were so much more capable than her. Then the sports festival came, and with the help of Izuku, she was able to defeat Tokoyami in a one-on-one match. She knew for a fact that she would have never been able to defeat the bird-headed student if it wasn't for Izuku's words of encouragement and her awakening of ki. And although she wasn't able to win the whole thing, she was still satisfied with that. In the final exams, she was feeling doubtful yet again. But the green-haired boy of her dreams was there yet again, to spark courage within her. And she was able to pass her exam with flying colors, with even Aizawa being impressed with how much she has grown. And it was all thanks to him. Ever since Momo had met him, she had been confused as to what her feelings about him truly were. She thought he was a kind-hearted person, with the true heart of a hero. Contrary to what many people may think, Momo has never had a boyfriend, or ever gone on a date before. It was silly to think that such a appealing young bombshell as herself had never been in a relationship before. But it was the truth. She never really paid much mind to those sort of things. She was always focused on her studies, mastering her quirk, working towards becoming a heroine. She never really had much time for boys. It also didn't help that most boys her age were only really interested in her body and looks, and not really herself. They were really materialistic and they really only wanted the clout and bragging rights for saying, "Oh yeah, I'm dating the rich and CC Momo Yaoyorozu." It honestly disgusted her. So much to the point where she just did not want anything to do with boys or relationships. Her father would often attempt to get her with the son of another prestigious and rich family so that the Yaoyorozu family name and business could extend and become even more powerful. But Momo, of course, rejected the offer every single time. Her father understood why and did not try to force her. He didn't like the idea of his daughter getting with any boy that did not respect her. He's a guy too, and he knows what guys at that age are really interested in. Mr. Yaoyorozu encouraged Momo to become a heroine and find a man that genuinely loves and respects her. He is still waiting for the day to meet this man. And then she met Izuku Midoriya. He wasn't like all of the other boys. When he talked to her, he didn't just stare at her sizable bust. No, he looked deep within her eyes as they spoke. Momo couldn't count the times she had lost herself in those magnificent emeralds he called eyes. His aura and smile alone inspired hope within them all. Every time he looked at her, her heart would skip a beat. Her stomach would get butterflies, and her breathing would quicken. It was obvious that she has a crush on him, but it seems that Izuku was still too dense to notice. But what were her feelings towards the green-haired young hero in training? Was it just a crush that she would eventually get over? It was more than that. She knew it was. She didn't want to admit it out loud, but Momo Yaoyorozu is in love with Izuku Midoriya. Momo sighed. Now that she has come to terms with her feelings, what will she do? Who knows what could happen when the heroes find the lair of the League of Villains? There wasn't even a guarantee that they would all survive. Momo gasped at that possibility. What if she never sees him again? No, that can't happen. She still hasn't told him how she feels yet. Then Momo had a revelation. If she doesn't do this, then she may live the rest of her life with regret. She didn't want that. She wanted to take any opportunity she can get. And that is exactly what she is going to do. Momo had made a decision. I'm going to go save him. And when I do, I'm going to confess and tell him how I really feel. Momo then began to get ready for the upcoming mission. It isn't going to be easy, but now she was more determined than ever. As it was approaching dark and she was just about ready, she heard a knock on her hospital room. Come on, Momo called out. She widened her eyes at who walked through the door. Achiko, said girl nervously smiled. Hey Yamamoto, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home? Momo asked. It wasn't like she didn't enjoy her company, but there must be a reason why she had come here. Especially given the fact that she was by herself. Achiko looked at Momo, who was fully dressed. So you've decided, huh? You're going to go and try to rescue them? Momo nodded. Yes. I know it may seem crazy, but I've already made up my mind. I want to do this. Well then, let me go with you guys. Momo looked at Achiko as if she had grown a second head. She wanted to go too. But wasn't she one of the people who were really against the idea of a rescue mission? Achiko sighed. I have been thinking about this all day. At first I was unsure, and agreed with the rest of the class that this idea was way too reckless. But then I thought, what would Deku-kun do in this situation? And well, the answer is pretty obvious. He would be the first one to try to go and rescue whoever one of his friends that was captured. If either one of us was taken by the League, I'm positive that he would not rest, even with all of those injuries. I know you feel guilty for not being there and not being able to do anything to prevent him and Bakugo from being captured. I feel the same way. I want to make it up somehow by taking this chance and doing everything in my power to go and save them. Deku-kun has done so much for me and all of us that I can't just sit here and allow him to be in the hands of those villains. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing that. Even though it is against the rules and it is stupid, I still want to go. So please, will you allow me to go with you guys? After her speech, Achiko was on the verge of tears. Momo could see all of the emotion she was pouring out with her speech. And then it hit Momo. Achiko, she loves him too. Doesn't she? Momo smiled. It looks as though she had some competition. But she wasn't going to let that stop her. She was determined to be the one to win over Izuku's heart. Of course you can come with us. Come on, let's go. Todoroki and Kirishima must be waiting for us outside right now. Let's not keep them waiting. Momo and Achiko made their outside where the two boys were waiting. Oh, look, Todoroki. She's here. Kirishima exclaimed. They then both gasped when they saw who was with her. Uraraka. What are you doing here? Kirishima asked. He wasn't expecting the zero-gravity quirk user to be coming along with Momo. She said she wanted to come along with us. I believe her support will be very much useful in this rescue mission. Momo answered for Achiko as the brunette nodded at her words. Shoto raised his eyebrows. Wait, so that means you've decided that you want to come along? Momo nodded. Yes, hold on. The group gasped when they turned to see who it was that interrupted them. Ida. Kirishima said. He should have seen something like this coming. Why are you here? I thought you were against this. Shoto asked. He doubted the engine quirk user was here to give them a happy send-off. Tenya growled. Why did it have to be you of all people? You, along with Midoriya, stopped me when I acted recklessly. Who received amnesty with me after Hosu. Why are you trying to make the same stupid mistakes I made? Didn't you learn? What are you talking about? Kirishima asked but stopped as soon as Shoto put a hand on his shoulder and told him to let Tenya finish. We are still just students. And UA's in a bad position as it is. Anything we do will reflect on our school. Don't you get that? Ida, we have to. I know you don't like us breaking the rules, and I would usually agree with you, but Momo started to say before she was cut off. I'm frustrated too. And concerned. Obviously. Izuku is my friend, damn it. And Bakugo, while we may not be all that close, he's still one of my classmates and comrade. I'm worried about them, just as much as all of you. When I heard about Izuku's injuries, all I could think about was my brother in the hospital. What if his body ends up irreparable just like his, because I didn't step in? Have you not stopped to think about where I'm coming from? Tenya then began to break down in tears. Or are you saying that you don't care how I feel? Momo immediately shook her head. No, of course I do. Ida, you've got it wrong. We don't expect to face them head-on and win. We'll get them back without fighting. Todoroki said. Yeah, we'll be stealthy. I'm talking covert ops here. We can rescue them without breaking the rules. Kirishima assured. I trust in you guys' judgment, but still. Things could always go wrong and I want to do my best to help out. So I'll join you as backup. Achiko exclaimed. She understood the danger of what she was agreeing to. But that didn't matter to her. She wouldn't be able to live with herself if something happened and she wasn't there to help. I'll stand behind my classmates. And we will save Deku-kun and Bakugo. You can't be serious, Uraraka. Surely, you must know what you're getting yourself into. Tenya yelled. Kirishima smiled at her words. Thanks, Uraraka. You're the best. I know this may seem foolish. And under normal circumstances, I would not agree to this. But these aren't normal circumstances. If I can do something, then I can't just sit still. I have to reach out and do something. Because all I can think about is saving them. Momo exclaimed as she stared at Tenya with an unrelenting and unwavering resolve. Tenya was taken aback by her words and conviction. He then sighed and closed his eyes. We'll never agree. So I'm going to come with you. Momo raised her eyebrows as everyone else was taken by surprise by Tenya's declaration. I have some concerns, Ida. What exactly is your justification for changing your mind and joining us? To be clear, I'm coming because I don't condone your behavior. It is as simple as that. If there's even a hint that physical combat might break out, I'll make you retreat immediately. So in other words, I'm your watchman. Tenya said as he pointed his finger at the group. Exactly what we needed, Shoto sarcastically remarked as he smiled. Momo sighed, that's fine. Objectively speaking, there's no reason for any of us to go after Izuku and Bakugo. However, she took out her tracking device. I understand how each of you feel. And I want to go save them as well. So let's try to be smart and not get ahead of ourselves. Right? You got it. Let's go save Deku-kun and Bakugo. You better not do anything rash. They then made their way to the train station. As they walked, Momo had a lingering thought in the back of her mind. A rescue without us fighting? It's not plausible. We will probably have to break the rules anyway. But I'm ready to take the consequences. Sit tight, Izuku-kun. We're coming for you. Try to keep Bakugo in control. When they boarded the train and took their seats, Momo spoke up. The coordinates indicate Kamino Ward, Yokohama City in Kanagawa Prefecture. Our travel time will be about 2 hours from here. We should arrive 10 o'clock tonight. That must be where the villains are hiding and holding Deku-kun and Bakugo captive, Achiko said. Todoroki then had something to say, just to make sure. You know we're going against everyone's wishes. And being completely selfish by doing this. We can call this off if you want to. Does it look I want to turn back? Neither Midoriya or Bakugo wouldn't think twice about going after the villains if they were here. Kirishima exclaimed. The red-haired hardening quirk user was dead set on going on this rescue mission. Okay, what about you, Uraraka? Shoto looked across to see Achiko's eyes light up at the mention of her name. She nodded, yes. I refuse to turn back. I won't let those villains get away with this. Shoto nodded in approval. I see. All right, Kamino Ward, Kanagawa Prefecture. The young aspiring heroes reached their stop and got off of the train. They then made their way to the main streets and were in awe of what they say. So this is Kamino Ward, Achiko said. It's so crowded. Todoroki noted at all of the people walking up and down the night streets. Those villains are hiding somewhere in this city. Just tell me where to go. Kirishima yelled as he began to run off in a random direction. Wait a second. Momo shouted at her red-haired classmate, which made him stop in his tracks. From now on, we are going to need to be extremely careful. These criminals already know what we look like, remember? We have to consider that we could be attacked at any moment. They were in completely unfamiliar territory. For all they knew, the villains could have already spotted them. It didn't help that they came from the most prestigious school in the country and all of them were broadcast on global television during the sports festival. Yeah, you're right. Stealth mode. Achiko made a weird ninja pose as she said that. You're standing out even more, Uraraka. Shoto said. Ida put his finger under his chin. We won't be able to scout effectively if we're recognizable. Okay, so what should we do? Kirishima asked. I have an idea. Though it is a bit old school. 10 minutes later. This is ridiculous, Ida said after coming out of the store. This is me. Incognito. Todoroki blankly said behind Ida. I don't know why you guys are complaining. I kind of dig these get-ups. Kirishima exclaimed. Yeah, I agree with Kirishima. Achiko yelled. Momo nodded. We'd stand out in this district dressed like kids. Yaoyorozu. Couldn't you have used your quirk for this to save money? Shoto asked with a sweat drop. Well, technically, but that's against the rules. If I started taking everything, think of the impact on the economy. We must ensure the flow of commerce. That's right. It is our civic duty. As citizens. You know. Todoroki Blanky replied. Kirishima chuckled. So the rich girl just wants to go shopping? Yeah, I guess so. I still don't like my outfit thought. Tenya said. But Ida, you're the one who picked it out. Achiko added. I know and I hate myself for it. Momo got in front of this group, everyone. Our destination is this way. Whoa, it's Yuhai. A random pedestrian called out as Momo immediately began to panic. Then she calmed down when she realized they were not referring to her and her classmates but to the current news broadcasting on one of the big screens. Now, let's return to a short clip from the UA High School press conference that just wrapped up. A newscaster announced, Mr. Aizawa. Achiko said as they pulled their attention towards the newscasting. And Vlad King and the principal. Momo exclaimed, What's going on? Said staff of UA was dressed in suits as they were standing up at a press conference. It seems as though they were answering many of the media's questions. About the villain's attack on the summer camp. Aizawa began to speak, We are here to apologize. A recent incident allowed harm to come to 27 first-year heroes. And we staff were ill-prepared. We take responsibility for any trauma caused by our negligence. It is our duty to train heroes, but also to protect heroes in training. They then bowed as the press took photos. This is crazy. He hates being on TV. Kirishima said. It is no secret that their homeroom teacher didn't like the spotlight nor the press too much. And here he was in a press conference being broadcasted on television. I'll take the first question. A reporter called out. Since the beginning of the year, UA students have had 4 encounters with villains. 5, if you count the incident on I Island. This time, there were students who were gravely injured. How did you explain this to their families? And what are some of the specific steps you're taking to ensure their safety in the future? Momo frowned at that question. The media should know what UA's basic position is since they didn't cancel the sports festival. They just want him to look bad. Momo angrily gripped her fists. They're treating them like villains. Nisa decided to reply to the question, We will increase patrols around the school grounds and review security measures within the school. The safety of UA students is our main priority, make no mistake about it. Ugh, what are these dudes thinking? They're gonna get those kids killed? They should be ashamed. Increased patrols. Gimme a break. What about the rest of us? Many of the people in the crowd began to insult UA. They clearly didn't believe in anything that Nizu just said. This was evidence that the people were quickly losing faith in UA. The mood was changing. You could feel it in the air. People were turning against heroes. And if they didn't do something, it was just going to get worse. In a bar, the TV was shut off as the person who had the remote looked behind him with a smug smirk on his face. Isn't that strange? The heroes are becoming the bad guys. Seems like they're not dealing with this very well at all. It was Tamura Shigaraki who had spoken. He and the rest of the League of Villains were located in their hideout, which was the bar. The rest of the members stood quietly as Tamura continued his speech. So much criticism. But everyone makes a mistake or two, right? It is not like they are supposed to be perfect. Modern-day heroes sure have it rough. Don't you think, Katsuki Bakugo? Izuku Midoriya said. Teenagers were tied up against chairs as they looked on blankly at Tamura. Katsuki growled as he watched the newscasting. This was exactly what they wanted. Izuku had dropped out of his Super Saiyan form when he came through the portal. He was so exhausted that he had passed out. When he woke up, he found himself strapped to a chair, besides Katsuki, with some of his wounds fairly treated, but he was still in serious condition. He looked on at Tamura as he also heard the newscasting. It seems like this is what they had planned all along. And Izuku knew it. But he was much more calm than Bakugo and did not let any emotion show on his face. Once a hero receives payment to protect people, they aren't a real hero anymore. That's what Stain's actions taught us. Spinner added as he stared at Izuku. He knew that Stain had saved him for a reason. He had the true heart of a hero. That was made apparent when he sacrificed his body to save his classmates. A hero in this current system only cares about money and glory. And since society buys into those idiotic rules, anyone deemed a loser is shoved aside. So we want to pose some questions. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly fair? Soon, everyone will be asking. That's when we will know we have one. And you too like winning, don't you? Shigaraki said as Katsuki growled at them. Shigaraki only smirked as he saw two of the biggest hero prospects sitting and tied, as they watched defensively as their beloved hero society falls and crumbles right before their eyes. Shigaraki was about to say something else before they all began to hear dry laughter. It was silent at first, but then it got louder and louder before it got hysterical. They all turned to see Izuku was the one who was laughing. He was laughing like a maniac. It made even some of them uncomfortable. He kept on laughing and laughing without rest, as if he was slowly going into madness. That laugh didn't remind them of a hero. It reminded them more of a possessed villain that was about to leave destruction in his wake. He kept laughing and laughing for about 5 minutes before Shigaraki slammed his fist on the bar counter. Is something funny, Deku? Tamura growled out. He didn't think he had cracked a joke during his whole spiel. He didn't intend for anything what he said to be comedic. It wasn't meant to be taken as a joke. So why was one of their prisoners laughing his butt off like some sort of crackhead? Izuku stopped laughing. He took a deep breath as he blankly stared at Shigaraki. He then smirked at his angry face. What's funny? Oh, nothing really. I'm just laughing at the fact on how you guys think that you have already won. It's really funny. Hilarious, even. I'm sorry for my outburst. But I just couldn't control myself. I couldn't help it. I just had to laugh. Oh yeah. So that's funny to you. Didn't you just see the news? Your school is being criticized for allowing you kids for getting hurt and kidnapped. People are losing their faith. It won't be long until heroes have been completely rejected. And then we would have finally won. Accept it, death. Your dream of becoming the #1 hero is dead. There won't be any more heroes after we're done. All there will be is destruction, ruin, and chaos. Shigaraki said as he slammed his fists on the bar counter again. He looked to see Izuku with the same blank look on his face, not allowing any type of emotion to show. Until he spoke again. You're an idiot, Izuku plainly said. Shigaraki widened his eyes and was about to shout in anger once more, before he calmed himself down and took a deep breath. He then pointed at Dabi. Dabi, let them go. Dabi sighed. You know they'll just fight. It's fine. We're recruiting them, so we should treat them both as equals. Besides, they're smart enough to know they can't take us all, right? At least not with those injuries. Shigaraki smugly smirked at Izuku and Katsuki. After all, UA students are so clever. Izuku chuckled. Oh yeah. You sure about that? Me and my good friend Kakin over here aren't pushovers. Even with my injuries, I'm positive I can take on at least 4 or 5 of you. And maybe he can take out the rest. What do you think, buddy? Bakugo laughed at Izuku's antics. Yeah, I agree. I definitely wouldn't suggest these villain extras to underestimate us. We ain't 2 of the top strongest students in UA for nothing. Yeah, don't forget. I'm the one who took care of your strongest member. Muscular, was it? You want to end up like him. The entire league widened their eyes. They had almost forgotten that Muscular was defeated back at the camp. And it came as no surprise as to who it was who took care of him. Most of the league began to sweat as, if Deku was strong enough to make short work of their strongest member, then who knows how strong the kid truly was. Hey Twice. You do it. Dabi said with a nudge. Hell no. You don't see those looks in those eyes. No thanks. Twice yelled. As he ran to go hide in a corner. Magna, you have to out of your demon mind. I ain't messing with the kid that beat Muscular. He has to be a monster to have that kind of power at such a young age. Magna cried out as he followed behind Twice and hid in the same corner. Compress. I would like to keep my internal organs the way they are, thank you very much. A loud feminine sigh could be heard as their only female member began to make her way towards the prisoners. You guys are such pansies. Give me the key. Himiko made her way over towards Izuku and began to unlock his shackles. Deku's a good boy. He won't lay a hand on any of us. Right, Izuku? Himiko seductively purred out as she took that chance to invade Izuku's personal space. He immediately gained a blush on his face due to the close contact. He wasn't used to all of the female attention as of late. And he didn't think that this admittedly cute schoolgirl would try to put the moves on him right in front of her teammates. She then whispered in his ear, I'm sorry for what me and my team did to you and your camp. But I promise to make it up to you later. The blonde proceeded to slowly lick his ear, where there still remained some dry blood. Izuku began to emit steam as he didn't expect such a forward advance from the villainess. But he had to remain cool right now. Or else, the plan will just go to waste. It didn't help that she winked at him before she went on to get Bakugo out of his locks. As Himiko was doing that, spoke up, I do apologize for such forceful method. But please understand that we aren't some kind of unruly mob committing crimes without a third act in mind. We didn't kidnap you two by accident. Shigaraki stood up from his seat. Even though our backgrounds are different, everyone here has suffered. Because of people, rules, and heroes who try to hold us back. I'm sure you're the same. Shigaraki said as he walked up towards Bakugo. At that moment, Katsuki quickly pushed Himiko aside towards Izuku, and then fired off a loud and boisterous explosion right to Tamura's face. The explosion created a large smoke screen as it was so strong that Shigaraki's hand that he had on his head fell off. Shigaraki! Twice yelled out. Izuku started laughing at the scene. Can't say I didn't see that coming. Bakugo took a deep breath as he stared at the League of Villains. I'm done listening to your endless talking. Can you not get to the point, or do you just like the sound of your own voice? Yeah, I agree with Kaken. You were getting kind of annoying there. Bakugo continued his tirade. Basically, what you're saying is you want to cause some trouble and you want us to join you. Well, screw you. We ain't joining SHT. I like to win. I want to win just like All Might. No matter what you have to offer me, that will never change, do you understand? Shigaraki stayed still. He looked at the hand that was now lying on the floor. He widened his eyes as he yelled out. Father! Just then, somehow one of the TVs that were still turned on in the bar was showing a live broadcast of the UA press conference. They all turned their attention towards the TV, which showed a reporter about to ask Aizawa a question. You spoke about keeping the students safe, Eraserhead. But according to our information, you encouraged them to fight during the attack of the training camp, putting them in grave danger. What was your reasoning for this? I concluded that because we didn't know the full situation, allowing them to use their quirks would help avoid the worst possible outcome. Shota replied. He was currently wishing he didn't have to be there. He much rather would be napping right now. And what would that outcome be? Do you think 26 victims and 2 kidnapped children is a win for UA High? I assure you that things could have gone much more poorly. I feared every student would be tortured and killed in the end. Nizu took this opportunity to speak. Most of the victims were harmed by the gas attack. We've determined it to be the result of the poisonous quirk used by one of the villains. It is thanks to the quick actions of Ms. Kendo and Mr. Tetsu that injuries were kept to a bare minimum. Additionally, we're providing mental health counseling to every student, though at the moment, we do not see any signs of serious psychological trauma. So you found a bright spot in this tragedy. The reporter made a snarky reply. It was obvious that he was trying to spark a reaction out of them. We're relieved that an entire class of burgeoning heroes still has a future, Niza said. Can you say the same for the abducted Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo? They both enrolled at your school with excellent marks, and both went on to get top 3 in the sports festival, with Midoriya coming in first place and Bakugo coming in third. Before that, they survived the attack of a powerful sludge villain who eventually had to be taken down by All Might. The boys are obviously strong and heroic. On the other hand, the violence they displayed in the semi-finals and their attitude during their no-holds-barred match both showed that they are still young and have trouble controlling their tempers. What if this is the real reason the villains kidnapped them? What if they are brainwashing Midoriya and Bakugo right now as we speak, and pulling them toward the path of evil? How can you sit there and tell us they still have a future? Vlad King narrowed his eyes. This reporter knows exactly what he's doing. He's trying to antagonize us so we say something damning. He noticed Aizawa stand up. You can't fall for it, Eraser. He most likely knows how much you hate the media. Don't let him trick you. Aizawa then bowed. As Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo's homeroom teacher, I take full responsibility for not taming their more violent behavior. However, their actions at the sports festival were both born of deep-seated convictions. They both have the same dream: to become the #1 pro hero. And they are trying harder than anyone in their pursuit of that dream. Their match in the semifinals should have shown you and everyone else that they are willing to put it all on the line in order to accomplish their goals. They won't stop at nothing until they have transformed into the best possible heroes they can be. Out of all of my years in teaching and being in the hero business, those two have shown more heart and will than any other heroes that I have ever seen, even All Might himself. So if the villains think they have any chance with them, then they are grossly mistaken. I can guarantee you that much. Everyone in the press conference were taken aback by the amount of praise that Aizawa was giving his students. The reporter regained his bearings and proceeded with his questioning. That doesn't amount to real evidence, though. I didn't ask you how you feel, I asked if you had concrete information. Nizu spoke up. We're doing our best with the intel we currently have available. I have no doubt the police will break this case very soon. We won't rest until our missing student is returned to UA. Katsuki smirked after hearing those words. Did you hear the teachers? They get us more than I thought. We'll never join your League of Bastards. They went through the trouble of mounting a huge attack, all just to bring us back here. The idiots even said what they wanted: for us to join their pathetic group. Which means I know they won't kill us. Deku definitely already figured that out. What a bunch of amateurs. Now's our chance. We gotta take a couple of them down quick and get the hell out of here. We may not be at camp, but we're still allowed to fight. Bakugo shouted. He turned his head towards Izuku. Hey, can you still battle with all of those injuries? Izuku nodded. I don't need arms to take care of these cannon fodder. Magna sucked his teeth. He must have figured out that they're important to us. What a clever boy. Oh, he's a fool. Dabi commented. Himiko clapped her hands. Let me stab him. A clever performer would have acted like we were winning him over. Now that he's broken character, he's finished. Mr. Compress exclaimed. Katsuki smirked. I only do whatever I want to, and I won't even pretend otherwise. And I'm tired of being surrounded by a bunch of lame but wannabes. Shigaraki twitched his fingers. Father? Kurojiiri panicked. No, Tamura Shigaraki. Be calm. He was about to activate a portal before Shigaraki stopped him by lifting an arm. Don't lay a finger on them. Any of you. He picked up the hand that had fallen off. These heroes, he put the hand back on his face, is still a valuable piece. I wish you would have listened to what I had to say. I thought we could have come to an understanding. Heroes and villains are cut from the same cloth. Katsuki remembered the words that Best Jeanist told him. What? You think we're the same? Not a chance. Then I have no choice. The heroes said they'd continue their investigation of our group, so we don't have time to stand here and talk. Shigaraki turned around to a TV whose screen read, sound only. Temestiar. Lend me your power. Izuku widened his eyes. That can't be. No, it has to be. All for One smirked as he saw the events following through on his monitor. That is a wise decision, Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku gasped, that's the same voice from my visions. That is definitely him. Sirbi. It looks like things are about to get heated soon. Shoto, where are you? I thought you were the boss around here. But you're a sidekick. Bakugo shouted. Kurojairi. Compress. It is time to put them back to sleep. Shigaraki ordered. Mr. Compress sighed. I can't believe he's such a bad audience member. It is almost impressive. If you want me to listen, then get on your knees and beg. Bakugo exclaimed as he got into a fighting position. Kakenwi. Izuku yelled. He had felt various energy signatures coming to this location. And they were very familiar. Katsuki grit his teeth when he heard Izuku's warning, I wanna blow them away with maximum firepower, but that warp guy is way too fast. We need to make an opening somehow and get to the back door. They all stopped when they heard knocking from the front door. I got a pizza DLVY here. They all looked towards the front door in suspicion. I didn't order any pizza. Did you guys? Twice asked. Izuku then smiled, as he sensed a very large and familiar key signature. He's here? They all looked at him confused before the wall behind Spinner completely crashed down. Smash. It none other than All Might who had blown open the wall with his fist of justice. Spinner looked gobsmacked. What the dash? Kurojairi. Gate. Shigaraki shouted. Kurojairi was about to teleport them out of there before they heard another hero flying in. Preemptive binding. All members of the League of Villains were suddenly tangled up in what seemed to be wood. Lacquered chain prison. Kamui Woods called out as he successfully trapped all of the villains. That's it. Dabi said as he was about to flare his quirk, knowing that wood doesn't mix well with fire. However, before he could do that, he was kicked upside the face by a bolting old-timer. Don't do anything foolish. It is in your best interest to cooperate with us. Gran Torino exclaimed as he warned Dabi to not try anything funny. Just what I'd expect from a competent new hero. And veteran pro who moves faster than the eye can see. All Might's eyes grew blue as he stared down the League. You can't run anymore, League of Villains. Understand? Because we are here now. Right after the press conference. They had this ruse planned the whole time. Mr. Compress said shocked. Tree Man. You're hugging me too tight. Harder. Twice yelled. One tends to neglect defense when they're on the offense. But we didn't come alone. Take a look. The number 5 pro hero, Edge Shot, appeared inside the bar as he opened the front door to reveal many SWAT members with assault rifles ready to fire. You're surrounded by the police. Not to mention powerful heroes like Endeavor. Tsukachi. Why does Edge Shot get to rush into the fight while I'm stuck here with you? Endeavor complained. When he had gotten the call to help on this rescue mission, he accepted without hesitation. He wanted to show the villains to not mess with the son of his best friend. Because if someone slips out, we'll need you to capture them immediately. The detective replied. All Might turned his attention towards his 2 students. You two must have been scared. But you stayed strong. I'm sorry. You 2 young men are safe now. What? I wasn't scared. Not even close. All Might, I've literally fought with you side by side to stop a crazy maniac from destroying an island. I think this is pretty tame compared to that. Izuku said with a sweat drop. All Might smiled at the antics. Heh. He then noticed that Izuku was still injured. Young Midoriya, you're way too reckless. But you're alive and that's the important part. He gave him a thumbs up with a shiny smile. Shigaraki grunted. After I went through all the trouble of preparing this, the final boss goes and shows up on my doorstep. Everyone's been restrained. There's no easy way to escape. It can't be helped. So they've got backup. What we do? Kurojairi. Warp over as many as you can. The Nomu, right? A couple of seconds passed, but there was no Nomu inside. Shigaraki looked towards Kurojairi. What are you waiting for, a minute? I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki. The Nomus were supposed to be in a fixed location, but they're gone. Kurojairi said. It seems you have a lot to learn, Shigaraki. You're still green. All Might grabbed onto Izuku and Katsuki's shoulders. Your little league underestimated all of us. The souls of these young men. The police's diligent investigations. And our righteous fury. We have control. The Nomu are neutralized. Best Genius voice sounded from the heroes and police's earpieces. All Might smiled. Enough is enough. Your game has come to an end, Tamura Shigaraki. Spinner yelped. All Might please. You're the only hero Stain respected. You are worthy. You think it's over? Don't be stupid. I've only just begun to play. Justice. You created a garbage society by lifting up such ridiculous ideals. That's why I targeted you, All Might. It is why I started gathering people to my cause. You think this is the end? Then you've lost. Kurogyri. Shigaraki called out but then gasped when he saw Kurogyri collapse. Magna yelped, what just happened? I couldn't see anything. Did they kill him? I played around with his insides and made him fall unconscious. Ninpo, Thousand Sheet Pierce. He was such a nuisance. He had to sleep. Edge said as he had used his quirk on Kurogyri. Weren't you listening earlier? You'll all be better off if you take us seriously. Gran Torino yelled. Kenji Hikishi. Atsuhiro Seiko. Shuichi Iguchi. Himiko. Toga. Jean Babaigawar. Though they had little time and information, the police worked day and night to discover your true identities. Do you understand? There's nowhere left for any of you to run. So Shigaraki. One question. Where is your boss hiding? Shigaraki gasped as he had a flashback to his first meeting with his emissary. No one's come to save you, have they? You've had a strong life, Tenko Shimura. He'll be fine. Eventually, the heroes will help. I'm sure that's what everyone thought as they looked away and ignored you. The world shouldn't be so unforgiving. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry. I am here for you. No. This is not over. Just you wait. The game is still mine. You'll tell us where he is right now. All Might ordered. Go away. Disappear. All Might growled, Shigaraki. This is your fault. I hate you. Right at that moment, gray portals opened up beside Tamura, with Nomu coming out of them. They were growling as they exited out of the portal. Nomu. How did they get here? Kamui asked. What is this? More Nomu started to appear from above. Damn it, that shot. Stop Kurogyri. Gran Torino yelled. He's still out. This isn't his doing. The number 5 pro hero replied. They keep on coming. Don't release them under any circumstances, got it? All Might said as he pointed at Kamui Woods. The CRP. Bakugo suddenly shouted as the same portal that the Nomu was coming out of was currently engulfing him and Izuku. What is this? Izuku yelled. He tried to fight out of it, but there wasn't much he could do with both of his arms broken. Diamenet. This must be the doing of All for One. I can sense him. Midoriya. Bakugo. All Might attempted to grab them but they had already disappeared. Endeavor. Help us. Kamui looked and saw that the Nomu were attacking Endeavor's group as well. Tsukachi. Evacuate the area. Endeavor exclaimed. They're coming from the other hideout. But that location should be locked down. Come in, Genist. What the hell is going on over there? When the detective didn't get an immediate response, he began to get worried. Genist. All Might punched away a Nomu as Gran Torino landed beside him. Tashinori. What now? They shouldn't have been able to warp Nomu here. And this backup came too fast. I fear that he has made a move. Shigaraki sighed in relief after seeing these events transpire in front of him. Mr. 2 minutes earlier. Are these gross dudes really alive? I thought we'd be in for a fight, but this was super easy. Maybe we should have left this to the police and gone with All Might. Groaned out as she held a couple of Numu in her giant hands. When she had been called up for this job, she was ecstatic. It was her first big rescue mission. And it was top priority as they had to go save 2 UA students from the League of Villains. She had wanted to get the chance to meet Izuku face to face after the sports festival, given his popularity, but she was sent to the Noma hideout instead. Difficulty and importance are 2 very different things, rookie. Best Genist replied as he fastened his strings on the Nomu. Riot Squad, get the transports ready. There could be more of them. Be on your guard. Yes, sir. Come on, Ragdoll. Wake up for me. Tiger pleaded as he carried her in his arms. Is that your teammate? Gang Orca asked as he ran up beside him. She's breathing. That's good. Yes, but look at her. What have they done to you, my friend? Ragdoll had a blank and emotionless expression on her face. Her eyes looked lifeless as if all of her spirit was sucked away from her. Something had happened to her and it changed her for the worse. They then heard footsteps approaching. They were slow and had a menacing rhythm to them. I'm sorry, Tiger. But Ragdoll's quirk was so useful. I just had to take it. How could I not? Are you with the League? Gang Orca asked as he was on guard. Somebody get us a light. Tiger shouted. Since my body was mostly destroyed, I have not been able to stock up on quirks. Stop there. Don't move. Gang Orca ordered. The figure, however, kept on walking forward, revealing a tall man in a suit with some sort of helmet. Best Jeanist took the initiative and wrapped him in his strings. You can't attack like that. What if he's just a bystander? Lady exclaimed. Think about the situation. A moment of hesitation could mean the difference between life and death. We can't let these villains try anything. The man started to generate an insane amount of energy. Red and black lightning began to encircle him as there was a huge explosion which made everyone duck for cover. The blast completely destroyed the warehouse and left a wasteland in its place. Loud clapping could be heard as all of the pro heroes were on the floor, all about to pass out. Best Jeanist seemed to have taken most of the brunt of the blast. He was bleeding profusely from his left side and was panting heavily as he laid on his back. I see why you're the number 4 pro hero, Best Jeanist. That blast should have annihilated the lot of you. But you were able to manipulate everyone's clothing and pull them out of the way just in time. Quick thinking. Consider me impressed. The villain congratulated as he floated in the air. It's him. Best Jeanist thought as he flashed back to one of their meetings before they set off in the mission. We believe there must be some sort of architect behind the League of Villains. It is likely that his strength is comparable to All Might's. He will be crafty and cautious. If he doesn't feel like his safety is guaranteed, he will not reveal himself. So you must capture Higaraki and the others quickly. Then move on to their leader. Jeanist grunted in pain. It wasn't supposed to go like this. But that doesn't matter. A true hero doesn't believe in excuses. Best Jeanist sent out a fiber attack, but the villain simply countered it with his own blast that shot a hole through Best Jeanist's abdomen. The number 4 pro hero yelled in pain before he collapsed back to the floor. Now I see. Your strength comes from practice and practical experience, not raw power. I don't need your quirk. It wouldn't pair well with Tamura's disposition. All for One stated as he looked at the downed forms of the pro heroes in pity. Too bad that they had to come face to face with the strongest man on the planet. Who is this guy? What just happened? Shoto thought in shock as he and the others were hiding behind a wall. They just witnessed the massacre, which was All for One taking out all of those pro heroes in a single blast, with absolutely no difficulty. He took out 3 pros in an instant. Kirishima never believed that such power could exist in one person. We have to run. I know that, but Momo said mentally as she too was frozen in fear and shock at what she just saw. I'm so scared that my legs. Tenya for the first time, ever since Stain, felt true fear. My body won't move. What in the world was that? Achiko was not expecting any of this when she tagged along. Now she was fearing for her and her friends' lives. They then heard coughing. Somebody had just appeared through one of the portals that All for One summoned. Diamenet. The hell? Katsuki coughed out. What just happened? Kakanyoke. Izuku. Katsuki. The Class 1A students shouted in their head. The 2 people they came to rescue were right in front of them. And they were right in front of that powerful villain. Apologies, Midoriya and Bakugo. Who are you? Katsuki said. Just then, all of the members of the League of Villains appeared. Toga gagged. That was so gross. This black stuff reeks. I love it. Twice exclaimed. Shigaraki bowed to his sensei. Izuku widened his eyes at the exchange. That must mean, this guy is All for One. So, you've failed once more, Tamura. But you must not be discouraged. You'll try again. That's why I brought your associates back with you. Even these two children, because you judged that they were important pieces on your game board. Start over as many times as it takes. I am here to provide you with help. All of this is for you. Izuku began to tremble. What is this sensation? Why am I shaking? Is this fear? He's so powerful. His power level is higher than anybody I have ever encountered before. So this is the guy that Toshinori-sensei and the other one for all users warn me all. The one who's so strong that he killed all of the predecessors of One for All and gave Toshinori-sensei that injury. Izuku didn't know what to do. He thought that this confrontation was possible and had a plan for it. But Shoto wasn't here yet. Wait, Shoto. Izuku could sense his energy signature nearby. He was hiding behind the wall. He could also sense the presence of Momo, Achiko, Tenya, and Kirishima. He had no idea how they managed to convince Tenya to come along, but he'll worry about that later. Okay, it seems as though All for One still hasn't noticed them. Now, how to get out of this situation? I can tell Kaken to get on my back and fly us out of here. But where would we go? I'm still not 100%, so I might be slower than I usually am, and the villains may catch up to us. And I can't take them all on along with All for One. Not in this state. I have to give an opening for Shoto, so that our plan can work. But I have to protect Kaken and the others, and keep them out of danger. Minute. As Izuku was rambling with himself, he sensed a familiar energy signature fast approaching. Izuku smiled. All right, we may have a chance. All for One looked up. He noticed the same thing as Izuku. There you are. All Might came flying in from above and clashed with All for One's fists. Their clash created a shockwave that shook multiple city blocks. I'll have you return my students now, All for One. Have you come to kill me a second time, All Might? A gust of wind was produced from the exchange as everyone was sent crashing to the ground. Izuku kicked Bakugo so that they could take cover. Smoke enveloped the area. It took you long enough to find us. It is only 5 kilometers from the bar to here, and yet it was at least 30 seconds after I sent the notice that you arrived. You've gotten weaker, All Might. You're one to talk. It's kind of difficult to ignore that fancy life support mask you've got on. Aren't you overexerting yourself? Katsuki looked on at the scene with his jaw dropped. He held All Might back with his bare hands. This guy must be the boss villain. This guy is the real deal? Izuku thought as felt the force of their clash. All Might did some light warm-up stretched. I won't repeat the same mistake I made 6 years ago. You hear me? I will take young Midoriya and Bakugo back. And I will make certain you're locked up for the rest of your miserable life. Right along with your despicable league of villains. All Might charged full speed at All for One, with his fist ready to knock him into next week. Sounds like you got your work cut out for you. This will be strong for us both. All for One summoned red and black lighting from his arm and sent All Might flying back multiple city blocks away, causing numerous builds to crash and fall. HM Air Cannon plus Spring-like limbs. Kinetic Booster times 4. Strength Enhancer times 3. What a delightful combination. Maybe a few more enhancers next time. All for One listed the many types of quirks he had used in that blast. Izuku stared at him bug-eyed. He can combine quirks that he's taken. All Might, Bakugo cried out. Don't worry. It will take more than that to kill your symbol of peace. Get off the battlefield, Tamura. And take those 2 kids with you. A red veiny thread came out of All for One's fingers. Kurogiri. Warp them away. Be careful. One of the heroes messed with him and he's unconscious. I'm not sure what's going on, but if you can teleport, why don't you get us out of here? Magnast. My warp power is still Noongain. There's much to learn about it. Its distance is limited, and while he can teleport to specific coordinates, I can only transport people to and from my own location. Or, with focus, to or from someone I am very familiar with. That is all. It is easier to have Kurogiri do it. A huge purple portal appeared. Forcible quirk activation. Leave this place. What about you? Shigaraki asked. Right after he said that, All Might appeared from the rubble. All for One floated up. You're not thinking, Tamura. There remains much room for you to grow. You're mine. All Might yelled as he aimed a punch towards the supervillain. All for One blocked it with his hand. Let's go, Shigaraki. While our masked lead is keeping All Might entertained. Claim your prize. Compress said as he and the rest of the league stared at Izuku and Katsuki. They looked at each other and nodded. They knew what time it was. It was time to fight. This is gonna be fun. Katsuki yelled excited. I got dibs on Shigaraki. I got a score to settle with him. Izuku said as he got into his fighting stance. His perfected full cowl aura spiking up. All Might saw what his two students were about to do and shouted, Young Midoriya. Young Bakugo. Don't dash, don't take your eyes off of your opponent, Toshinori. All for One shouted as he fired the spiky red tendrils which forced All Might to dodge. It's 6 against 2. What's the plan, This? Izuku stomped the ground with all of his might which caused it to shake as a crack formed. This caught everyone by surprise, even All for One, as he wasn't expecting that kind of strength from Izuku, given his injuries. Izuku then bolted straight towards Shigaraki as his foot clashed with his arm. Izuku smirked, remember what you told me at the mall. On the bench. The next time we meet we're going to have to fight to the death. Well then, let's go. Izuku shouted a battle cry as he roundhouse kicked Shigaraki upside the head. This caused the decay quirk user to fly to the other side of the battlefield. Deku, behind you, Katsuki warned. I know. Izuku shouted back as he dodged a slice from Toga's knife. He saw Magna and Magna flank him and simple drop kicked one of them and swept the other from under his feet. He can't use 2 of his limbs and he's still making short work of us. What is this kid? Dabi exclaimed as he fired a torrent of blue flames at Izuku. I can see why Stain chose him. He's got the power to back it up. Spinner said. All Might saw the villains all attacking Izuku at once. I'm coming for you. But before he could take another step, he yelled in pain. I don't think so. Because I am here. All for One mocked All Might's signature catchphrase and flung him towards a nearby building. Momo was witnessing the battle in front of her and sucked her teeth in frustration. All Might, Izuku-kun and Bakugo are all completely stuck. What now? It's no use. As heroes in training, we're not allowed to fight. But maybe, if there's an opening, we might have a chance to swoop in and grab them. And if we can save them, All Might can use the full extent of his power. But how? Nothing seems like it'll work. Come on, Momo Yaoyorozu. What would Izuku-kun do in this situation? Somehow, we can help him out of this. Momo then widened her eyes as she remembered when All Might came flying onto the battlefield. Yes. She turned her head towards the rest of the group. Ida. Listen. You can't fight. I won't let you. No, we won't have to. I think there's another way. A way that won't involve combat. That'll let us escape. With them. Come on, we can still get them both back. Shoto stared at Momo and nodded. Alright, tell us your plan. Momo looked downcast. The thing is, it is all going to depend on them. If I did the plan myself, I don't think it would work. So, Kirishima. You're the key to this being a success. Kirishima gasped. Me? We need details, Yaoyorozu. Come on. Right. Here's what I'm thinking. All Might grunted as he and All for One traded blows. They then clashed fists as their tug-of-war created a mini shockwave. Are you holding back against me? Trying to keep the boys from being blown away? All for One taunted as All Might created some separation. You've put yourself in quite the predicament. So how will the hero prevail? All Might grunted, Young Midoriya? Young Bakugo. Katsuki fired off an explosion as he went up in the air. It will be strong for All Might to kick his, but as long as me and Deku are here. Deku could actually be a good support. They fought together before. But with those injuries, it's a shocker as to how he's even standing. That guy has some big ball, that's for sure. Similar thoughts were running through Izuku's mind as he was dodging combined attacks from Tamura, Himiko, and Dabi. He would be able to take care of them with one blast, but he still doesn't have access to his arms. Guys. Hurry up. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up. Izuku thought as he sent a Manchester smash to the 3 in front of him. As if on cure, they heard a wall being smashed through. Izuku looked up to see Todoroki had created a huge slab of ice that reached up extremely high. He then saw people slide up it. It was Kirishima, Ida, and Uraraka. Once they were high enough in the air, Kirishima looked towards Bakugo and yelled, "Come on!" with his hand outstretched. Bakugo smirked as he yelled and activated his quirk. He propelled himself and grabbed onto Kirishima's hand. "You idiots!" "What?" Spinner yelled in confusion. "Bakugo, on my mark, you give us a giant dash." Tenya was about to say something before he was cut off. "Don't tell me what to do. It's not the time to fight, you guys," Kirishima exclaimed. "Just as we thought. All eyes on them. Now's my chance." Todoroki pulled something out from his pocket. "Izuku." Todoroki yelled as he threw something at said classmate. Izuku's eyes lit up. He saw Shoto throwing something at him and grinned with excitement. "Thank you, Shoto. I promise to pay you back one of these days. Don't worry about it. Now, take care of those villains." "Let's go," Shoto said as Momo escaped. "Why does this always happen to me?" Shigaraki yelled as he began to throw a temper tantrum. And things were going so well. Now we lost one of the brats. Good thing we still have one though. He turned to look at Izuku and widened his eyes. Izuku caught the object with his mouth. It was his bag of senzu beans. He opened it and ate one. As soon as he swallowed, he yelled out a battle cry as a green electric aura enveloped him. All of his wounds and injuries instantly healed. His arms went back to normal and his power level shot up exponentially. Finally, I can use my arms again. Let's get this party started. I'm all fired up now. All Might grinned. Seriously? You kids? Don't let them get away. Who can do distance? Kurogyri and Dabi. But they're down. You two come here. Magna used his quirk on Mr. Compress and Spinner. He then launched Mr. Compress up and towards the kids. Titan Cliff. Out of nowhere, the lady appeared and transformed into her giant state. She blocked Compress from reaching Bakugo and the others. But not without a nosebleed. "Whoa, milady!" Achiko exclaimed. "The rescue's priority. Go home, you dumb kids." Any lady grumbled out before she collapsed on the ground. "We can still catch them. Come." Magna was about to use his quirk on Spinner and twice before they were stopped by a yellow blur. Izuku smiled. "Gran Torino-sensei. You're too slow." All Might said. "You're just too fast, hotshot." The old-timer snapped back. "So you saw the kids, right?" After their experience in Hosu, I didn't think they'd come to the battlefield. Demon teenagers. "Those are my friends, all right," Izuku said. "And why didn't you go with them, mister? This battlefield is way too dangerous for you. Go fly home." "Not a chance. I still want payback for what these guys did to ruin our summer camp. And I want to help you old men out. I ain't going no matter what you say. So you might as well accept my help." Izuku shouted as he powered up some more. "I'm back to 100% now, anyone. And I'm better than ever before." Izuku could feel exhilarating power flow through him. It must be because of the Zenkai boost. He's turning out like you, every day. Not a compliment. Gran Torino said. "DMN teenagers?" All Might repeated. All for one chuckled at the scene in front of him. Nana Shimura's friend, and Izuku Midoriya, the ninth and current holder of One for All. All Might coughed. "That obvious. Yeah, he's my successor. It's shameful that I needed their help. But now, I don't have to pull any punches against you. You're finished." All for One tilted his head. "Is that so? Well, you're in for a rude awakening. Two left over here. I'll handle them," Gran Torino said while looking at Shigaraki and Himiko. "Tamura, I do not want to die in this place. They got us." Turned the tables of this fight with a single move. All for One used his forcible quirk activation on a down Magna. Forcible quicker activation. Magnetism. He then used Magna's quirk on each of the downed members of the league and sent them towards Himiko, who was standing in front of the portal. "Watch out, you guys. You're coming at me too fast." They were then sent towards the portal. "Don't." Shigaraki called out. "Oh no, you don't." Izuku said as he was about to intercept, only for one of All for One's tendrils to knock him away. Your body is too damaged. No, you won't go. Shigaraki was helplessly pulled into the portal and then it immediately disappeared. Tamura, you must continue to fight. He saw All Might charging towards with a punch and then called out, warping. Plus shock inversion. All for summoned a portal in front of him where Gran Torino came out of. All Might hit his own teacher right in the face. The force of the punch then repelled itself back to All Might's own arm, which caused it to bleed. I'm sorry. All Might apologized. The punch was meant for All for One. I only came to save Tamura. But if you say you're going to fight, then I'll face you as you wish. In the past, your fist crushed one after another of my comrades. Many were forced into the shadows, underground, while you were extolled as the symbol of peace. What a grand view you must have had from atop our sacrifices. A hero standing on the mountain of our defeats. All Might grit his teeth as he aimed another punch at the symbol of evil, Detroit. He made sure to pull Gran Torino out of the way. Smash. The smash collided with All for One's own as his red and black lightning countered the move. All Might grunted as he decided to pull back with Gran Torino on his shoulder. He stopped the attack himself. You still won't fight me with your full power, because doing so would endanger all those people you've sworn to protect. You shut up. Always toying with people, probing their weaknesses. You steal. Break them. Manipulate and discard them. You scoff at innocent people who are just trying to lead happy lives. All Might roared with fury, his passion echoing throughout the battlefield. He rushed at All for One and grabbed his left arm. I cannot continue. It's over. All for One said. I won't let it. All Might punched All for One's mask and slammed him onto the ground, causing a loud rumble. Gran Torino awoke and gasped. Toshinori, you've reached your limit. One of All Might's strands lowered as smoke began to emit from him. He was slowly transforming back into his true form. The embers of One for All were fading. All for One smirked. What's wrong? You seem to be worked up about something, All Might. I've heard that same exact line before, you know. All for One began to cackle, causing All Might to gasp. From the person who had won for all before you. Nana Shimura. All Might widened his eyes in rage. Don't you dare speak her name. You have no right. All for One raised his eyebrows. I have no right. My little Toshi. All Might grit his teeth. He was mocking him. That was the same nickname that Nana used for him. You're the one who killed her, you meant it. Of course you don't. Ah, but you see that's the point, my dear friend. You have so much in common with Nana Shimura. The utter waste of a human who passed One for All on to you. Me killing her drove you to become the hero you are today. One could say that without me, there would be no All Might. Be quiet. My MSTR was a true hero. Keep her name out of your disgusting and filthy mouth. All for One side, a woman with no skill and grand ideas she could not live up to. How embarrassing for me, the creator of One for All, to see her inherit the power. And the way she died was so pathetic. It reminded me of the way my little baby brother died. Shall I tell you about it? Enough. All Might was about to kill All for One right then and there, but the symbol of evil sent a pulse of energy towards the symbol of peace. This caused All Might to go flying towards a news helicopter. However, Gran Torino caught him in time. You're in the way. All for One annoyingly said to Gran Torino. It is the same as last time. Toshinori, calm down. 6 years ago, you got distracted, and that's how he escaped. And put a hole in your stomach. Gran Torino exclaimed as they reached the ground. That's always been your weakness. Don't let him get under your skin. Yes, sir. His quirks and fighting style are completely different than they were. You won't be able to stop him head-on. Use your wits. Can you still fight? It's do or die. You must go past your limit. I will. And so will I. Out of the rubble came Izuku, in his Kaioken aura. He had recovered from when All for One sent him flying to prevent him from stopping the League of Villains' escape from the portal. He heard all of the rubble and commotion and decided to get back into the fight. Young Izuku. Brat, what are you doing? This isn't the place for you. Fly home. And I thought I already told you that I'm not gonna abandon you too. What kind of student or even hero would just abandon his two old teachers and let them to fight against the all-powerful villain? Not me, that's for sure. Izuku then looked at All Might's current state. Toshinwar-sensei, you're nearing your limit. Rest and let me take care of this guy. No, young Midoriya. He's too strong for you. Is he? Izuku showed off his Kaioken power as his aura caused the city to shake. All three of them gasped at the level of power emitting from the kid. Well, if it isn't Izuku Midoriya. I've been waiting for you. This must be fate. All for One said. Izuku looked at him confused. What do you mean? I find myself conflicted. Tamura has been the one to chip away at society's trust in heroes, so is it fair that I should land the final blow? You know, All Might, as much as you hate me, I think I probably loathe you more. I killed your Mr. Sure. But you took away so much from me, everything I tried to build. That's why I want you to suffer until your last breath, and die broken and disgraced, for all the world to see. All for One began to charge up an attack. Big one's coming. Dodge and counterattack. Gran Torino yelled as he jumped out of the way. Izuku flew out of the way, but All Might noticed a woman that was caught in the rubble of the fight and was about to be caught in the blast. Watch out. Gran Torino yelled. I will obliterate everything you've protected. Toshinori-sensei. A huge blast was sent and All Might stood his ground and took the full brunt of it. When the smoke cleared, Izuku and Gran Torino widened their eyes in horror. First to go will be your self-respect and ridiculous public image. Show the world how pitiful you really are, symbol of peace. When the smoke cleared, All Might was revealed to be in his skinny, true form. The worst part was, the entire battle was being broadcast on live television. The whole world was currently witnessing the true form of All Might. He had run out of time. Is everyone else seeing this? It looks like All Might's been shrunk somehow. The news reporter from the helicopter shouted. Everyone was seeing it, and they couldn't believe it. All Might? Your secret? Izuku thought in horror. Now everybody knows. What's going on? Todoroki asked in shock. He and Momo were on the street watching the fight from a big screen in downtown. They had thought they would have already made quick work of the villain, but for some reason, All Might was now a skeleton. Momo stood at the scene gaping. She then activated her Crimson Key aura and started to fly off. Yaoyorozu, what are you doing? Todoroki shouted. I have to go. I'm sorry. All for One chuckled at the scene, hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. To think that you're the greatest, the adoring public knows your true form. Try not to be ashamed. All for One outstretched his hand. Your move. Even as my body rots and grows frail. Even as you expose my weakened state. In my heart, I remain the symbol of peace. And there's nothing you can do to take that from me. Toshinori said as rainbow light began to gather in his hand. Is that so? Well, I'd forgotten how stubborn you are. I guess I'll just give up. But there is one thing you might be interested to know. Tamura Shigaraki. My apprentice. He's Nana Shimura's grandson. A pin drop could be heard. For a moment, there was only silence. And then Toshinori gasped as BLD spewed out of his mouth due to the shock. I kept wondering what would annihilate your golden heart. And so I found Tamura. Groomed him to hate you, and watched you smile so proudly as you beat your MSDR's descendant. That's a lie. Toshinori gasped out. Come out. You know it is the truth. That is clearly something I would do. That's strange, All Might. Where is your smile now? All for One cackled as. He mocked Nana Shimura by stretching his cheeks and lips to form a smile. You BSTRD. All for One laughed hysterically. How very entertaining. I think I've taken a piece of you after all. He's my MSDR's grandchild. My God, what would she say if she knew how we turned out? Toshinori screamed in horror. All for One kept on laughing at All Might's expense. Oh, the irony. I love it. I love it. Shut the F up. All for One looked up to see Izuku floating with rage evident on his face. I said to shut up. You have to right to talk to All Might that way. You're going to pay for that. Izuku said as he flew straight towards All for One and punched straight in the face. This sent the supervillain flying to a building, causing it to crash down. A few moments later, All for One emerged from the rubble, with blood trickling down his forehead. It seems as though you have already surpassed your predecessors, Izuku Midoriya. That punch hurt me a lot. And I can tell that wasn't close to your full power. All for One began to laugh again. Ah yes. Izuku Midoriya. It is also ironic us fighting and meeting here. You still haven't explained what you mean by that. Izuku growled out. Oh yes, that's right. My apologies, I was a bit preoccupied with your emissary. But yes, the reason for this being ironic. Well, you aren't the first Izuku Midoriya I've encountered. Izuku raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Is there someone else with the same name as me or something? All for One chuckled. Oh, so I'm guessing Hisashi didn't tell you, then? You know my dad. Know him? Oh boy, I have a history with your family. Yes, young hero. Or should I say, Scion. Izuku gasped. You know what I am? Izuku had not told anyone his secret heritage besides All Might and Gran Torino. So how did All for One know? Of course I do. The tale kind of gives it away. But how do you know about the Scions? They died out ages ago. Way before your time. Oh, wouldn't you like to know? All for One then summoned a portal. And out of it came a briefcase. A very familiar briefcase. All for One opened it and took out the contents. What was inside made Izuku and Toshinori widen their eyes. No way. It can't be. That's Dave's. It's the quirk enhancer. Izuku exclaimed. So it was you who had sent out to retrieve it? Oh, but of course. It was the reason that I hired Wolfram. I was the one who originally wanted it. The fact that it was made by All Might's best friend, David Shield, just made it all the more amusing to me. Wolfram did use it though, right? He wasn't supposed to do that. And yet he still failed. You were the one who helped All Might defeat him. Well, trust me, I am not Wolfram. I will not make the same foolish mistakes he made. All for One put on the headgear and the entire quirk enhancer. Izuku tried to stop him, but it was too late. All for One was engulfed in a black and dark red aura as he kept on screaming and powering up. The power is mine. There was a huge flash of light as everyone was forced to cover their eyes. When the light died down, they were shocked at what they saw. All for One no longer had a deformed face. No, he now had black wavy hair, and his facial features had returned. His muscle frame had bulked up as the injuries he endured 6 years ago were now completely healed. I am back in my prime. All for One yelled as a black and red ki aura surrounded him. Toshinori and Gran Torino couldn't believe it. He looked as though he was in his 20s and that the fight between him and All Might 6 years ago never happened. How could this be? How is back in his prime? Gran Torino asked. It has to be because of the quirk enhancer, Toshinori choked out. He was now fearing for his and everyone else's life. If he had trouble with All for One now, there was no way he could beat him in that state. Yes, you would be correct, young Toshinori. You see, the quirk enhancer is supposed to amplify your quirk to exponential levels. It seems as though the device made it so that my current de-aging quirks were supercharged to the point where they restored me back to the prime of my youth. And not only that, but I feel that all of the quirks were amplified as well, making me more than dozens of times more powerful. It's over, All Might, you cannot defeat me this time. All for One then pointed his finger up as he remembered something. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention. It seems as though the enhancer triggered my quirk awakening. Quirk awakening? What in the world is that? Izuku asked. Allow me to explain. You see, back before the age of quirks, there was another source of power that people used and mastered. You are already familiar with it, young Izuku. It is called ki. It is the source of power present in all living things. Martial art masters honed this power and used it to do many extraordinary things, much like quirks. But as time went on, humans forgot how to call upon their ki and use it as power. So much so, it became so dim that it almost seemed like it wasn't there. But it's there all right. We all have it in us. Then quirks came along and changed the whole game. Quirks were a separate power source, different from ki. But quirks were easier to use and are key, that there was practically no point in learning it again. But you see, that is where most people would be wrong. All for One gathered a condensed ki orb in his hand. Both ki and quirks are two extraordinary and powerful things. But when in tandem, they can be even more incredible. That is our potential as humans. What a quirk awakening is, it is when you can use your ki and quirk and at the same time and use them in tandem. To be even more powerful. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the information. If that's the case, then why did you need Professor Shield's quirk enhancer in order for you to achieve your quirk awakening? If you knew about this, then why didn't you unlock it before? I was getting to that. The answer to your question is quite simple. The stronger your quirk is, and the more potential you have, the much harder it is to activate your awakening. Simple quirks would have an easier time getting awakened, but for my quirk, it would take ages before I could awaken it. Strong quirks like All for One need a more external factor in order to get the awakening. That is why I hired Wolfram to fetch this device for me. Izuku growled. So that was your plan after all. You put the professor and Melissa-san through all of that pain and trouble, just so that you can get more powerful. But of course, what do you think this is, Izuku Midoriya? I'm a super villain, for crying out loud. I longing world domination. Obviously, I'm going to manipulate people along the way. It just comes with the territory, my little hero. Damn it. I'm gonna make you pay for that. Izuku powered up to Kaioken times 5. You powered yourself up a little more, but I'm afraid that won't be enough. Oh yeah. And what makes you so sure? All for One smirked. There's one more thing I have to tell you. All for One's power level began to increase as the temperature began to rise with it. Let me show you the strongest quirk in my disposal. All for One was engulfed in flames. But these weren't ordinary flames. They were green in color. Green as emeralds. Their temperature was hotter than the surface of the sun. Just being near them made Izuku sweat. What quirk is that? Izuku felt as though he should know it, but it was escaping him for some reason. Now, this is where the irony comes into play. You see, this quirk is called Dragon Flare. And the original owner was named Izuku Midoriya. Izuku gasped, me. No, that can't be. I wasn't born with a quirk. I know. It isn't you. But it is a relative. The Izuku Midoriya I'm referring to is the father of Hisashi Midoriya. Your father? That would make him your grandfather, then wouldn't it? Izuku's eyes widened as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What did you just say? No way, that's not possible. How do you have my grandfather's quirk? All for One shrugged. Oh, that's simple. I took it from him. When I killed him. Izuku gripped his fists tightly. What did you just say? Yes. You get the irony I was speaking about earlier, right? I had been searching for the scions for quite some time. I wanted to see if I could learn to harness my ki from so that I could get my quirk awakening. And then I found your grandfather. He had the greatest quirk I have ever seen. It was even greater in power than One for All. I just had to take it. And so I fought him. And I gotta say, he was a strong one. The strongest person I had ever faced at the time. Stronger than any previous One for All user, that's for sure. The BSTRD almost killed me. But I was able to win in the end. And when I took his quirk, it was the greatest feeling ever. I felt like I could burn the sun itself. All for One started to laugh evilly. Oh, and let's not forget about your dear old dad. Hisashi Midoriya. The fool tried to avenge his father. If I'm not mistaken, he was about your age. He tried to fight me, but he wasn't strong enough. He was a good opponent. You should have seen the look on his face when I pulled out his own father's flames and used it against him. It was great. Izuku then exploded as rage engulfed him. Shut up. You won't speak about my family no more. You'll pay for that. Izuku immediately powered up Kaioken times 20. He then charged it all for One at full speed. Well, I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Your father had the same reaction. Izuku ignored him and fired a Detroit smash right to his skull. All for One dodged the attack and chuckled. Sorry, but you're going to have to try a little harder than that. All for One ignited green flames on his arm and fired it at Izuku. The green-haired scion narrowly dodged the flames as he could feel the burning sensation even without making contact with them. So those are my grandfather's flames. Minute, they're way hotter than Shoto's. Delaware smash. Izuku flicked his finger and sent a gust of wind at All for One. The villain merely smirked in amusement. I thought you would be more of a challenge, but if this is all you got, then so be it. All for One grabbed Izuku and flung him across the battlefield. He then fired torrent after torrent of green fire at him. Izuku attempted to counter with ki blasts, but he would find that the green flames would just burn the blasts. Damn it? Izuku shouted as he flew up. There's also one more thing I want to tell you. All for One followed Izuku up in the air. There's one more stage after quirk awakening. It is when your quirk and ki combine into one to create an ultimate power. Green scales began to form on All for One's skin. His eyes became slitted and fangs formed. Quirk evolution. Dragon force. Darn it. He's gotten even more powerful. How am I supposed to beat him now? Izuku thought. He was still in Kaioken times 20. I'm just going to have to go all out. Izuku powered up to his maximum. He then kicked All for One away. The villain didn't expect for Izuku to do that, so he was caught a little by surprise. He then saw Izuku fly up higher in the air. Izuku fired a full-power Kaioken times 20 Kamehameha. All for One merely grinned before he flew inside the blue energy beam. No way! Izuku exclaimed in shock. All for One came out of the beam and then punched Izuku in the gut. I don't think you understand your place. But neither you or All Might are on my level now. Accept defeat and perish. All for One kneed Izuku in the back, which caused him to fall down to the floor and drop out of his Kaioken. How cruel fate can be. You were born quirkless, right? You probably would have inherited this quirk. But look at you. You're about to die by your own Bjarni. When you see your grandpa, tell him I said hi from you. Right as All for One was about to finish off Izuku, they heard a yell. Get your hands off of him. Izuku looked up to see it was none other than Momo Yaoyorozu to come to his rescue. Momo-chan. What are you doing here? I thought you retreated with the others. I saw what was going on, and I couldn't just stand by and watch. I wanted to help. No. You have to leave now. This isn't the right place for you, right now. This isn't the right place for anyone right now. All for One said. He then pointed a finger at Momo and sent out a blast of green fire that was meant to kill her. No. Izuku yelled in horror. But before the blast could hit Momo, Gran Torino jumped right in front of her and took the blast. He collapsed right on the floor. Gran Torino-sensei. Izuku yelled in horror. He feared the worst for the veteran hero. No, Gran Torino. How dare you, All for One? You'll pay for that. Toshinori screamed. He buffed up his right arm and charged at his arch-nemesis with all of the remaining power he had left. Oh yeah, you're still here. Let's take care of that, shall we? All for One blasted a torrent of green flames at Toshinori. Before he could even defend himself, he was engulfed in the flames. They were so hot that they exploded on impact and burned Toshinori completely, leaving nothing but atoms behind. All Might, the symbol of peace, had died. Sir Nitai's prophecy had come true. Good riddance. I've wanted to do for so long now. Now, I think the girl should go next. Music, Goku the theme by Bruce Faulconer. Izuku's body began to twitch. He had just witnessed his favorite hero, his idol, just die right in front of him. And he couldn't do anything about it. Because he's too weak. Useless Deku. Izuku's mind began to flash back to all of the times he was berated for being quirkless. And now his greatest nightmare had come true. Ruthless, thoughtless BSRD. All for One chuckled. Is that the best you got? You really need to work on your insults. Izuku grit his teeth as his muscles tensed. Lighting could be seen and heard. The waves of the ocean and the tides were shaking. The earth was bending as Izuku's hair began to stand up. I suffer. The lightning became more erratic as the tides of the ocean became wilder. Izuku's hair began to glow and distinguish from gold to green continuously. Rubble was seen levitating around him as his rage kept on increasing and increasing. Both Momo and All for One looked on in curiosity. Izuku tensed up as his rage and anger all came together at one point and exploded. With a deafening roar, his hair turned into golden, his eyes turned teal as a pure golden aura enveloped him. His powers skyrocketing to new heights. What? All for One yelled in shock. Momo looked on with her mouth agape. The Super Saiyan had returned. Izuku turned his head towards Momo. Go. Take Gran Torino with you and get out of here right now. Find the others and go. Get as far away from this place as possible. Momo only looked at Izuku with wide eyes. She didn't say anything. She was too frozen with shock. Seeing this only made Izuku more angry. Do as I tell you right now, before I lose whatever little sense of reason I have left. Momo immediately snapped out of it. She went to go retrieve Gran Torino. Izuku looked on it All for One. The latter just staring at him in shock. The fires of Izuku's temper have flared, and his rage now burns with the heat of a mighty inferno. All for One has met his greatest nightmare. The Golden Warrior. DMN this paperwork. This has to be the greatest curse to all of mankind. A voice groaned out. This voice belonging to a certain green-haired man. His emerald eyes squinted at the stacks of paper in front of him on his desk. He picked up his pen and sighed. Well, I might as well get to it. No use in procrastination. But just as he was about to start his horrendous journey of filling out each and every piece of paper, his eyes widened as he felt an insane energy signature. Hisashi Midoriya jumped out of his office chair in shock. Sweat began to form as he scanned for the energy. What is this power level? It's huge. Wait a minute, this feels familiar. I've sensed this power before. Hisashi concentrated on the high power level until he gasped in realization and horror and who the power was originating from. All for One. But I thought he was still in hiding. After the fight he had with All Might, there is no way his power should be this high. Not after those injuries. It's even higher than the last time I fought him. Hisashi then grit his teeth in anger as he sensed All for One's power level go up even higher. The BSD is using father's quirk. How dare he? Hisashi still remembered the day of his father's death. It was the saddest and worst day of his life. When he found out that it was All for One who had taken Izuku Midoriya's life, he immediately went to go fight him and avenge his father's death. Only to be utterly destroyed. He still remembered the way All for One taunted him when he used the green flames of Hisashi's own father. Hisashi desperately wanted to go and face All for One right now to claim his revenge but forced himself to calm down. I hate to say it, but there is no way I can beat him at the level he's at right now, even with my full power. Damn it. Where the hell is All Might? We can't let this monster run amok. Hisashi focuses his ki and tries to look for All Might's energy signature. He found it, but it was so weak. Was he out of time? Just as Hisashi was thinking that, All Might's energy signature suddenly vanished. Oh, this can't be. All Might is dead. All for One killed him. We have no hope. It's over. Hisashi yelled mentally in horror. This was like his biggest nightmare come true. The greatest villain ever was now at full power, even stronger than his prime. All Might, the symbol of peace and justice, the one who had defeated All for One before was now gone. Now there was nobody. No one who could possibly stand up to the might of the symbol of evil. All hope was lost. There was only despair. The peak of evil has infected the world itself and caused a great peril. A peril that didn't seem like could be overcome. There was no more hope. The Age of Heroes was going to come to an end. And there was nothing that Hisashi could do about it. As he was wallowing in his self-despair, Hisashi then felt another power spiked up. He widened his eyes as the power was unlike anything he had ever felt before. It felt like the world itself was shaking. As if a volcano was erupting and its rage and hellfire was burning the earth itself. What is this power? Hisashi shrieked as he looked at the TV in his office. He then scrambled for the remote and turned it on, and it was immediately on the news channel. It was a broadcast from Kamino Ward, Japan, and it showed All for One standing in shock at what he was witnessing. Across from stood a golden-haired warrior with a look of pure rage. Hisashi realized that this was the person where all of that power was coming from. That's my son. He did it. Hisashi smirked in fatherly pride as he cheered. He's a Super Saiyan. Hisashi then calmed down and began to think, if that's the case, then we may have hope after all. All for One's power level is very high, but Izuku's is huge. It feels like his ki is almost limitless. Hisashi then reached into one of his drawers and pulled out a small green device. It began beeping as he turned it on. Okay, we may still have a chance. I may be able to fix all of the damage that All for One caused. I'm counting on you. Make that bastard pay in the name of our family. Hisashi then flew out through his office window as he began his journey for the mystical orbs of legend. Hey, is that thing still on? A female reporter gasped out as she looked at the scene below. She and her colleague were currently in a new helicopter hover above the battlefield in Kamino Ward. They had just witnessed the death of All Might, which the whole world saw and began to wallow in fear. Until a large outburst of golden energy expelled as they saw a green-haired young man scream at the top of his lungs. After the yell, his hair was no longer green. It was now pure gold, as his aura was almost blinding. He was alluring to her. Also, the fact that he was completely shirtless didn't hurt either. Yeah, I was able to get all of it. We're still live. The cameraman said as he focused on the golden-haired boy. The female reporter cleared her throat as she began to speak. Attention, Japan, and everyone watching around the globe. I am sad to say, but it seems that we have witnessed the death of the symbol of peace, All Might. He fell at the hands of the villain, who we assume to be the one behind the League of Villains. Izuku Midoriya, one of the students from UA who got kidnapped, seems to have undergone a transformation of sorts. His hair is now blonde and his whole aura changed. Is he really thinking about taking on that big bad villain? The one that killed All Might of all people. The cameraman shouted in shock. How could a high schooler take on someone that powerful? More powerful than All Might. The reporter nodded. That seems to be the case. Let's take a closer look. All for One gasped in shock to what was happening before him. He had never seen anything like this before. What was going on? One moment his hair is green, the next it's gold. What is this? What has this scion child become? I thought his kind could only transform into great apes. But this is no great ape. All for One sputtered. Momo looked on in amazement. She had never seen anything like it. It was like an angel had come down from heaven. Only now, this angel was angry. Really, really angry. This must be Izuku-kun's transformation that everybody was talking about. He's incredible. So much power. Izuku growled at All for One. Go, Momo-chan. Move as fast as you can. Evacuate from this area and get as far away as possible. Please get Gran Torino-sensei some help. I already lost Toshinori-sensei. If he dies too, I don't think I would be able to live with myself. And I don't think I need to remind you what that would mean. Izuku commanded as his eyes kept staring at All for One. Momo gulped. What are you trying to say, Dash? I'm saying leave without me. Get back to the others, and I'll be there when I can. But if we leave, you'll be all alone. You'll be stuck here with that villain. I can't just Dash, I'm your class president. Don't talk back. I just need you to do what I say. You'll just be in the way. I can't fight him and protect you at the same time. Please cooperate with me and save yourselves before something happens to you. Go on. I'll take care of this monster once and for all. Now get going. Izuku yelled with authority. Momo was taken aback. Izuku had never ever used that kind of tone, ever. Something was different about him. It's like his personality did a whole 180. He was dead serious. Momo nodded. All right, see you at home. She took Gran Torino and began flying away. Izuku-kun, you're the greatest. Thank you for everything. I'll be waiting. I know you'll find a way to get back home again. Safe and sound. As Momo was flying away, All for One chuckled in amusement. I'm not letting you get away that easy. What fools. He pointed a finger at Momo's retreating form. Green flames about to emit from the tip that would surely burn them to a crisp. Izuku grit his teeth. He appeared immediately in front of All for One, shocking the latter. Izuku grabbed the hand that was about to attack Momo and Gran Torino. He began to forcefully squeeze it with a lot of pressure, causing All for One to squirm. He tried to get out of Izuku's hold, only to fail and cause the pain to increase even. Bones could be heard cracking in the hand as All for One was feeling more pain than he ever felt before. "You're the scum of the universe. And I'm getting sick of it." Izuku yelled in fury as he crushed All for One's hand even further, causing him to scream in agony. "How many more innocent people, how many more heroes have to die before you stop?" All for One widened his eyes as he tried even harder to get out of Izuku's hold, but it was all futile. "You killed All Might, you killed my—" All for One activated his green flames in order to get out of the hold. Even with their immense heat, they didn't even seem to tickle or bother Izuku. Izuku sucked his teeth and decided to let him go due to how ridiculous this was getting. All for One jumped back away from his enemy. He gawked at Izuku as none of the flames did so much as made him flinch. "How could you possibly have attained such power?" All for One's eyes then lit up as something that he was told long ago resurfaced in his mind. "No. Don't tell me. Please, not that." For the first time in a long time, All for One felt true fear. Izuku gripped his fists as he looked on at All for One in pure rage. "Enough. I can't allow you to do this anymore. And now, All for One, you are going to pay." Izuku's golden aura lightened up, his power increased, as memories began to fill his mind. These were the memories of all of the previous users of One for All. Specific scenes were being played out in his mind. They were the deaths of every single bearer of One for All before him. And they were all at the hands of the monster in front of him. All Might's death being the most gruesome as he had just witnessed it. "He's taken innocent lives again and again. Even my sensei." Izuku charged up an insurmountable amount of ki as he yelled at the top of his lungs. "It's over. All for One." The Super Saiyan rushed towards the symbol of evil with incredible speed. All for One didn't even know what hit him as he was punched in the face and sent flying towards the air. The punch was so thunderous that it caused shockwaves throughout all of Japan. As All for One was flying to the air, Izuku flew towards him and kneed him in the spine, causing the supervillain to cough up blood. Izuku then put his fists together and punched him straight downwards toward the earth. There was a large rumble as dust cloud and crater formed. After a few moments, the ground started to rumble again as there was a large explosion which struck through the crater and caused debris to fly everywhere. It didn't affect Izuku though, as he simply stared below waiting for his opponent to rise again. All for One came up from the rubble and met with Izuku in the air. All for One was panting as he smirked at the golden-haired child. "You do realize how hypocritical this is? You're outraged at the loss of innocent lives." Izuku didn't respond as he coldly stared back at All for One, unmoving. "The Saiyan race isn't exactly known for its mercy. Compared to you brutes, I'm a saint." All for One suggested as he continued smirked at Izuku. "We paid for our crimes." All for One chuckled. "Oh yes, they did. I made certain of one of them being eradicated. His name just so happened to be Izuku Midoriya. But as you preach about protecting innocent lives and justice, have you ever considered that maybe of your predecessors ever killed before? And I'm not just talking about the Saiyans. You know, now that I think about it, one of the previous users of One for All had a knack for killing quite a few people. I believe he was the second bearer, right after my brother. I had no idea why he chose him as a successor. That man definitely had a lot of evil in his heart. I wonder, is he watching this fight right now from your mind? You should ask him about that." Izuku narrowed his eyebrows. One of his predecessors was evil. How could that be possible? Wasn't every user of One for All supposed to represent heroism and justice? Izuku decided to tackle that a little later. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to ask him after I'm done killing you." "What did you say?" All for One yelled out. How dare this child disrespect him like that? "It's over, All for One. You knew this day would come. This time, it is you who dies." "Ha. You honestly think you're a match for me? You're like what? 15, 16. You're still in high school, for crying out loud. You're still way too green. It would take at least 100 years in order for you to even stand a chance against me. I have over hundreds of different quirks at my disposal. You were just a quirkless nobody before All Might found you. You were nothing. Not even a bug under my feet. I could defeat you with both hands tied behind my back. Who knows, I might even try it. Izuku smirked. For somebody with as many years of experience as you, you're a fool. All for One raised his eyebrows. Why you? It makes no difference if you really are the Golden Warrior. Nobody disrespects All for One and walks away. Izuku shook his head. That's what you don't understand. Even a quirkless, talentless loser can defeat one gifted with the greatest quirk in the world if they train and work strong enough. All for One got into a laughing fit. Wow, child, you really do have a sense of humor. He lifted his arms. Now I'll show you the wall that you can never scale with strong work alone. In a burst of speed, All for One flew backwards only to find Izuku in his path as the Super Saiyan followed him at even quicker speeds. All for One sucked his teeth in annoyance and tried to create more distance, but Izuku kept on following him at every turn. Izuku smirked. Where do you think you're going? All for One got pissed and yelled, "Eh." The supervillain rapidly fired numerous red-colored ki blasts at the Saiyan hero in training. All for One kept at it for about 2 minutes. As Momo was flying away, she looked behind her to see the endless barrage of ki being thrown at Izuku. He's strong. She then nodded and kept on flying away to safety with Gran Torino in her arms. Once the 2 minutes passed, All for One ended the barrage of ki blasts and panted as he waited for the smoke to clear, expecting to see nothing but Saiyan dust. But as it turns out, the smoke revealed Izuku, still in his Super Saiyan glory, unmoving. He had stayed still the entire time and tanked all for One's blasts like they were child's play. What? I put a lot of power into those blasts. How are you still in one piece? Izuku gave his opponent a smug grin. Well, I guess it's because those blasts were nothing. They didn't even tickle. All for One gawked at the golden-haired child. Why, he can't be serious. Izuku narrowed his eyes. I can't show you any mercy. Not anymore. Heh. Very bold words. But can you back them up? You see, I am still holding back much of my power. I currently possess the strength to eradicate the whole solar system if I wanted to. You cannot possibly even comprehend that kind of power. There's no way you have surpassed my level, even with that shiny transformation of yours. Izuku chuckled. Well then, if you can destroy the whole solar system, then I can probably destroy over 50, no, 100. What are you talking about? Are you suggesting that you're over 50 to 100 times stronger than me and you haven't unleashed even 1% of your full power? Yeah. You ignorant child. Izuku extended his palm and looked dead at All for One. This caused him to look at Izuku with caution. Then, a force of energy pushed All for One and sent him flying away. Gah! All for One grunted as he caught his balance and stopped himself to continually being pushed back. When he looked up, he saw Izuku giving him a shit-eating grin. When I'm done with you, you will taste despair. All for One's eyes widened as Izuku rushed towards him at speeds never thought possible before. The Super Saiyan elbowed him in the face. Before the villain could recover, Izuku followed up with an uppercut which caused All for One to ascend towards the sky. Izuku followed up his combo with a headbutt to the spine. All for One yelped in pain as he regained his footing and attempted to kick Izuku. But the golden-haired UA student simply blocked the kick. All for One tried to follow it with a forearm to Izuku's face, but he blocked that one too. The villain quickly got frustrated and decided to just wail on Izuku, hoping for one of his punches to connect. However, none of them did as Izuku just either blocked or dodged all of them. Attempting to gain some leverage, All for One created some distance between him and Super Saiyan and fired lasers which seemed to be some kind of laser beam quirk he has in his arsenal. However, Izuku easily dodging the laser, surprising All for One. He dodged it. No one ever dodges that. This quirk is supposed to hit you at faster than light speeds. All for One kept on shooting lasers at Izuku, but unfortunately for the tyrant, Izuku effortlessly dodged all of the lasers like they were coming at slow motion. All for One yelled, "Did him. If I could just hit him once. Why don't you just stand still and perish?" Izuku blankly stared at him before he smiled and replied, Let me see what you've got. Hit me. That's if you can. Oh, trying to be funny. Why you Scion AP? You dare to mock me? All for yelled in absolute anger before shooting one last laser at Izuku. But this time, he didn't even try to evade the attack. He simply let the laser beam hit him on the chin, only for it to do no damage at all. All for one couldn't believe it, but how? Wow. I didn't even need to dodge any of your lasers. They're so weak that they don't even tickle. All for one began to shake. What is this monstrosity? What's the matter, all for one? I can't be harder to destroy than a solar system. So the all-powerful symbol of evil can't even destroy a single child. All for one kept on shaking. He had never experienced anything like this. Nobody had ever humiliated him like this Scion monkey was doing right now. Even in his battle against All Might 6 years ago that he lost, the symbol of peace never dominated the fight like his successor was doing right now. It was a nightmare for him. Yeah? What are you? Izuku snorted. I think you already know. I can feel your emotions. You already know exactly what I am, yet you refuse to accept it out of pure denial and willful ignorance. I am what you have feared for centuries. The one person who you know you could never hope or dream of defeating or overcoming. All for one grit his teeth. What are you talking about? All for one then gasped as he realized what Izuku was referring to. No. That can't be. You are not him. Izuku nodded. Oh yes I am. I am the Scion, raised on Earth, who came here for the sole purpose of beating you. I am the warrior, the legendary prodigy you have heard of legends. The one who will shine a pure golden light which will burn and purge your evil wickedness from this world. I am the hero will inspire hope across the cosmos. And though my heart is pure and at peace, a fierce rage and fury has awakened the legendary warrior inside of me who has been sleeping for all of this time, until now. In the background, golden lightning flashed as the waves of the ocean became restless. The sky darkened as the world began to shake as if a volcano was about to erupt. I am peace. I am justice. I am hope. I was a quirkless and powerless child who pined for the dream of becoming a hero just like All Might. But now, I am a warrior who has surpassed my predecessors before me. I am the son of Hisashi and Inko Midoriya, the successor of the symbol of peace, All Might, the descendant of the proud warrior race. Golden lightning struck as Izuku raised his fists, his golden aura shiny in all of its bright light, illuminating the sky. I am the Super Saiyan. Izuku Midoriya, the Golden Warrior. Izuku roared to the heavens. His golden energy exploded all over the area, blinding all of the spectators' eyes with his pure light. Allied a good nightmare to you. All four stood there speechless. Every fiber of his body was shaking in shock and fear. His eyes widened as something he hoped to never be true had finally come to fruition. All for one then regained his bearings and looked at Izuku with an evil smirk. I stand corrected. I never thought there might be truth behind my little brother's ridiculous old prophecy. Izuku stared at him as All for one proceeded to laugh. And who would have guessed that it would have taken someone so disgustingly pure to unlock that golden warrior power? But it makes sense. At least it would explain why none of your predecessors or your father was never able to become the golden warrior. All for one then threw his arms down in frustration and began to throw a temper tantrum like some sort of spoiled child. Demin him to hell. The humiliation. I, All for one, the greatest villain known to the world, beaten by a lowly, half-evolved Scion. This is a nightmare. That's what it is. I'm going to wake up. And I'll be victorious. I am All for one. Izuku shook his head in pity. You called me a child, and yet here you are throwing a temper tantrum. All for one. It's over. You knew this day would come. You brought all of this upon yourself. Izuku then put his palms together in an all-too-familiar position. With a super Kamehameha, you should be blown into oblivion. This is the end. Any last words? Izuku said as blue energy began to charge up in his hands. All for one scoffed, the likes of you will never kill me. I'd kill myself first. Izuku stared at All for one with a deadpan look before saying, do what you want. All for One lifted his arms up over his head and began to charge up a massive red and black ball of ki. You won't kill me. You're the one who's going to die. And once that happens, the CYCL of One for All will end forever. Then I will rule the world. Alright then, let's see if your death ball is stronger than my super Kamehameha. Izuku yelled as he was almost done charging his signature attack. Oh, you must have misinterpreted my words, child. I'm not going to throw this ball at you. I'm going to aim it at the earth. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. What? All for One gave him a crazy grin. This planet's finished. The supervillain threw the death ball to the ground, aiming to reduce the planet to smithereens. No. You fool, you'll kill us all. Izuku yelled, but it fell on deaf ears. All for One's attack had already struck the ground and caused a huge explosion that lit up the entire planet. The whole planet shook as the people near the battle were thrown off their feet. The blast was felt all around the solar system as the Earth lit up and seemed to have been destroyed. Otherworld. No, it can't be. A voice yelled. This voice belonged to a short and chubby figure. This person had sunglasses on with and red undershirt with a black vest with a KO kanji on the middle meaning, World King. The entity had two long black antennae which seemed to possess magical qualities. This was King Kai, the Lord and Watcher of the Northern Quadrant of Universe 7. He was watching the fight between the legendary Super Saiyan Deku and the evil Emperor All for One. A fight that would dictate Earth's future. It will decide if the Age of Heroes will end and that the Age of Villains will begin. What's going on, King Kai? Gregory, King Kai's resident levitating cricket, asked. Bubbles, the monkey, was curious as well as he sat beside his flying friend. Izuku Midoriya had it won. Against All for One himself. He had it won. But he never thought All for One would be desperate enough to destroy planet Earth itself. King Kai exclaimed. Why would he do that? Gregory yelled. Doesn't he realize that he would kill himself along with the entire planets? King Kai shook his head sadly. Yes, and that is precisely why he did it. He couldn't take the humiliation that young Izuku was giving to him. He couldn't accept the fact that the Golden Warrior truly existed, and that there was somebody that no matter how strong he tried, he could never defeat. And so, he decided to pull the coward's way out and not give Izuku the satisfaction of killing him. As King and his friends stood in silence of what had just happened to planet Earth, he received a telepathic call. Lord of Worlds, can you hear me? Huh, who's this? King Kai asked as he focused his antenna. It is I, the god of Earth. King Kai's eyes lit up. Dend? Yeah, it's me, Dend. Long time no see. Yes, I can hear you. So why are you calling? Hisashi Midoriya, the son of Izuku Midoriya too, just told me that he's gathering the Dragon Ball as we speak. He should have all of them shortly. He's going to try to revert all of the damage that the battle in Kamino Ward, Japan has caused. Why yes. Of C. Wait a minute. You're alive. King Kai yelled in shock. Why, yes, of course I'm alive. Why wouldn't I be? Could it be? King Kai used his antenna and then grinned in victory. Planet Earth is still there. Izuku is still alive. Just like King Kai said, planet Earth was still in one piece. However, not without some damage. Although the planet itself was not destroyed, All for One's death ball still caused a lot of travesties. The entire city of Kamino was almost destroyed. Ruins were left in its place as many of the civilians attempted to run for shelter. However, not all of them survived as there were many casualties due to the result of the explosion. The live news feed of the fight was cut off as All for One's blast completely shut it off, causing the current broadcast to show nothing but a dark screen. DMN. Held back too much. All for One growled as he looked at the destruction he caused. He was trying to spot a certain golden head of hair. Where is that scion brat? Was he caught in the explosion and died? No, I doubt it. Izuku was currently hiding under rubble. In his arms was the same civilian woman that All Might noticed earlier in the battle. Izuku knew that she was nearby and couldn't run away due to being injured, which is why he tried to keep the fight with All for One as far away from the ground as possible. Hey miss, are you okay? The Super Saiyan asked the brunette. She slowly nodded as she stared at her golden hero. He had tanked much of the blast for her. It would have surely killed her if he had not rushed to her in time. Izuku took a lot of damage. There was a lot of BLD on him and some of his skin was burned. He definitely wasn't at 100%, yes. I'm fine. I think my ankle is broken though, she said weakly. Izuku looked around. The bag of senza beans must have gotten destroyed in the explosion. Izuku looked up over the rubble to see All for One searching for him. That's it. He can't sense energy. He probably doesn't know how to do to not being used to ki. I'll use that to my advantage. Izuku looked at the woman in his arms. What is your name, Mississippi's? The woman blushed as she stuttered. SS Sarah? Izuku smiled. Okay Sarah. I'm Izuku, nice to meet you. Izuku placed his hand on her broken ankle and transferred golden energy towards it. I just gave you some of my energy. Your ankle should be healed. Now I'm going to need you to do me a favor. That villain is very smart and strong. I'm going to have to focus when I fight him. I can't allow myself to get distracted. So you're going to have to leave here and get as far away as possible. Don't look back. I will finish this monster on my own. Izuku said as he stood up. Sarah's ankle was completely healed as she was now able to stand on her own. Are you sure? He killed All Might. Do you really think you can defeat him all on your own? Positive. Wanna know a secret? I've been holding back immensely in this entire fight. What I've shown so far isn't even the surface of my true power. You see, the thing is, I can't unleash my full strength without endangering the civilians around here. The power is just too much. But if you noticed, I haven't used a single smash or ki blast. Due to my transformation, I've unlocked percentages of my quirk that I didn't have access before. And I haven't used 1% of it. I wasn't exaggerating when I said I'm over 50 to 100 times stronger than him. Sarah gasped in shock. Why, he can't be serious? Izuku nodded. You better believe it. Now get out of here. I'll be sure to make this monster pay for all of what he has done. I'm going to avenge All Might and save all of you. Now get going. Sarah blushed as she nodded and ran away to the battlefield, making sure to tell any other civilians she saw to do the same. Izuku did a quick energy scan of the area. He sighed in relief. Momo and the others were still alive, but a lot of the civilians died. They weren't able to make it out of the explosion. Izuku grit his teeth as a new wave of anger overflowed him. He's going to pay for this. Izuku shot towards the sky and met with All for One. The latter turned around in surprise. Where did you come from? I was looking all over for you. Izuku looked at the symbol of evil with pure hatred. You really are a fool, you know that. You were afraid of getting caught in the planet's explosion. You blew it. Of course that saved. All for One snorted. Saved? That's what you think. You seem to have taken a lot of damage from the blast. If I were to guess, you probably tried to save as many people as you could from the blast. But you were powerless to do so. That explosion killed at least 50% of the population of Kamino Ward. Izuku gripped his fists in frustration. Yes, you're right. I wasn't able to save them all. But I at least saved one person. And that's all that matters. I wasn't able to save my MSTR. He's one of the only reasons I'm as strong as I am in the first place. And with this power he has bestowed upon me, I will honor his memory by avenging him and ending the man who killed him. I will save everyone that I can. By finishing you. And I'll also do my dad a favor by avenging his father. My grandpa. After Izuku finished his speech, All for One looked at him and sighed. To cling to hope even when things are pointless? Izuku smirked. It ain't pointless. Even though he's gone, my MSTR is still with me. I can feel it. His spirit continues living on within me. Within One for All. They are all with me. I can feel Toshinori-sensei's power within me and all of their power as well. His leftover power of One for All has completely transferred to me. I now have access to all of his power and moveset. And that is why you can never win this battle. While you are fighting for yourself, I am fighting to protect and honor others. Your power comes from stealing other people's strong work, while my power comes from the people who support and believe in me. I'm sorry, All for One, but this is a battle you won't be winning. All for One laughed mockingly at the young Super Saiyan. Oh, so that's how it is. Well then, I guess it's time for you to see my full power revealed. Then tell me how I can't win. Izuku raised his eyebrows. Why go to your full power now? Maybe, because your body can't withstand it for long anymore. All for One sucked his teeth. What? How did he know that? Izuku got into his fighting stance. You're not fooling anybody. The second you're at full power, your ability to control it flies right out the window. All for One shook at those words. Izuku powered up as his golden aura glue. You're not stalling for more time. We settle this now. I'll put an end to this once and for all. Izuku rushed towards All for One was the latter also rushed towards his opponent. They clashed and traded blows and ascended higher to the sky. All for One aimed for a punch at Izuku, but the Super Saiyan punched the villain right on his left cheek. The punch had so much force and rage behind it that it knocked the wind out of All for One. Izuku then kneed him in his abdomen, causing BLD to fly out of his mouth. All for One was then punched by Izuku again and was sent downwards. All for One regained his balance, but Izuku was already there and tried to kick him only for the supervillain to teleport out of the way and flying away from his opponent. Izuku followed after him. What's wrong? Afraid that you're going to wear yourself out too quickly once you've reached maximum power. Izuku taunted him as he got in front of All for One and kicked him in the face. Izuku appeared in front of All for One again and kicked upwards to the sky. Izuku followed the symbol of evil as he yelled ready to unleash another attack, but All for One had enough. Don't get so cocky. All for One sent a wave of ki at Izuku which alarmed the Super Saiyan and caused him to go flying all the way back across Kamino. All for One panted as he tried to recover from all of the blows that Izuku landed on him. It had done a great deal of damage. Those blows really hurt. It wasn't long before Izuku came flying back. The ki wave didn't seem to have affected him that much as he was still ready to battle more. You underestimated me, Saiyan. That wasn't even 3/4 of my power. Izuku scoffed as he began to rush towards his adversary once again. Now this is 100%. All for One began to charge up his ki. Izuku noticed this and stopped dead in his tracks. At full power I'll end this in a minute. No, make that 30 seconds. Izuku's widened his eyes as he saw All for One's black and red ki aura coming to life and his body bulking. His ki is rising fast. So I finally get to see All for One at his fullest. Izuku said with a smirk. Izuku just stood there as he waited for All for One to finish charging up. Come in, Izuku Midoriya, can you hear me? This is King Kai speaking to you. I am the god and overseer of the northern quadrant of the universe. Listen, don't slither away another moment, my boy. Izuku heard a voice in his head. He was aware of who King Kai was. In his visions he saw him training Goku and the other Z fighters. It's how he learned the Kaioken. However, he made no reply to the voice as he continued staring at All for One, waiting for him to finish. This is your window of opportunity to strike. Hit All for One with everything you got, while he's busy puffing himself up to maximum power. You can't afford to miss this chance. Believe me when I tell you there won't be another one. I'm not kidding, Izuku. Do you hear me? I hear you loud and clear, King Kai. Izuku replied telepathically. King Kai yelped. So why are you just floating there? I know all too well, this may be my one and only chance to take him down. It's also the only chance I'll ever have to see what he's really made of. King Kai was flabbergasted by what he just heard. You serious? Izuku's silence must have meant that he was serious. No. You're not yourself, lad. This kind of talk is madness. 78. 79. 80. 81. All for One was getting closer and closer to full power as his ki kept on rising and rising. Hey! Snap out of it, for crying out loud. King Kai pleaded with the young Super Saiyan. Izuku grit his teeth. I know. But I have to let him do this. 84. 85. I have to fight. Izuku exclaimed as his Saiyan BLD began to boil. The excitement in fighting All for One at 100% power was just too tempting. The Saiyan side of him just could not let this opportunity go to waste. Please. Think about what you're doing. Have you gone insane? This isn't a contest. Izuku. Izuku. Izuku lifted his fists up in rage. Toshinori-sensei is dead. The symbol of peace, all might is gone. And I refuse to take the death of my emsir sitting down. He was a good man. The bravest I've ever known. And the fate this BSer dealt him was the last thing he deserved. And I just stood there and watched him die, completely powerless. Not being able to do anything to save him. Do you have any idea how that feels? King Kai stood in shocked silence as he had no response to what Izuku just said. He was right. He didn't have any idea how that would feel. Izuku had gone through a very traumatic event indeed. King Kai had been watching Izuku through all of his life from his planet in Otherworld. He understood that Izuku went through a lot of pain and suffering due to being quirkless. And the fact that even with all of the power he had attained through his battles and training, he was still powerless to protect one of the people he cared about the most. Izuku stared all for one dead on as his rage reached its peak. Before I'm done, he will bleed. King Kai sighed, yes fine. But there's no sense in waiting for him to reach full power. Think of the others. Your classmates, friends, and teachers. Think of your mother. They'll be okay. Believe me. They will. Izuku said with finality. I'll fight all for one at full power. And I will win. King Kai shook his head. He's way too stubborn. Just like his ancestors. He's not Izuku Midoriya anymore. He's the warrior of rage. The Super Saiyan. 98%. Almost at maximum power. All for one yelled. His aura was much more dark and deadly as the veins in his head looked like they were about to pop. That's it. You go right on up to 100. The only reason I'm waiting so patiently for this grand unveiling is to have the honor of taking you down in your best. 'Cause regret is one thing I won't be fighting. All for one growled at him as he kept on powering up. Look at you. You're itching to lash out at me in full steam. Otherwise you would have tried hitting Earth with another blast and be done with it. Izuku gloated. All for one simply laughed as he gave one final yell that echoed across all over Kamino. All for one took a deep breath. There we are. You wanted me at my strongest, so here I am. The symbol of evil was bulked up as his muscle frame was increased to exaggerated degrees. His aura was now pure black, with dark red lightning surrounding it. I guess you could call this my version of full cowling. Finally. Now let's get this over with. I don't have all night. I have a curfew. My mom is waiting for me at home. Izuku said as he got into his stance. You won't be going home at all, mama's boy. You will die by my hand, Scion. The fool. King Kai muttered as he saw all for one finishing powering up. For some reason, he was getting a serious sense of déjà vu, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. King Kai. It's me, Dend. Yes, I can hear you. What now? King Kai replied. Hisashi has just informed me that he has collected all 7 Dragon Ball. King Kai cheered. That's excellent news. Wait a minute. Dend, what are the current limitations on Earth's Dragon Ball? Dend hummed. Well, I've made some modifications over the years, but Shenlong will still grant 3 wishes. As long as the wish doesn't surpass my own power, then Shenlong should be able to grant it with no problem. The Dragon Ball can now bring someone back from the dead an infinite amount of times. There used to be a limit on if the time of death was too long ago, then Shenlong wouldn't be able to bring them back. However, I took that limitation away, so even if they died millions of years ago, they can still be brought back. However, if the person died due to natural causes, then I'm afraid Shenlong won't be able to revive them. King Kai nodded. Okay, so let's say we ask Shenlong to bring back everyone that all for one killed. Would that work? Yes, it would, but bear in mind that all for one has lived for centuries. And he has taken the lives of many people over all of those years. If we wish, then Shenlong would literally bring back people from generations ago. Some were heroes and some were dangerous villains. If we were to make that wish, then we would disrupt the world's balance and it will be chaos. You would have to be more specific with your instructions to Shenlong. King Kai hummed. Okay. I got it. Here, tell Hisashi to make these wishes. First, ask Shenlong to revert all of the damage that all for one caused in Kamino Ward tonight. This would bring back all of the deaths he caused and repair the city to before he got there. Then for the second wish, ask Shenlong to return any quirks that All for One may have stolen tonight in the Battle of Kamino back to their original owners. And for the last wish, transport every single person that is not Izuku Midoriya and All for One out of Kamino to a safe location away from the battle. Can you do that, Dend? Dend widened his eyes at the wished but nodded nonetheless. All right. I'll make sure to let Hisashi-san know right away. Thank you. Let's hope this works. Hisashi-san. Do you hear me? It's Dend. I have a request from King Kai. Ah. Hisashi said as he heard Dend's telepathic voice. What did he ask for? The father of Deku was currently in a barren wasteland with all 7 Dragon Ball laid out in front of him. In his hand was the Dragon Radar, which he used to look for the Dragon Ball. He had to go all over the world to search for all of them, but thankfully he was fast enough to get them all in a short amount of time. He asked for you to ask Shenlong for 3 specific wishes. Here they are. Dend quickly told Hisashi the 3 wishes as he exclaimed, "Wow. I didn't even think of that." King Kai coming in clutch. All right, I'll ask Shenlong if he can do it. The Dragon Ball glowed as Hisashi called upon Shenlong. Almighty Dragon God, come forth. Rise and grant any of my deepest desires. The sky turned dark as light endowed the Dragon Ball. A serpent-like creature raised out of the Dragon Ball and revealed itself to be none other than Shenlong, the dragon that has helped Goku and his allies so many times. Reflect upon your desires. For I shall grant any wish but only 3. Shenlong boomed. Hey Shenlong. Do you mind reverting all of the damage that the villain known as All for One caused tonight in Kamino Ward, Japan? This would mean that all of the deaths that he caused in the battle in Kamino should be undone and all of the destruction of the city of Kamino suffered should look like it never happened. Hisashi spoke the first wish. It shall be done, no problem. Shenlong's eyes grew red as he completed the wish. All for One punched Izuku in the gut, causing the Scion hero to cough up spit. That's payback for when you need me in the stomach. All for One then continued to wail on him, hitting Izuku within seamless endless of punches and kicks. Izuku didn't even get any time to get a solid hit in as All for One's barrage was ruthless. He then finished the combo with a headbutt which caused Izuku's head to knock back, but he continued to float in the air. Huff, how was that? Let's call that a warm-up for the final attack. Izuku then smirked. I hope that's all. Or I would have been disappointed. Your form is very sloppy. Your punches and blows don't have any rhythm or meaning to them. You are very powerful, but a novice when it comes to actual martial arts. You just randomly throw punches like a button masher in a fighting game. You have no skill whatsoever. You never trained a day in your life, haven't you? You just relied on your raw natural talent and all of the powerful quirks you stole from people. You don't even use any of your quirks to their full potential. You really are a fool. Gifted such raw talent and you don't even know how to use it. Such a shame. What did you say? I'll show you no skill, you filthy scion. All for One growled out. He then chuckled. I'll give you the pat on the head before you die. You are astonishingly powerful, Golden Warrior. You would be the strongest man in the world, if it weren't for me, of course. All for One rubbed his chin. I don't even know why you are still fighting me. Oh, of course, you're buying time for that girl and Sorahiko to escape. If they get away, I'll just target UA next. It's just a postponement. Izuku laughed. Buying time? I don't have to. You're about to die. You're amusing. All for One then yelled at the top of his lungs. But it's all over now. Prepare for the great age of villains. Izuku got into the prince's hermit battle stance. Give me your worst. Hiya. All for One rushed towards Izuku but only to trick him and instead flew upwards. All for One then sent bright green flames from above. Relying on my grandfather's quirk, huh? Why don't you use your own power? Oh wait, I forgot. The only thing you're good for is stealing other people's powers. The Super Saiyan dodged the flames, but it was only a distraction. All for One came up from behind and trapped Izuku in a bear hug. Izuku scoffed at such a dumb move, and simply elbowed All for One in the gut and grabbed his arm and flung him away. You tried it. Why don't you actually use some techniques instead of relying on raw power? All for one grunted as he was thrown up in the air. He regained his balance. Fine then. You want technique? Here's a technique. All for one took a deep breath as his belly swelled up. Fire Dragon. Izuku brought his hands together and began to charge up the Super Kamehameha. All for one yelled as he shot a torrent of ultra-hot flames from his mouth. Die all for one. Izuku yelled back as he fired his Super Kamehameha at the Fire Dragon's roar. The two beams of energy clashed together as their collision shook the whole solar system. All for one was losing the clash, as Izuku's Super Kamehameha was quickly overtaking his Fire Dragon's roar. Izuku was just way too much stronger than All for one. The supervillain decided to stop the clash and sidestep and catch Izuku by surprise by knocking him out of the clash and sending him to the earth. Since Izuku was focused on his Kamehameha, he didn't have time to counterattack All for one. He was sent deep underground as he was no longer visible to All for one. All for one raised his fists in triumph. Now do you see? You didn't stand a chance against All for one. Ha! All for one then noticed something off. The sky! What is this? Part of the chain reaction I've set off. All for one then noticed something completely out of the ordinary. What is that monstrosity? Is that a dragon? Back with Hisashi, Shenlong had just finished granting the first wish. It is done. Those slain by the actions of All for one in Kamino Ward live again. All of the destruction has been reverted. Thank you, Hisashi exclaimed. Now, what's your second wish? All for one looked at the dragon in the far distance. I should go check that out. That definitely isn't normal. All for one then looked and saw something that enraged him to his core. Izuku had ascended from the earth, panting with BLD and scars all over his body. However, he still looked ready to fight. Are you a zombie? How are you still alive? You are a persistent scion. All for one then laughed. It doesn't matter. This time, I'll burn you to atoms. Just like your loser of MC. Izuku's eyebrows arched, his eyes ticked. Like my loser of MC? Are you talking about Toshinori-sensei? Izuku then exploded with rage. Don't you dare talk about Toshinori-sensei. Now I'm truly angry. All for one. Izuku then noticed Shenlong in the distance. Is that Shenlong? The dragon god of the Dragon Ball. King Kai must have sent someone to grant a wish. Minute. Now I have to keep All for one as far away from that direction as possible. All for one followed Izuku's eyes. Oh, so you noticed it too, right? Do you know what that is? Judging by your expression, you probably do. Then you don't mind if I check it out, do you? All for one moved to go towards Shenlong. Oh no you don't. Izuku shouted, but before they could do anything, something weird happened. Kamino Ward was changing. Suddenly buildings were getting reconstructed out of nowhere. All of the damage that All for one caused with his death ball was being reverted. The news helicopter was back. All of the people that died tonight as a result of All for one's destruction in Kamino Ward were being revived. What is this? All for one then felt a huge pain in his knee. He felt himself getting slightly weaker. Then, all of the quirks that he stole tonight were ripped out of him and sent back to their original owners. A certain pussycat hero woke up, feeling energized. All of the people wounded in the Battle of Kamino were healed. What is going on? What happened to my quirks? All for one screamed. Izuku looked on in wonder. Back with Hisashi, Shenlong was now waiting for the final wish. Okay, I gave back all of the quirks to the people All for one stole tonight. What is your final wish? Tell me so that I may go back to the realm of the dragon gods. Hisashi said, Okay Shenlong, can you transport all of the people in Kamino Ward, except for the Super Saiyan known as Izuku Midoriya, and villain All for one, out of there and to a safe location away from the battle so that they won't be caught in the crossfire? Shenlong gave Hisashi the okay sign. Of course I can. Consider it done. One by one, every single civilian, hero, or person in Kamino Ward except for Izuku and All for one were transported out. What is going on? What did you do? It looks like everyone besides me and you were transported out of Kamino. Now it's just me and you. Mano why Mano? Izuku powered up. Now I don't have to hold back. Here we go. Golden tendrils appeared out of Izuku. As long as bright green electric aura. Super black WHP. Pride for all, perfected full cowling, 20%. Izuku smiled, it's overall for one. No more holding back. As Izuku was ready to unleash his full power, the battle kept on raging forward. Who will win? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. All for one stared at Izuku in shock as golden tendrils appeared from him and his perfected full cowl aura roared to life. Is that black WHP? Isn't that the quirk of Daigoro Banjo? The fifth user of One for All. Izuku's eyes were only dead set on All for One as he got into position to end this fight. But how do you have access to his quirk? You shouldn't be able to have multiple quirks. Only me. Only I should have that ability. All for One yelled in frustration. Izuku was already powerful enough, with him dominating the entire fight up until now. Then he has another quirk at his disposal and possibly even more. Well, in this form it would be super black WHP, but whatever. The point is you're done for. I'm not playing any more games All for One. It ends here. Izuku announced with authority, as his golden and green auras merged together to create an even more powerful energy. Due to the Super Saiyan transformation, Izuku's control with Pride for All has gone up from 2% to 20%, making him exponentially more powerful. It also helped with his control with his other quirks, Empathy and Black WHP. The power of the transformation amplified the two quirks to super versions which made them all the more greater. The bad thing about it was that combining his Super Saiyan form with abilities of Pride for All along with his uncontrollable Golden Warrior powers was a huge drain on Izuku's stamina. Which is why he would need to end this battle quickly. It doesn't matter. I'll just turn you to dust. All for One pointed at the Golden Warrior and fired torrents of green fire at Izuku. Izuku scoffed at the meaningless attempt of turning him to dust. Izuku simply extended his palm forward and sent a pulse of ki energy at the torrents of fire, completely wiping them out of existence. What? That's not gonna work. Izuku shouted as he teleported behind the symbol of evil and roundhouse kicked him on the side of his head. This sent All for One tumbling to the city below. There was a huge crash with a dust cloud forming. Soon as the dust cloud dissipated, All for One came right back up with green fire encapsulating him, making him seem even angrier. I've had enough. I won't let my plans fail because of a child and my brother's stupid prophecy. I'm through with you. All for One yelled at Izuku with fury. All of a sudden, multiple copies of All for One began to emerge as they flooded the battlefield. Izuku slightly raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is this? What trick are you pulling now? This is a cloning quirk. It allows me to create copies of myself. These clones have access to all of the powers, abilities, and quirks that I have access to, and their power rivals my own. Wow, I never knew that you had a quirk like this. Looking through the memories of my predecessors, they have never seen you do this. That's because I've been saving this as a trump card for whenever I faced someone who was powerful to make me resort to this. Izuku smirked. Oh, so basically anyone who showed up to be more powerful than yourself. So you think with this trump card of yours, you will be able to overwhelm me with the numbers advantage. All for One clenched his teeth in frustration. Clones. Attack him and rip that smug grin right off of that half-evolved Scion's face. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Half-evolved. I'll show you half-evolved. Come and get this but whooping. Dozens of All for Ones charged at the Scion, all with killer intent. Green flames were fired at the Golden Warrior. Izuku was not fazed at all and simply powered up his aura which caused the flames to disperse. The golden aura burned hotter than All for One's flames ever could. This is supposed to be the strongest quirk in the world. Why does it have no effect on this demon monkey? If I'm a monkey, then you're a wannabe dragon with those flames. They don't burn at all. These are the flames that turned your beloved mentor into roast beef. And you dare call me a wannabe dragon? Then roar like a dragon. Show me your roar. Fine then, but don't complain when your flesh is being scorched. All for One and all of his clones took deep breaths as they summoned all of the ki in their bodies. Their bellies expanded which resulted into an explosion of fire from their mouths. Fire Dragon Roar. All of the fire combined into one attack, making a super fire dragon roar. This was the full power of All for One, which was magnified by each of his clones. The torrent of flames came rushing at Izuku. The scion did not move an inch. He stayed still and simply watched the attack come towards him. He smirked as the fire made a direct impact. There was a huge explosion which had the force to destroy hundreds of suns. Even All for One himself had to shield his eyes. He did not expect the impact to be that strong. He had put every fiber of his being into that attack to make sure that it would completely eradicate Izuku Midoriya. Because if it didn't, he honestly had no idea what could stop him. All for One waited for the smoke to clear. Due to him not being able to sense ki, he had no way of knowing whether or not Izuku survived the explosion until the smoke dissipated. He honestly would be shocked if there was really anything left of the Super Saiyan. That attack would burn anyone to a crisp. Right as the smoke cleared, a golden-haired boy was still floating in the air, completely unscathed. He had golden tendrils wrapped around him to protect him from the blast. His Super Saiyan transformation had amplified Black WHP to the point where its offensive and defensive properties were dialed up to 11. That's it. All for One felt like he was in a nightmare. This couldn't be happening. He put all of the remaining power he had into that attack. But now, it seemed like it was all for naught. All of these years he had been planning and waiting for the day to make the world his. To transform it into his vision. After witnessing the death of his own parents due to the failure of humanity falling victim to the power of quirks. As a result, he swore to control the world by controlling all of the quirks so that he may never feel powerless again. But then his brother opposed him. He wanted to save him. To show him the light. But he inadvertently created the only quirk in the world that could take him down. He had no choice to murder his brother and each of his successors. When he found out David's shield had created a quirk enhancer, he knew his time was now. With that device, he could defeat All Might and finally achieve his life's goal. He finally did rid the world of All Might. Now all he had to do was kill his successor and One for All would be gone from the world for good. And he would rule supreme, and the world would finally be his. His entire life, all of his work, it all culminated into this moment. It all came crumbling down because of a child. A child that preached about heroism and peace. A child whose sole existence was to fulfill a prophecy that his brother had foretold ages ago. The prophecy was no longer just a fairy tale that his younger brother spouted in order to scare him. No, it was a reality. It was his fate. It was his destiny. And there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. So you finally accepted it, huh? No matter how much you don't want to. The words of Izuku fell on deaf ears as All for One still could not wrap his head around this ordeal. He had dirted his hands with the BLD of his own brother for this dream. A dream he swore he would make a reality on the day of his parents' death. His whole life was predicated on this one dream. This one goal. This one purpose. But his will was shattering. His great age of darkness was foiled by the warrior of light. The clones were feeling the same angst. But they still had a linger of hope in their hearts that they could still erase the boy in front of them. They still had hope that their dream could still come true. The dream that they worked so strong for. The dream that they sacrificed everything for. And so, the clones all charged him for one final assault. Izuku shook his head. He almost felt sorry for All for One. Almost. Izuku made quick work of the clones. He one-shot each of them with little to no effort. If he was destroying All for One before, his clones stood absolutely no chance against him in his powered-up state. It didn't matter that they had the numbers advantage. 0 times 0 was still 0. All for One didn't dare to look at each of his clones being slaughtered. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew they stood no chance. After tanking his strongest blast like that, what chance did they really have against him? After he finished off his last clone, Izuku looked at the original All for One. It's over. Just give up. You'll only embarrass yourself even more if you keep on fighting. All for One just stood in silence as he mellowed in his own depression. He wondered why it led to this. Where had he screwed up? What did he do wrong? The world doesn't belong to you. All for One lifted his head to see Izuku across from him. Huh. That's where you screwed up. I can read your thoughts and emotions. You're wondering why it led to this. That was your first mistake. You believed you were entitled. You thought the world was yours, when in reality it is not. Instead of working to make the world a better place and improve upon its faults, you decided to just become a villain and commit the same exact evil that you wanted to get rid of. You thought you could just control everything. But nobody can have everything. All for One grit his teeth in anger. What are you talking about? What do you know? You are simply a child. A child that was groomed to defeat me. You're nothing but a pawn. Just like All Might. You will see. You think that just because you're the strongest today, it guarantees you being the strongest tomorrow. But you will be reminded that this world is beyond saving. There is no happy ending. You will suffer the same fate. I hate you. In a fit of rage, All for One summoned black lighting once more. The final desperation attempt in eliminating One for All. Izuku saw the attack coming from a mile away. He caught the lightning with his fingertips. All he had to do was redirect it back at All for One. And that would end this. He would finally be put to rest. All of the suffering he put everyone through, and all of the lives he took would be avenged. His grandfather and All Might would be avenged. It was the simplest thing to do. The Super Saiyan form had corrupted Izuku. It made him a man of pure rage. He wanted nothing more but to eradicate the enemy in front of him. The one who had taken away his mentor in cold BLD. The one who threatened the lives of his comrades. His thirst for BLD was at an all-time high. It was just like when he was in false Super Saiyan, when he wanted to just destroy everything in front of him. But only this time, his rage was much more cerebral. He intentionally took his time dealing with All for One. He wanted him to suffer as much as he could. He wanted All for One to throw everything he had at him, so that when he saw he couldn't compare to the level of power he was now, he could cry in desperation. And he achieved just that. All for One had nobody to blame but himself. But now with the chance to kill him once and for all. With the anger bubbling inside of him, for some reason he just couldn't. The anger turned into sadness. Izuku redirected the lightning into the abyss. Izuku slowly flew towards All for One until he was right in front of him. Have fun at Tartarus. Izuku threw a Super Detroit smash right at All for One's noggin. It knocked out the symbol of evil. He then wrapped up All for One's unconscious body with black WHP tendrils. He left him in Kamino where the police and heroes would find All for One. There was a note that said, "Make sure he stays in there for life." Izuku knocked on his door. His mom opened. "I'm home. Sorry I took so long."